I think we probably lost all of our guests during that shutdown.
Baby, we're at 380 viewers. I think we need to do a complete restart.
Yeah, it's pretty low. All the restarts have been kind of problematic. We might have to do a restart on the live stream and try again. As a raising of hands, are there any Christians in the live right now? Or is it all atheists? Put a 1 in the chat if you are a Christian, so we can see if TikTok pushed us out into the algorithm, or if we're just all friendlies up in here. We'll see. We're gonna keep plugging along here tonight.
Welcome hey, Justin, Dark. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Dark?
Good. I just have a quick question.
Sure.
I love your live streams. Would you ever consider debating flat earthers? Because I can 100% guarantee you that all flat earthers are Christians, so I think that'd be pretty funny to see you debate them.
Yeah, actually, I would. I've done so in the past. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read it. Thank you, Milcom. Sorry, I missed your super chat, Milcom. But Milcom says the crucifixion is just bad BDSM scene gone horribly wrong. I agree. I would debate flat earthers, and when they come up here, because they do come up here, right? When they come up here, I typically debate them.
It's kind of scary that they're still around.
It's wild to me that they exist. I know.
Yeah.
Anyways,
well, hey, thanks for letting me up here. I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Get a Christian up here, man.
Good to hear from you,
Have a good one, dude. I love seeing your lives.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for the support.
Now, that last guest did kind of what I thought he was going to do. It's always the same thing with Christians, because I've already read all of these evidences for the Bible. It's always not actual evidence for the Bible. It's evidence that the Bible story is plausible. And that's not actually evidence. Like the fact that the name Abraham or Abram was a name that like existed in the ancient world, even if we confirmed it to be true, it's not evidence that biblical Abraham existed. It's like if I found the name Isaac in an ancient text, that doesn't mean that Isaac of the Bible is real. It's a common name. Yitzchak in Hebrew just is a verb to mean laugh. So yeah, a lot of these names are common names built from common Hebrew or Semitic words. It's not surprising at all that they show up somewhere in history. That doesn't mean that the individual mentioned is an individual. And we've got wonderful cases for that. We see lots of names from the Bible elsewhere that clearly aren't the people from the Bible. All right, we're going to get Juan
It's
up in
the same
here.
thing with the name Jesus. Like you see it very common in Hispanic culture. So of course, the name is going to be relevant, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, doesn't mean anything. Welcome in, Juan.
How's it
Juan
going?
has red bars.
Good. How you doing, Juan? Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I am.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 18. I'm over 18.
Great. What would be your best evidence or your best argument that the Christian God is real?
Well, if you really look back, there's a lot of really good biblical prophecy in the Old Testament that I think is really true to me, and it's true today.
Like what?
I mean, we're in the end times right now. The biggest is 1 Thessalonians 4:16.
That's not in the
Old
Old
trump
Testament.
of God will descend from the heavens.
That's
New Testament
that's
too.
1 Thessalonians chapter 4. Would you like to read that with me?
Verse 16.
Yeah. That's where Paul says
do you have King James
that
Version?
God is going... No, I'm not reading your King James. It says in verse 13, this is Paul talking to the church, but we do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those... Oh, sorry, I forgot to put it on the screen. Let me get it on the screen so we can all see it. There we go. We do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died so that you may not grieve as others do who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who died. For the Lord himself, with a cry of command, with the archangel's call, with a sound of God's trumpet, will descend from heaven, and the dead in Christ will rise first. Then we who are alive, who are left, will be caught up in the clouds together with him to meet the Lord in the air. Now, Paul seems to be suggesting here that he's going to be alive when this happened.
Well, if you read this in the King James Version, it says
Why?
the trump of God will descend from the heavens.
Why?
And I think it's prophesying about
Why?
the president, Donald J. Trump.
Why would I... Yeah, the word trump is an English word that just means trumpet.
Who else is named Trump? Who else is named Donald Trump?
There's literally thousands of Trumps in the world. So I don't.
Yeah,
so
well,
we'll just start this from the
Trump
beginning.
right now.
Okay,
There's
so
only one Trump.
Are you aware that there are other words for trumpets in other language, and that it's not Trump? So
Really?
your suggestion is that the word Trump that just happened to exist in Middle English must be referring to Donald J. Trump, somebody that lived hundreds of years later, just because the word Trump and the name Trump are the same. You can't be serious.
I'm an atheist. I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, this fucking guy. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate the leg pulling there. But here's the thing. We've seen Christians make similarly ludicrous arguments. That's a real thing that happens. That was a good one, though. I can appreciate a good gag.
Me. But you know what? We got our numbers back up. We're at 470 right now. So let's keep it going, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing it out. Keep sending those subbies.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. I know we've had a couple restarts and a couple failures of technology so far tonight, but we're gonna get through it, guys. We're gonna do the thing, you know. Welcome in, Afro.
Hey, I didn't mean to come up actually.
Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
No worries. Cheers, mate. Good to hear from you.
Love your show.
Thank you so much.
Bye. All
right. W for
Thank
Afro.
You for the support. Thank you, Goblin, for sending out the subbies. We appreciate you, my darling. Always showing love in here.
Now we just need to get an actual Christian up in here. Thank you, Goblin, for the hats. W Goblin sending out like 10 hats right away. Thank you so much, Goblin. Holy smokes. Holy
and
smokes.
You completed
I think you just sent 20 of them. Damn, Goblin. Damn, Goblin. Thank you so much, Goblin. I appreciate that. That was insane.
The Goblin is gobbling.
Goblin's going off tonight. Going off. Absolutely going off. My goodness. Thank you for all the gifts, guys. Thank you for being here, even though we've had to restart a few times. All right, we're gonna try to get an actual Christian in the box. Christians, if you're out there, get in the guest box. I don't want to have to restart the live just to get a Christian in here. We will if we have to, but get in the guest box if you're a Christian. Come up and I want to hear the best evidence for your God. What is the evidence that your God is real? I'd love to hear what it is. Thank you for the hand hearts, Goku. I appreciate that. Also, Michelle, thank you for the ticket. No Christians yet. Now that the computer's restarted, I'm curious actually if that animated background would have worked had I put it up after I restarted my computer as opposed to before I restarted my computer.
That's a good question. That's why I was like, oh no, Justin, if you can hear me say something, then you just text me PC crash. I'm like, no.
I'm gonna see what happens with the animated background.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Thank you, Dex, for sending out the live. Yeah, guys, keep tapping, keep sharing, keep commenting. That'll keep pushing us into the algorithm. Hopefully we don't have to do another restart.
I know we're waiting for some opposition guys to get in here. Sorry that we've had so many technical difficulties tonight. I'm got a new technology set up, and we're trying to get it to work. It's kind of working. It's mostly working, but it's not 100% working. But I mean, listen, the gang's all here. We got 175 people watching on YouTube. We got 450 people over here on the TikToks. We've probably got a couple on other platforms tuned in. So. If you're a Christian there, go ahead and get in the guest box. We'd love to see what is the best evidence for your God. If we don't get one, yeah, you got to be patient for quality content. You're right, Kels. If we don't get a Christian here in a minute, though, I will restart it. A restart on this, a complete fresh restart will definitely push it out into the back into the TikTok algorithm. So, like,
I agree.
There's a weird thing that TikTok does where when you first start your live, it pushes it to a bunch of new people that have never seen your live before. But once your live has been on for a while, it stops doing that. And so you if you don't already have a backlog of people to talk to, it's hard to keep up the momentum. So on nights like tonight, you might have to just do a restart. Let's just do that.
And not only that, it is 8:18. So all the Friday mass is probably leaving church. So I think now would be the perfect time to do a restart.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, now's a good time to do a restart since it's still early. It'll just take a minute. I'm going to completely end the live and create a whole new live and see if it'll push it out. But I'll be back in just a minute. The live stream on YouTube.
Do not stream on Instagram or the other one. Just keep it to YouTube and Twitch. So let's see if that helps.
Yeah, the other streams I want to keep open, guys. Don't go anywhere on the other streams. We're just going to restart our TikTok platform here real quick. And then we're going to see if we can get push out into the algorithm. Also, if you go to the description in YouTube, you can find links for how you can join the debate. If there's somebody watching over on YouTube, there are links in the video in the comment section, and you can just go through and join the debate yourself. All right, we're going to try this for the third or fourth time. See what we end up with. We got the live back open again. We're going to see if we can get somebody in the guest box. Oh, Yaklub, thank you for testing the stream on Twitch. I really appreciate that. One of the things that I can't figure out on the Twitch is I've got it set to show the comments on the screen, but it's not showing any of the comments on the screen, and I don't fully know why. There might be a problem, a bug in Streamlabs, and I don't know what the bug is. But you can see the comments on the actual stream. I just can't see them on my dashboard. That's weird. Well, I mean on the vertical feed. Sorry, because on I can't point to it. On the horizontal feed, it shows the TikTok comments, but it should be showing all of the YouTube and all of the Twitch comments as well, and those are what's not showing up. I'm not sure why those comments aren't showing up. But you're right. On the horizontal Twitch feed, it does show all of the TikTok comments, which is helpful. Welcome. Good to see you, Hanji.
Did you see my comment?
Sorry, I missed it.
I was like, I'm here, Daddy.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, goodness.
I love Gen Z sometimes. Their little whatever words.
Actually, I'm not real familiar with the Gen Z lingo. And
it's weird. Like my kiddo will literally she'll just randomly come up to me and just be like, "Skibidi toilet."
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Now, I keep hearing skibbity. What's skibbity mean?
I have no idea. I just remember Skibbity used to be like this song that this I think he was Armenian, where he would use his belly to dance to. It was honestly so adorable. But now it's just, I don't know, it just became like a whole meme. Yeah, I feel so old.
I know. I don't know anything about it. I'll have to check into that. Reverend, welcome in.
Hello. So just a quick question. Thank you for bringing me up. Ezekiel 45:22, the prince will do a bull offering for his sin, and is that talking about the Messiah, or is it a different anointed one like all of the apologetics say?
No, it's generally referring to the Messiah. If you read Ezekiel like chapter 39 and beyond, it talks about the restoration of Israel under the Messianic age. And so whoever the Prince of Israel during the Messianic age is going to be, obviously, it's going to be the Messiah. It's going to be the anointed one.
Okay, because all I've seen is apologetics, and I can't get to the counter-apologetic side of it. And of course, like Christians, I haven't read the Bible, so...
Oh, of course they haven't read the Bible. No, so if
I
you
concur.
yeah, if you read Ezekiel, the whole last third of the book is about the restoration of the kingdom, as well as the kingship and the Levitical priests, and the people being gathered from where they had been scattered and planted back in the land again. It's the restoration prophecy that you would find in all the other prophecies. And obviously, whoever the prince is, it's got to be the Messiah that's leading the people.
Yeah, well, appreciate it, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm really happy that you got to speak to me again. So
I'm glad too. I'm glad I spoke to you. Good to hear from you, man. So Ezekiel is really clear because, like, let's say, for example, even if the prince mentioned in the latter half of Ezekiel is not the singular Messiah, Ezekiel still debunks the New Testament because it says that the Levitical priests are going to be reestablished and the offerings and sacrifices are going to be reestablished, which is a direct contradiction with the book of Hebrews. It says that Jesus was the final sacrifice and that the Levitical priesthood was inferior to the priesthood of Jesus Christ and it needed to be replaced by a superior priesthood and so on and so forth. So even if the prince in Ezekiel is not the singular Messiah, it's still a problem for the New Testament. We had a Christian in the box just a second ago, but they dropped out. Not sure what happened. Anyways, Christians, if you're in the chat, I'd love to hear from you. Come on up, get in the box, and see if there's any good, rational evidence to believe in your deity. I'm going to check the YouTube stream. Oops, that's not the right channel.
And while you check the YouTube stream, guys, keep on tapping, keep on sharing. Justin has the hand hearts for his goal. If we keep gifting, if we keep sharing it out, if we keep double tapping the screen, we'll be able to be pushed back into the algorithm. We did hit a restart. So hopefully this will help us get some opposition so that we can go ahead and discuss the topics. Thank you all so much for being here, writing it out with us, because this has been a wild fucking ride.
It's something. Yeah. Also, Joe, thank you so much for the donation over Venmo. I appreciate that, Joe. That's the Reverend, the good Reverend, although he's not a Christian Reverend, obviously.
I love it. Dexter, thank you so much for the 5 subbies.
And
yeah,
Dexter,
guys, if you don't want to gift and give TikTok your monies, like I always say, we do have our link tree set up where you could Cash App, Venmo, Amazon wishlist, and even links to the Discord, to other ways that you can contact us and help support us. So thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. And as far as I can tell, I think the YouTube stream is back up and running, and same with the Twitch stream. We're just waiting for a Christian to come in. Jezebel, thank you so much. Jezebel baby mama? Or baby daddy, I forget. Jezebel baby daddy, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I love the name.
Welcome in, Jesus Saves. Whoop, that was a quick teacup. What happened?
Hello?
You with us? Can you hear us?
Yep. Well, you can hear you, sir.
Fantastic. Are you a Christian?
So, I'm a Baptist. Being
Great.
born and raised Baptist for a while now.
Great.
Yep.
Are you at least 18?
I'm 26, sir.
Cool. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real and not imaginary?
Well, my proof of God is the fine-tuning of the universe. So,
Oh boy.
if you look around, the universe is fine-tuned for life.
What about the Earth? Is the Earth
especially-
fine-tuned?
Well, yeah, we get rain every day. Like, it rains, the rain evaporates, and the rain comes back down again.
Are
pretty sure
hurricanes
that's-
finely tuned? Because
Well-
natural disasters execute people all the time. Are natural disasters finely tuned?
Well, that's because of sin. When sin came into the world.
Whoa, that's not
cool.
actually, that's not answering my question. It's just yes or no. Are natural disasters evidence of fine tuning?
That's a result of a broken creation and a broken
That's
world.
not my question. Are natural disasters are they? Oh, thank you for the necklace. I appreciate that. Are natural disasters a sign of fine tuning?
Well, no, sir.
No, thank you. That's the answer. Now you can go on to your excuse as to why.
Well, because when Adam and Eve ate from the fruit, which was forbidden by God, that brought sin into the world. And now when you look around you, you see all these sicknesses, diseases, genetic mutations.
Well, I'm talking about hurricanes.
Oh, yeah, that's a result of sin.
Great.
coming
Okay,
into the
so who
world.
created hurricanes?
Well, hurricanes are a natural disaster which came from the sin that came into this world.
Right, but who created
no.
nature?
Well, God did.
Great.
Love you,
Okay,
honey.
so God is the one who created nature in a way in which hurricanes would happen, right?
Where's my kissy? I want kissies too, you know.
Hanji, I think you're talking with your mic open.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Well, sir,
Kiddo's going night-night.
No, I understand. Yeah, you gotta kiss the kiddo goodnight. Good night. Yeah. So back at the bar, God designed the earth and everything in it. So you can't blame it on mankind because that was a decision that God had made. So we've already got one problem, that we've got a bunch of evidence that the earth is not finely tuned, and the excuse why that evidence exists is because God is evil.
No, God is not evil, sir. I think you have a misunderstanding on the Christian God of the Bible.
Oh, not at all. I know quite well. Is it evil to shed innocent blood?
Well, you're reading on a different context. It's just the Old
That's
Testament.
a yes or no
Well,
question. Is it evil to shed innocent blood?
Well, sure, you have to look at the context.
It's a yes or
behind
no
why-
question. Is it evil to shed innocent blood? I don't know why it's so hard to get a yes or no from people.
Okay, yes, it's evil.
Fantastic. Okay, so the fact that shedding innocent blood is evil, and God himself says it's among the things that he detests. I got the Bible passage in Proverbs chapter 6 for you. There are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 that are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. So I find it weird that God sheds innocent blood all the time through natural disasters, if that's something that he detests.
Well, okay, you have God's divine complexity, and then you can't compare it to mankind because God
I can.
is
So
above
I need you
everything.
to address the point that I just made. How is God coherent when he says that he detests the shedding of innocent blood, but then he sheds innocent blood?
Well, because God is above everything, and He created everything, so He's responsible for your life, and He can take your life.
Is it
why you
still
have to look
shedding
at the
innocent blood?
context. Well, no, because you have to look at the context. It's God.
Why?
Because it's the
Innocent
Almighty,
blood
so-
is about the person being harmed, not the person doing the harming. So when God sheds innocent blood, I want to hear the argument for why that's okay. Because he says he hates it.
Well, sure. What do you mean by innocent? Because humans aren't inherently innocent by nature.
Okay, so then he can't.
well-
So then he can't detest the shedding of innocent blood if nobody's innocent. So you just defeated your whole talking point and the Bible all in one. So God hates the shedding of innocent blood, which means there must be innocent people.
Well, no one's truly innocent. but,
Wrong.
because of
God
sin.
says he hates the shedding of innocent blood, which means there must be people that are innocent.
Well,
He's not
you have
going to
look
address
at
my
it
point
like
at all.
this, or- No, you have to look at it like
Close.
this.
Are babies in the womb innocent?
Well, yes, but at the same
Yeah.
time,
Do
they have
pregnant
original
people
sin.
do pregnant people get executed in natural disasters?
Yes, but
Yes. Okay. So that's
sir, you're not
the shedding
making
of
my-
innocent blood. There you go. So God sheds innocent blood and contradicts his own principle.
No, he doesn't. Natural disasters is a result from sin. and
Oh,
that's,
we'll
Satan's
just try this
works.
again. I thought we already addressed it. Okay. Who designs nature?
God designed nature.
Okay, so
Satan
God is
the one that
responsible
corrupted
for
nature.
how nature behaves, isn't he?
Well, nature was perfect in the beginning.
Is God
but mankind
responsible
ruined
for
it.
how nature behaves, yes or no?
No.
Okay, so then God didn't create nature.
He created nature, but he's not responsible for how it works.
He is. Okay, so who decided what the consequences would be of the fall? Did Adam and Eve decide what the consequences would be, or did God decide what the consequences would be?
Well, obviously God, sir.
Okay, so God made a conscious decision to make natural disasters a consequence of the
No.
fall. Did he have to do that, or was it a choice?
Sir, you're not tracking here. You're not listening
It
to
is.
what I'm
I need you to
saying.
answer the question. Did God have to do that, or was it a choice that he made?
Well, God didn't really bring sin into the world. Mankind did
Did
it by themselves.
God have to create the atmosphere in a way that it created hurricanes, yes or no? Or is it a choice that he made?
I cannot answer that question because that's a result of sin.
The
And sin
answer
what
is
led
yes.
to
It's a
hurricanes.
choice that God made. God made the decision to create natural disasters, according to you, as a consequence of the fall. That's something that God decided to do.
Well, even if he did create natural disasters and hurricanes, the result of that is you can't have good without evil.
Oh, that's
So,
wrong. Is God part evil, or is he all good?
well, he's all good in his nature,
Okay,
but then
so you can have good without evil then, because God's all good. He's not evil.
well, God wouldn't want to be like controlling us, and
Oh, this is
that
not a
would
free will
be
debate. Does God have free will?
well, yeah, God has free will,
Oh,
and he
there you
always
go.
does good.
So God has free will, and he's all good, which means there's nothing incongruent with mankind having free will and being all good. In fact, it's true in Revelation chapter 7 and Revelation chapter 21. It says that every tear will be wiped away, and there will be no more sorrow and no more pain and suffering. That's going to be the heavenly dream. People are going to be in heaven or the renewed earth, and they're going to have no more suffering, no more sorrow, theoretically no more sin, but they're still going to have free will.
There's a difference between divine will and free will with mankind. God has divine will, which that will is different. So
It's
his will
irrelevant.
is completely perfect.
Yeah, we're talking about
So
free will. Okay, so in heaven, it literally says, death will be no more, mourning and crying and pain will be no more, and the first things, because the first things have passed away. Okay, is God taking away everybody's free will when they get to heaven?
no, you still have free will in heaven. So
Okay, so then it is possible to have free will and to not have sin.
well, yeah, sure. But the thing is, you have to look at it like this. God,
Have you
God
thought
has
through these talking points before?
well, yeah, sure, of course. Like I know that when you can have free will in heaven, you can have the option to sin. But the problem is that you're looking at God, you're putting God in a vacuum, and God isn't meant to be put in a vacuum. You have to see that mankind has sinned against God, and evil lives in the world, and that evil which lived in mankind
Buddy, we're
is
talking about natural disasters right now. I don't know where you're going. I want to know why there are natural disasters.
because of sin.
Right.
Sin came into the world.
Yes, and then God did what?
Well,
What did God do? Did God change nature in a way that it would create natural disasters? Is that something he did?
no, sure. So what happened was
Oh, who changed nature
when
then?
who changed nature?
Yep.
Satan, sir. So
Satan? Satan changed
Satan.
nature? Why? Why did God give Satan the ability to change nature knowing what he would do with it?
well, because sir, Satan has he has power over the earth.
Why?
In certain forms? Well, because God gives him power over the earth.
Why?
He's allowed to tempt us.
Why?
Well, it's a test,
Why
sir.
does God give him that power?
Because it's a test, sir, to see if you are, God willing, if you were able to go through this life and follow the Lord.
Why do we need tested when God is all-knowing? God knows what we would do without a test.
Well, of course, but when you look at
there you go.
But when you
does the devil need to exist for us to be tested? Are we not tested by our own desires? Because according to Paul and James both, we are led astray by the sin that is buried within our own flesh. So why do we need the devil to test us?
Well, sure, I can't answer that. You have to ask God.
I know you can't answer it. Yes, because it debunks your position. I know. You don't need the devil to test anybody. The devil is an unnecessary entity.
Well, the devil is.
So you've got so many problems. So you're trying to fix the natural disaster argument by saying that Satan did it. But that's irrelevant because God created Satan knowing what Satan would do. So God is still responsible for everything. Satan's an unnecessary creation. Let me ask you a question.
You gotta listen real quick. You have to listen to me.
If Satan did not exist, would people still have the capacity to sin?
Well,
the answer is yes. Yes, we would still have the capacity to sin.
Well, yeah, it depends, but you can't really question God and
depends
what he
on
created.
What? I don't know why you keep pivoting. I'm asking you a very specific yes or no question. Would we have the capacity to sin if Satan did not exist?
I can't answer that, sir, because
the answer is yes. According to Paul and James, the answer is yes.
Okay, where does Paul say this?
Paul says it in the book of Romans, I believe, chapter 6, where he says that sin is in the flesh. Want me to pull it up? In fact, in chapter 7, he goes on to say, because of his sinful flesh, he can't even do the things that he wants to do. He says, I do the things that I don't want to do, and the things that I want to do, I can't do. In fact, let me pull it up. This is Romans chapter 7. In the same way, my brothers and sisters, you have died to the law through the body of Christ, so that you may belong to another, to him who was raised from the dead, in order that we may bear fruit for God. For while we were living in the flesh, our sinful passions aroused by the law were at work in our members to bear fruit for death. Is Satan doing this, or is the sin in our flesh?
Well, sir, we do have sin in our flesh, but then Satan uses that and he tempts us to further indulge in sin.
So can we sin without Satan?
Well, in a way, yes, but
the answer is yes. Okay, so why is Satan necessary?
Sure, you have to look at it like this. God didn't create Satan. Satan created himself.
What? Satan brought himself into existence?
No,
this has to be a child.
This can't be real. This guy can't be serious.
Lucifer.
Lucifer is not the name of Satan. Just call him Satan. Okay, so Satan was created by God.
No, he wasn't. Lucifer fell from.
So Satan brought himself into existence. Did Satan bring himself into existence? So he was at one point he never existed, and then he brought himself into existence.
Well, sure, Lucifer had free will, and when he rebelled against
God,
stop saying Lucifer.
Satan.
His name is not Lucifer.
Sure.
His name is El Satan. Okay, it's always Satan or a Satan, the Satan. If that's the case, that means Satan is God.
Yeah, I don't think. Okay, I'm just gonna help you out, Jesus saves, because you're not understanding the point that I'm raising. You're suggesting that he became Satan when he fell. That's not true. Satan
is true, and that's in Scripture.
That's not true. Jesus said that Satan was a liar and a murderer from the beginning. That's in the book of John, chapter 6 or 8. So it's irrelevant. I'm talking about the individual called Satan. I'm not talking about when he fell, okay? God created Satan just like he created everything else, correct?
Sir, like I said, these are the same beings.
It is a yes or no question. Who created Satan Before he existed, who decided to bring him into existence?
If you stop muting me and let me speak, then
It's
I'll
a
answer your
yes or
question.
no.
Satan wasn't created, sir. I keep telling you
Okay,
this.
so Satan's eternal.
Satan is Lucifer, sir.
Is
He fell
Satan
from
eternal?
grace, and Satan is Lucifer.
Is he eternal? I don't care what you think his name is.
In a sense,
It's a
Satan
simple
is
question.
eternal because,
Okay, so he was never created.
well, he was already with God from the very beginning, if you think about
So
it. Because,
he's co-eternal with the Father, just like Jesus?
well, Satan was in the mind of God, so that would
A thought is
mean
not
that, in a
existence.
sense, well, then no, Satan isn't eternal, sir.
Okay, so he must have been created then, correct?
Which was Lucifer, not Satan.
I don't care what you think his name is. I'm asking you whether you think he was created or eternal.
Sir, you can't just put this in a vacuum and say what you want to say.
These are logical questions. We cannot get to the bottom of your claims until we answer them. I need to know if Satan is eternal or if he came into existence at a point in time.
Satan came to exist when he rebelled against God.
No, wrong. He couldn't come into existence when he rebelled. That means he wouldn't have existed beforehand. I'm not
Sure.
talking about whether or not you
There's a
think he
phenom-
became evil at some point in time. I'm asking whether or not his actual existence in the world of reality had a beginning. I cannot believe I have to do this. I'm going to ask you a yes or no question, and I need a yes or a no. Is Satan eternal? Yes or no?
Well, sir, you keep on muting me and I'm trying to speak.
Okay,
But no-
I'm going to get an adult in here.
What a waste of time.
All right, we got some people in the queue. I'm going to keep moving through them. Hopefully we can get somebody who can handle some rational conversation. Oh, they dropped out. That happened a little fast. All right, we'll get the next one.
Oh,
Welcome in, Nameless.
what?
You're on the stage, my man. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Oh, actually, I just want to point the fact that God didn't create Satan.
Oh my God. Who created Satan?
Oh, fuck.
I swear.
He created himself.
The bar is so low tonight. How did he bring himself into existence?
So Satan is basically the name.
That's not answering my question. What mechanism did he use to bring himself into existence?
Who, Lucifer?
Satan. What mechanism did he use to bring himself into existence?
He betrayed God.
I swear. Get out of here. All right.
Yeah, waste of time.
I want to talk to a real adult. Please give me one adult in the box.
Stop calling Satan Lucifer. By Zeus.
Kayla, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Kayla says, hey, Justin. Oh, sorry. I couldn't read the whole thing, but a notification popped away. Thank you so much, Kayla, though. I appreciate your donation, Kayla. We love you and we appreciate you. Big W for Kayla. Kayla donates every time I'm live. She's amazing. Lillian, welcome in.
Oh, hi. Thank you for having me.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
What's your best argument for God?
Well, I'm on one of your lives recently,
Whoa,
with
that's
your
not
moderator.
an answer to my question.
Oh, sorry.
What's your best argument or evidence for God?
I plan to go about it a different way, so
All right, go for it.
it's kind of hard.
You're polite.
Okay.
I'll let you do it.
Okay, so when recently your moderator, Angie, was talking to another Egyptian, and they were talking about like Osiris and Amun and Hathor. And when I heard Angie talking about it, I actually have some background in studying that Egyptian pantheon.
We're talking about Christianity.
Oh, okay. I was, I'm sorry. I thought I was better prepared. Maybe next time.
All right. Thanks for being here, Lillian. Cheers.
All right. Goodbye.
So, I don't know what's happening tonight. This is wild. Absolutely wild. I just want one debate with an actual adult. Welcome in, Jeff.
Hello, sir. I would like to address this so-called creation of Satan. Actually, God created Satan. If you read your Bible, I'm an atheist, bro. So this is the verse. God is the father of all creation. John 1:3 and Colossians 1:15-17. The only entity who was not created is God Himself, who is inhabits eternity in the Alpha and the Omega. Isaiah 57:15, Revelation 1-8. That's the first. And also Ezekiel 28:13. God hands sprung forth every other thing that has dust and will exist. This include Lucifer, whom in the Bible tell us how was created. If you're a Christian, read your Bible carefully and please understand it and comprehend it well.
They've never read it. Thank
if
you,
you can
Jeff.
comprehend it well, leave it alone, bro. You're
I
making
agree.
yourself more stupid.
Thank you so much,
In
Jeff.
the words of Joel, dump the Bible.
All right, we appreciate it. Let's get some W's for Jeff in here. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. And if that previous guest before Jeff is still in here, my DMs are always open if you want to talk about Cometicism or Hellenism. But this isn't the platform for it.
Yeah, I would also suggest Hebrews 11, which we didn't get to. By faith, we understand that the universe was created by the word of God, so that what was seen was not made out of things that are visible. And if Satan is a thing in the universe, then he must have been created by the word of God. Oh, well, thank you for being here. Are you a Christian, and are you at least 18?
Hi, yes, I'm 18 and I'm a Christian.
Fantastic. What would be...
I'm above 18, so I'm not 18.
I'm sorry, you're not 18?
I'm above it.
Oh, but that's fine. You just have to be at least 18. Okay. So what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
For me, looking at you are the evidence.
Oh boy.
Like you truly are. The fact that there is a lot of evidence of
Thank you, Goblin.
Studies of God existing, studies
Goblin.
of everyone else testifying of it, but you have a mind that denies it. It's just amazing to me.
Great, yeah. So how do you know that the world wasn't created by Zeus?
The only truth, honestly, that I can have of that is the Bible that I read as a Christian.
Great. Okay, so the evidence of your God is the Bible. What about the Bible proves your God to be real?
When it explains the way that He created it, it makes sense to me.
Okay, so it's real because you like it.
Yes.
Great. Okay, so then the lightning is evidence that Zeus is real. I like that story better. And so by the same level of reasoning, Zeus must be real. Do you accept it?
Yeah, he is.
If you accept it, yes, you should accept it.
Oh, shit.
I
Praise
do
Zeus.
not have...
Okay, so you're Hellenic now.
Am I what?
You're Hellenic now.
Welcome, sister.
What do you mean by that? Teach me this new word.
You believe in the Hellenic deities. You believe in the Greek pantheon.
No, the thing is, I believe in something because it's real to me. So
Yes.
I cannot refuse you.
And Zeus is real to many others. So I'm asking you, about what's real in reality, not what you believe.
Again, I cannot deny you believing in Zeus because I also believe in God because of how I believe. So me saying
Okay.
you can't believe in Zeus would be hypocritical of me.
Does the Bible say that there's only one God?
Yes.
Okay, so then you can't believe in Zeus and the biblical God at the same time, can you?
No, you can't.
Okay, fantastic. So which one is real?
My God is real.
How do you know
for
that?
me?
No, I don't care what you think is real. I want to know what the evidence for him being real in reality is.
Are you asking that question because you don't believe the evidence or because you just want to
There is
hear
no
my
evidence. I'm
understanding of
asking
the
for the
evidence?
actual evidence.
Can I ask you then?
So you don't have evidence.
No, I know I have evidence. You know
Great.
there is evidence.
I'd love
Can
to
I
hear
just
it. What's the evidence?
as I said in the beginning, you existing is an evidence for me.
Okay, so you don't have evidence then.
I have, it's just not good enough for you, sir.
So that's not evidence. That's just an irrational claim that because I exist, it must mean that your God exists. But if that's all it takes is claiming something, then cool. We all exist by the creation from magic farting ponies, and because I believe in magic farting ponies, and because I believe you exist, then by the same logic, magic farting ponies must exist, and they must have created you. Did magic farting ponies create you?
Now, the thing is, physics and biology all believe that everything has a source and everything has a beginning.
No, it doesn't.
Okay? Which part of it doesn't?
Everything that you just said is false. There is no science that says there was once absolutely nothing and that there is now something. The closest you're going to get is maybe a couple like quasi-physicists, and even like the real physicists that toyed with that at one point, like Stephen Hawking, went out to publicly clarify that he didn't mean there was ever absolutely nothing that gave birth to something. Same thing with Lawrence Krauss. Lawrence Krauss wrote a book called Something from Nothing and has a whole chapter dedicated to the idea that nothing isn't really nothing. There is still something. So I don't know any cosmologist that teaches that there absolutely was nothing before the Big Bang. There was most certainly something, and the most common theory right now is inflation theory.
But then isn't it that if there is something, can we just come to an agreement that the something might be God?
Why? Why would we have to make that conclusion when there's no evidence of it? What we have evidence of is the cosmos. What we have evidence of is the tangible world around us. We don't have any evidence of a deity.
But to us believers, the Bible is the evidence of it.
Great. So what about the Bible proves your God to be real? Because the Quran is proof that the Muslim faith is real. And the Book of Mormon is proof that Joseph Smith was the last great prophet and that he received the plates from the angel Moroni. Do you believe that happened?
But then what do you mean? What about
no,
the
you don't
Bible
believe that.
proves that?
Is the Book of Mormon evidence that Joseph Smith received magic golden tablets from the angel Moroni?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is. Okay, so you're Mormon now.
No.
All right. I'm going to get a serious guest in here, okay? Thanks for being here, Owell. Okay. She doesn't understand any of the arguments that she's making. We're going to try again.
Doesn't a shout out to her for just being like, you know what, I can't be, hypocritical. That's the first I've ever heard a Christian say that. Well done.
I agree. At least she was cool with other people having deities. Usually they want to say like, no, your deities are fake and they're demons or something. Welcome in, Swagger Balls.
Hello. How are you doing?
Are you at least 18? Because you sound 12.
Oh, that's pretty rude.
It's a yes or no question. Are you at least 18?
That's a no.
It's a big
Drop.
no. All right, Swagger Balls. Come back when your testes descended. Cameron, thank you for the $1 over Venmo. Cameron says it's Children's Night, and it must be Children's Night. Even the ones that are over 18 appear to be children tonight. We're going to get a normal guest eventually, I think.
Fingers crossed.
I know. Welcome in, Juice. Juice?
Oh, Fitas Lolitas, I can fix it.
Okay. Juice, did you mean to be here, or are you up here by accident?
My mic was broken.
All right, come on back when you fix your mic, okay? We're going to keep going, guys. We're going to get David in here, possibly. David 406. Welcome in, David.
Hello, how can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian, yes.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
I would say just, like you said earlier, the cosmos.
How does the cosmos demonstrate that your God is real?
Well, I believe in creation.
Right, but I don't.
Creation.
So what would be the evidence that creation actually happened?
Well, let me ask you this. You do not believe in God, right? Or do you?
Yeah, John, holy smokes. John, thank you for the $50 over Venmo. Big W, John. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, John. Let's get some W's for John in the chat. Holy smokes. Thank you, John. David, what's your question? I heard part of it.
Do you believe in God or not a God?
No gods.
You don't believe in creation?
No. I see no evidence for it.
So, I guess what kind of evidence would you have to see to believe in a God?
I would want to have evidence of the God, specifically of the biblical God. If the Bible was actually just true in every single thing that it said, I would find that to be compelling, because it makes a lot of claims that are like supernatural, that if they did come true, it seems like it almost certainly would have required a God to be real. But they don't come true. In fact, there's dozens and dozens of failed prophecies, and Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. And I'm hardly the first person to notice that. The Jewish people have been talking about it for centuries.
So I guess other than history books that are not accurate, what would make you believe in a God?
I would find...
how do you know what is true and what is not?
I have the same means of testing reality that you have. So we know that things are real when there's like a logical or rational reason to believe that they're real. And usually that is rationed on evidence, but we don't have any evidence for God. What we have are claims from people that lived many, many, many centuries ago, and we're just expected to take their word on it. Where the Bible says that, if you knock, the door will be open for you. He who seeks will find. Yet there are millions and millions of people that are trying to find the biblical God, and he never shows up.
The fact that before there were any writings, what would you say to people that, that aren't really, they don't have anything to go off of?
I don't know what you're talking about. Is God limited by writing? Can God demonstrate himself to be real without somebody writing about it?
I think humans, if there's no writings or any way to communicate through history.
That's not my question. Does God have the capability of demonstrating his existence without anybody writing about it?
I think so. I think it's proven all around.
Fantastic. Okay, so God has the ability of demonstrating his existence to everybody on the planet, yet he chooses not to. That to me is a problem, because you get thrown into hell, according to Revelation 21, for not believing. And if God makes your entire salvation based on believing, then I would expect that it's on him to give you a reason to believe.
So I guess the only difference is I believe from seeing what's around us and that it was created, and you do not.
I asked you and the last guest, what about the creation around us demonstrates that it came from your God?
Well, I guess in my belief, it had to have popped into existence from something or somewhere.
Why do you think it popped into existence?
How could something be created from nothing, I guess?
Fantastic. Finally, we're getting somewhere. I don't think there ever was nothing. Do you think that?
As far as in our reality?
In any reality, do you believe there was ever nothing?
I believe that something has always existed, yeah.
Okay, and so do I. I don't believe there's ever nothing. So in neither one of our worldviews do we believe that nothing gave rise to something. So that's an argument that we don't even have to have.
No, that's fair.
Right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I had something else for you, and I can't remember what it was. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know where to go from here, unless you got something else here that I could. I don't have any. I'm sorry, I'm not sitting in front of a Bible or anything like that, so I can't really argue Scripture.
Sure, I can give you like a couple reasons why I don't think that the biblical God is real.
Sure. Well, you were a Christian once, right? And then you switched over. So
yeah, about 20 years.
Start there, and then go and give me some of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the Bible, which is why I don't believe in the God of the Bible. Also, Kaya and other people in the comments that say I'm ducking you, I've never met any of you people. I don't know why people I've never seen come into my live and claim that I'm avoiding them. I have no clue who you are. You're nobody. I've never seen you. I have no reason to duck anybody. If you were like a known person, if you were like a known person on TikTok, you could make that claim because like, oh, well, everyone knows about Parker. No one knows about you. I'm not ducking you. You're in a queue. There are 13 people ahead of you. I'll get to you the same way I get to everybody else. Anyways, David, I think the problem with the biblical narrative is manifold. First of all, there's no evidence for this God to exist. Second of all, the book itself is full of scientific inaccuracies. For example, it says that Jacob mated a bunch of animals in front of striped poles, and because he mated them in front of striped poles, that they produced striped and speckled offspring. That's not how mating works. It also says in Genesis 1:1 that the rivers existed, Tigris and Euphrates, existed before rainfall existed, and those rivers are specifically fed by mountain rainfall. So that couldn't have happened. It's also true that the Bible can't even figure out when the Exodus was. According to 1 Kings chapter 6, the Exodus was in the middle of the 1400s because it says that the Exodus happened 480 years prior to the start of the building of Solomon's temple, and that was in 970. Now, in the Exodus narrative, in both Genesis and Exodus, it states that Ramses was affiliated at that time period. It says they built the storehouses of Ramses. But Ramses didn't serve over Egypt for another 200 years. So Ramses couldn't have been the pharaoh at the time that the children of God were in Egypt because he was 200 years in the waiting still yet. So there's a lot of problems with the Bible, with history and with science, and then I think
like mostly timelines.
Well, that's part of it. But I think the biggest issue is that the prophecies about the Messiah, Jesus didn't fulfill any of them. And the ones that the New Testament authors applied to him are just random, out of context quotations from the Old Testament. Half the time, they're not even from actual prophets.
Okay. What do you think about the Torah and stuff then?
Oh, I think that's just as bad. Like, for example, Isaiah 17 says that Damascus, the city, is going to be completely destroyed and then never repopulated. And it also says that Egypt is going to be wiped out and the Nile River is going to be split into 7 rivers, and that never happened. There's the claim that the city of Tyre is going to be completely annihilated and then never re-inhabited, and Ezekiel had to actually backtrack on that later. There's a bunch of claims in the Bible about things that are going to happen that just never happen.
Okay, so you think we got here by complete chance, or?
Yeah, actually I do. I think everything in the universe has always existed. Matter, space, time, I think it's always been here. And I think when you have an infinite universe that has been around for an infinite amount of time with an infinite amount of material, eventually something is going to form, and we're the product of that formation. And I think we have good reason to believe that that's true. For example, like we see the building blocks of life already self-assembling in outer space, like amino acids. We find water and amino acids on meteorites. 2 of them recently we've discovered water and amino acids on.
Okay. Is there any actual proof of life coming from nothing?
I didn't say life came from nothing. I don't know why you think that I did.
Well, I mean, what we're getting at is things come by chance.
Yes, but
So
life
that
didn't
is
form from nothing.
basically saying, well, it formed from certain things happening, right?
Yeah. It's a sequence of
So-
events.
Yeah, a sequence of events.
Yeah.
So is there any proof of that actually happening? Ever
Yeah.
in
Have
existence?
you ever looked at abiogenesis?
I have not. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, abiogenesis is a theory that demonstrates how chemical reactions resulted in the initial stages of cell replication, which led to the theory of RNA world, where you've got these now self-replicating cells. In fact, there is even a scientist that has a YouTube channel that recreated the Miller-Urey experiment for abiogenesis, and you can watch somebody do it in real life. You can watch somebody do their experiment in real life. So,
Really? I'll have to check that out.
yeah, it's really
what's
cool.
his channel?
What's that?
What was his channel?
Let me find it for you. See if I can find the video. Oh. Let's see if this is it. It might be this video here by Lab Recon.
Lab Recon, okay.
Without rewatching the whole video, I couldn't tell you. But if you go to YouTube and type in the Urey-Miller experiment, you'll find a number of people that have attempted to reproduce it.
Okay. What are they creating these things out of? Is it? I mean, what's the extent of it? I guess they're just cells, or what are they?
Well, it creates what might better be described as maybe
Are they
protocells.
Are they taking parts and pieces from other things, or?
Well, yeah. So we take what the scientists do is they take the items that we have evidence that existed in the early world, and they place them together in an environment to mimic what was in the early world, and then they see what happens. And what happens is that these molecules start to form chemical reactions with each other, and they start self-replicating.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah,
I've never heard of anything like that.
It's a cool one. And I know some people will say, well, the Urey-Miller experiment was a long time ago and it hasn't been reproduced, but it actually has been reproduced by legitimate, reputable scientists at universities. So you can find papers online of other people's what they found when they replicated the experiment.
Oh, okay. So what do these things become, I guess?
I mean, I don't know all of the exact names. I mean, I'm an electrical engineer. I'm not a biochemist. I just, I mean, I know about the experiments and I know their conclusions, but I'm not a biologist, so.
I got you. Okay. Are you still an engineer?
Yep.
Oh.
Let me give you an argument for why I don't think God is real.
Okay, absolutely. Let's hear it.
Okay, so I don't believe God is real because I think there's a good reason to believe that matter, time, and space have always existed. For example, I'm going to walk you through a couple of logical premises, okay? Premise number one, give me a yes or no. Creation of anything is a change of states.
Yes.
Right. Fantastic. Okay. Premise number 2. Any change of states has a before and an after.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Anything that has a before and an after exists in time.
I would argue that one,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah. How can you exist outside of time and still have a before and an after?
Well, the point of existence is the beginning of time, I would say, right?
Well, that's what I'm asking. How can you have a
If something's
before?
if something is outside of time, and it's irrelevant to the thing that's created within time.
Right, but we're talking about creation. We're not talking about the creator.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
mean, it's coming from one place to a point in existence.
Right.
So there's a beginning, but it doesn't mean that it has to happen before.
There must
building a
be.
house
So that
or
was part of
engineering a
premise.
bridge.
That was premise number 3. Okay, so anything that has a before and an after requires time, but that was already a concession to premise number 2, which says that anything that is a change of states has a before and an after. So do you want to detract
I would say-
premise 2?
I would say, I guess the before would be the initial thought of the idea.
Okay, so what was before, and how can it be before something without time existing? Because if time didn't exist, then it would be at the same time. So the point behind a
time is
change of
Time
states.
is a hard argument because we don't really understand anything outside of time.
Oh, I don't think there's.
It's a passenger TikTok. He's a passenger.
Yeah. I don't think that there is such a thing as outside of time, which is why it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because it's illogical.
Why does time slow down as you're getting further away from Earth?
It doesn't.
So has that been proven wrong? That was an Einstein thing, wasn't it?
Time slows down as you speed up. Cameron, thank you for the $2 over Venmo. Cameron wants me to repeat the premises. For Cameron, I'll do it for you. Premise number 1 is that creation is a change of states, and he conceded to that. Premise number 2 is that a change of states has a before and an after, which of course is obvious because if something changes, there must be a before state and an after state. Premise number 3 is that anything that has a before and an after state must be within time. That's what we're figuring out right now. So I'm trying to figure out how something can have a before and an after, but not be within time.
You still with us, David?
Yeah, sorry, I was reading some of the comments there.
Don't worry about the comments.
Yeah, don't worry about them.
No, the time is a hard argument. You can't really. There's no way to prove it. Time, because in our mind, as a human, time has always existed.
Yep, we have no evidence
So how
that
can
it didn't
anything
exist.
Be outside of time.
We have no
But
evidence
is
that
time a
anything can exist
real
outside of
thing?
time, because existing for 0 seconds means that you don't exist.
So is time only relevant to human beings? I guess that's the real question.
No, time is relative to everything
Why?
because it's a constant of the universe.
But if human beings weren't alive, why would time matter?
Because space-time is a web. It doesn't matter if it means something to anybody. We're asking whether or not time itself is real, and according to the theory of relativity, it is. It is very real.
Would time exist without humans?
Yes. Time is built into our universe. That's why space-time is a web.
I need to educate myself on that a little bit, I guess.
Okay.
But
Knowledge is power, darling.
Time is confusing matter to me, for sure.
Sure. All right. Well, thanks for being here, David. I appreciate you, man.
Hey, thanks. I'll be back.
Cheers.
I'll prepare myself a little better next time, though.
Yeah, come on back. Come on back.
Sounds good.
All right.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
Oh, we needed that. We fucking needed that.
I mean, even if the conversation didn't get very far, at least he was a nice guy. I give him that.
Yeah, definitely. He's welcome back for sure.
Yeah. Erica, I see you in here. Thanks for the crown. I appreciate that, Erica. Good to see you. Guys, thanks for being here. It's been kind of a weird night. It's been a slow night too, but thanks for being here. Body of Believers, welcome in.
Hi, good evening.
Oh shoot! Flanker 420 says a donation for the watermelon and grape fund. I know, Flanker. I've got to get some more watermelon. I'm all out, and the last watermelon I bought wasn't very good. I had to throw it out. They're out of season. But Body of Believers, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian and I'm waiting.
Cool, fantastic. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I've been listening to I've been listening to all the conversation so far for quite some minutes now, and it's very interesting.
Paul, thank you for the $6.66 over PayPal for Truth. W Paul and W Truth.
When Paul.
Right. So, what's your best argument?
Well, I don't have to do much argument because what I just observed was that everybody has according to the Bible, we have been given the right to choose whether the good or the bad.
I'm not hearing an argument at all.
You making your own choice on not to believe in God.
No, you don't choose what you believe.
Choose to believe in God. Yeah, you choose what to believe.
No, you don't.
So I choose to believe in God.
No, you don't. You're convinced. You're convinced of God's existence. You didn't choose to believe in God. People believe things because they're convinced to believe something. Like, I believe I'm talking to you because I can see you with my eyes. I believe that I'm on TikTok because I went through the steps of getting on TikTok. There's absolutely zero evidence.
Let me say.
There's absolutely zero evidence for your God, which is why I don't believe in your God. He waited all this time in the guest box just to say that you choose not to believe in things. Now he doesn't know how to unmute himself.
Should I send him an invite?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, right. Sorry.
So you don't choose what you believe. You're either convinced or you're not.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced to believe in God.
Fantastic. And I'm not convinced. So what would be the evidence that would be convincing?
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm waiting for. What's the evidence?
Okay. Yeah, because the evidence for me to believe in God, I'm convinced to believe in God because my life, definitely, because I have experienced a lot of things in life. I'm 38 years of age. I'm from Nigeria. And I've seen a lot of things in life. Let me give
that means nothing to me.
Some people don't believe in. Some people don't believe
your life experience is not evidence of anything.
Yeah, it don't have to be an experience to you. That's why we have given a church to choose.
Well, it's not an experience to me. It's an experience to you. It means nothing to me because everybody in every religion has experiences. The Hindus have mystical experiences. The Buddhists have experiences.
Let me give an
all kinds of people have all kinds of people have experiences with their particular deity. So if your experience proves that your God is true, then their experiences proves that their gods are true. Do you understand the flaw in your argument? And Mr. E, laminin is not proof that God is real. It's in the shape of spaghetti, you nitwit. The cross image that you're thinking laminin looks like is an engineering drawing. It has nothing to do with what it looks like in real life. Some dude decided to draw it that way on paper so you can better understand the molecular structure.
Hello, can I do some talk here, please? I think you're obstructing what I'm trying to say.
Well, the problem is you keep trying to talk while I'm talking, and I can't actually finish my sentence. I would love to hear your response to what I'm saying, but you can't respond to what I'm saying if you don't hear what I'm saying. So how does your experience demonstrate that your God is real, but other people's experiences don't demonstrate that their God is real?
Now, do you want
I'm
to
a
talk?
prime example of that.
Yeah, that's how questions work, body of believers. When I ask you a question and then I stop talking, I'm expecting for you to start talking.
Okay. Now, I will give you 2 illustrations. We all grew up in secondaries from primary school, and we all choose to believe if the principal or your class teacher come to the class and tell you this.
We already covered
choose
this.
to
You
still
don't
believe it.
choose
1
what you
plus 1 is
believe.
equal
Why
to
are you
2.
going back to this well?
Because I'm going back to what you said. I'm trying to bring it from this crash to what you're saying.
You do
Just
not
have to give me
choose
enough. You talk about
to
time.
believe in God. You're either convinced or you're not. And I'm not
You are
convinced.
confused to believe in 1 plus 1 is equal to 2.
Okay. I got to get a real adult in here. We're not doing this. Yeah, Whiskey Punch. It was time for the next guest. I agree. Haha, Joku Ung Yo. How you doing?
Good. You can call me Marco.
Marco, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
I'm actually agnostic, but I do believe in Christ. So yeah, I guess so.
You're a Gnostic Christian.
Yes.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Great. And what would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, that's a tricky question, but the way I would say it is, I mean, from what the scripture says, the faith in Him is like the evidence of things unseen.
Oh, great.
So like,
does faith in Zeus mean that Zeus is real?
Technically no, but
so faith in God makes God real, but faith in Zeus doesn't make Zeus real. Cool, gotcha.
No. I said, let me finish. I said technically no, but to the believer, yes, he's as real as, the air we breathe. To the believer.
I don't care what's real in your head. I want to know what's real in reality.
That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Because reality, a lot of things that we're told aren't as they seem. Like as we learn, as we continue to grow as humans, things continuously change. Like scientific theories, they continuously change. There's proof that we get from science that goes along with the scripture all the time.
Yeah. How does this defend your position? I'm trying to figure this out.
Basically, what I'm saying is science.
What I'm hearing is an equivocation that you can't prove your God to be real.
How could I not prove him to be real?
I'm just asking you, what is the evidence that your God is real?
Things he's done to me, things he's done for others. The
okay,
air I breathe, the life inside of me.
What has he done that is testable and measurable?
Through science, like through scientific theory, is that what you're saying? Is basically
just observation. What can we know about him through the powers of observation? That's all science is just observation and testing.
Does mysticism have anything like? Is that a good base for you or no?
No, mysticism's bullshit. I'm an atheist. There are mysticists in every country and every religion. So, I mean, you would still need to demonstrate that your God is the God using rational evidence.
The best way I could say, bro, I know it might sound crazy, but like you're saying, if you seek him, then certain things will come to you.
Thanks, Anna.
To help you.
That's not true because billions of people have been seeking this God and found absolutely nothing. In fact, a very good friend of mine lamented a number of years ago when he was going through, we'll say, an existential crisis, that he had been seeking God for literally over a decade earnestly and is frustrated that he has absolutely nothing to show for it. And this was in one of the deepest, darkest periods of his life. He was borderline suicidal over the matter. So tell me how one of my good friends is just somehow not worthy enough to have God reveal himself?
That's actually a good one, because I've dealt with something very similar, and in my experience, when I felt hopeless, is I just kept praying, I just kept pleading for something, pleading for someone to intervene.
Well, it doesn't work.
Well, it didn't work for him, I guess.
Good. So I think that's evidence that the God's not real, because if God loves you and wants to have a relationship with you, and he wants you to be in heaven, because it says that he wishes that none would perish, then the onus is on him to reveal himself. You can't require people to believe in you, curse them to hell for not believing in you, and then give them no evidence for believing.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
I get what you're saying. I do believe that there is evidence.
Great. What is it?
But I feel like that evidence is within each person. And it's how we interpret the world. And that
So
we're
personal
living in.
experience then.
Personal experience, yes.
Right, and goes back to what I said before. Personal experience means nothing, because everybody in every religion has personal experiences. If your personal experience means that your God is real, then the personal experience of my friend that I used to work with, who's a Hindu, with his Hindu deities, means that the Hindu gods are real. Personal experience is not evidence.
Yeah, but I don't think the Hindu gods are any less real than my God.
Right. So then you're not a Christian. You're a polytheist.
I'm a Gnostic. I do believe.
Do you believe that Zeus exists?
Say that one more time.
Do you believe that Zeus exists?
I believe there was some type of indication that there was a Zeus, if that makes sense. Like,
do you believe that Lord Marduk exists? Do you believe that Vishnu and Brahma exists?
I believe some point in the past there was something or something that made them believe that. I don't think they gods? Just came out of. To them, they were gods.
No, I'm asking in reality. Stop saying to them. I'm talking about reality. I don't care what's happening in people's heads. In reality, do the other gods exist?
I would say yes.
Fantastic. So you're polytheist. Just say it. Say, I'm a polytheist.
But that doesn't make me a polytheist, because
yes, multiple gods is the definition of polytheism. Poly and theo means polytheism. It's the multiplication of gods.
All right, but can I explain something too?
I don't know why this is so hard. Oh yeah, GH, thank you for the super chat. GH says that poop is evidence. Yes, I agree. I think poop is as much evidence for God as this argument.
First off, from a Gnostic position, there is other gods, but from where I'm coming from, I believe there's one supreme.
Then why would you not just say you're a polytheist?
Because I believe there's one supreme being.
That's not my question.
Like the overlord.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you're polytheistic, do you believe in multiple gods? And you're running away from it. Just say you are. Dr. Joe, thank you for the crowns. Dr. Joe, good to see you. Guys, make sure you're dropping Dr. Joe a follow. In fact, if I have any more of these guests tonight, I might have to give her a call for my own therapy. Okay, so are you a polytheist, yes or no?
No, because I don't believe in them.
I didn't ask you if you put your faith in them. I'm asking you if you believe they exist.
All right, yeah, I guess so, yes.
So you are a polytheist.
Okay, yeah.
Great. Okay, do you also believe the Bible?
I believe yes, majority of the Bible.
Fantastic. Do you believe that Paul wrote Scripture?
Yes.
Great. Do you believe that what Paul wrote is true?
Yeah.
Okay, when Paul says in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 that there's only one God, is that true?
Yes. I mean, there's one supreme God.
Get out of here.
From a Gnostic teaching or from a Masonic teaching.
All right, go talk to somebody else. This is a place for adults. I'm not asking who the supreme God is. I'm asking, are there multiple gods? And I've asked you 10 times. I don't know what's up with these guests tonight. These guests are insane. Maybe it's me. Maybe I got to get some goose frabas. Goose Fraba.
Do you want me to read the Iliad and the Odyssey to you?
I'm gonna need something tonight. Kevin, welcome in.
Hello.
Kevin, you got a bad connection. Can you get the Wi-Fi?
Can you?
Kevin, go find some Wi-Fi. Nobody can hear what you're saying, my man.
Yeah, it seems my connection is too bad. Maybe.
While we look for a guest, let's go ahead, keep double tapping the screen, guys. Share it out. Keep supporting the host. Be sure to subscribe. It's only $2.99 a month. You don't have to, but it is appreciated. Host has a goal of 20 crowns. So far, he has 7. So please be sure to help out. Keep pushing the live stream within the FYP. Also, be sure to check the links in our bios, not only for the Discord, but for our Cash Apps, our Venmos, our Amazon wish lists, and any other information that you guys want and or need. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, 46. Thank you, Prism. Thank you, Yukachu. I appreciate the crowns. We got a new guest in here, Half-Wit Scottman. How you doing?
Hi, host. How you doing, mate?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm hunky-dory, mate. Obviously, I'm from Scotland. Half-wit Scotsman. Do I call you host or deconstruction? Or
you can call me Justin.
Justin, it's nice to meet you. My name's John.
Yeah, good to meet you, John.
I came across your live in the conversation and debate that you're having with people. And obviously, you know, I was a Christian. I'm now an atheist.
Welcome to the club.
Thank you very much, brother. Fist bump. I basically just started thinking for myself and realizing that logical truth, instead of fabrication and hopes and beliefs that our loved ones are going to be on the other side waiting for us.
Right.
Don't tell me that, right? Because I guarantee you, when my mother passed, right? If she's up in heaven right now and my father's there, she is really angry right now. She's like, wait a minute. I spent my life waiting. Now I've got to spend eternity with you. But my sort of defense on faith and religion, whoever supports whatever deity, whether it be Zeus or the tramp living down the street on the park bench, right? It's your belief, man, right? That's what they call faith. It's a belief.
Right.
This is a problem because there's a lot of lives like this.
We agree with you, Half-Wits. I love you. I appreciate you for being here. We're glad you're on the right side of reality, but we do have to try to get a Christian in here so we can get debates rolling, okay?
Of course. I totally understand, brother. Anyway, keep doing what you're doing, mate.
Thank you so much. Look at some W's for Half-Wit, guys. We might be related. I'm actually part Scottish. Obviously, my ancestors came over, and I no longer have an accent. But you know, what are you gonna do?
It'll come back eventually.
All right.
you have to do is just go to the land.
I think we're going to try to get Lulu in here, and then I think our next guest is Donald. I think Donald was trying to get in on our last live, and I don't know if we got to him. Lulu, welcome in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I kind of have to be quiet because it's like almost 3 a.m. here.
Oh boy.
But,
are you at least 18?
Oh yes, I'm over 18.
Fantastic. All right, so what's your best evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real?
So earlier, you said something about people being convinced to believe this or not convinced. Who is doing the convincing?
Is there there we go. Is there a ring on my hand right now?
Yeah.
Right. Did you choose to believe that, or were you convinced by looking at it?
I was convinced by looking at it.
Right, of course. Yeah, so you don't choose your beliefs. Your body and your brain is taking in the evidence all around you and making an assessment. You're not choosing it.
Okay, but what you mean convinced? Okay, I'll give you an example of this. I grew up very atheist. I did not grow up in a religious household, not whatsoever. If anything, going to a Catholic school made me dislike it so much.
Yeah, don't blame me there.
And then it changed. But I was just Sorry, I'm a bit nervous because I didn't know I was actually going to join. So please, I do have an argument. I just bear with me. I'm sorry. So I heard the convince bit, and I was waiting a while because I was like kind of building it up. But I didn't write it down, so I forgot. So you said, okay. So let's start from the beginning. How did Earth come into existence?
Well, I think the Earth were probably formed through accretion disks theory, just like the other planets, or many of the other planets. Not all planets came through the accretion disk. That's the leading model. We know that the accretion disks theory can form planets, and there's a good reason to believe that our planet was formed in that manner.
And I mean, I mean before that. I mean before there was nothing. That when there was absolutely nothing. So scientists said there was a bang that caused something, yes. But something cannot be made of nothing. Now, let's go from the scientific route of the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, so is it your understanding that there was nothing before the Big Bang?
Oh, there was nothing.
I disagree with that. I think there was always something.
And what do you think there was?
I think there was matter, space, and time, just like there was after the Big Bang. So... are you familiar with cosmic inflation?
Kind of, not so much.
Okay, so there's a couple theories about what was before the Big Bang. There's cosmic inflation, and then there is quantum foam, and both of those describe methods in which there are physical properties of the universe that have always existed in different states of matter. And so they're a little bit different, quantum foam and inflation theory. But the basis of it is that the matter and the space and the time that is in our universe now always existed, even if it was in a different shape, size, and form in the past. And so, like, the best evidence of this, or the best, we'll say, the most well-accepted cosmological model is Big Bang and Big Crunch theory that says the universe has always been in a state of expansion or contraction. So it expands until it gets to a point, and then it actually starts to come back in on itself until it gets really small, hot, and dense, and then it causes another, what we would say, Big Bang, and it expands again. And that's the theory that I stick to.
So you said it has always been there, whether it has been smaller or bigger. Where did that come from? Everything has a beginning and everything has an end.
Oh, I disagree. I don't think everything has a beginning or an end. I think matter, space, and time are necessarily eternal. And I think it's actually illogical to claim that time can even be created. Would you like to walk through the logic there?
Yeah.
Great. I'm going to ask you a couple yes or no premises.
Okay.
Premise number 1, creation is a change of states.
Oh. Can you rephrase that, please? I'm a bit stupid.
No, you're not stupid. This is your first time hearing this argument. Any act of creation requires a change of states. There's a state of A, and then there's a state of B, right?
Yeah.
Right, okay. So any change of states then has a before and an after. There's a before state and an after state.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, any change of states has a before and an after.
Is this another yes or no question?
Mm-hmm.
Every change in state has a before and after. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, I don't know.
Yes, because technically any change of any kind has a before and an after. Okay, so
I know. I'm sorry to cut you off there. Okay, so sorry. Going back a bit to how.
Thank you, Alex.
You believe the Earth was created through. Sorry, I don't remember what you said.
Well, these are really simple premises. Let's just finish them, and then we'll go back to the Earth.
Okay. Then we'll go back to the Earth.
Right. Okay. So premise number 1 is that creation is a change of states. Premise number 2 is that any change of states has a before and an after. Premise number 3 is that anything that has a before and an after requires time.
Anything that has a before and after requires time. What do you mean by that? Sorry, requires time.
Anything that has a before and an after implies that time must already exist, because you can't have a before and you can't have an after unless there's time.
But time does exist.
That's what I'm saying. Anything that has a change of states has a before and an after. And if there's a before and an after, time must exist for before and after to exist. Right?
Where did time come from?
We're trying to get there. Premise number 3, anything that has a before and an after requires time, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. Yeah, you cannot have a before and an after unless time exists. Great. Okay, so premise number 4 then is that any act of creation requires time to already exist, yes or no?
Any act of creation requires time to exist.
Yeah, because you can't have a before and an after without time, and you can't have creation without a before and an after.
I think a different sense of time.
Like what?
Because if you think about it like this, for example, time and space does not work the same time on Earth.
How is it different?
Nor does time on other planets, because time... Let's go...
It does work the same.
Let's go by the clock we live by on Earth, by the time the sun rises.
Nope. We're not doing that. I'm talking about whether or not time exists, not about whether or not everybody tracks it the same.
But time does exist, but it exists.
Yes, I agree it exists. I'm asking you, in the logical premises that we laid out, is it true that any act of creation requires time to exist before creation?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, because you can't have a before and an after if you don't have time. Okay, so then the conclusion to all 4 of the premises then is that time cannot be created, because in order for time to be created, you have to already have time. Time must be eternal.
Just like God is eternal, right?
That's the premise. My premise is that time is eternal in the same way that you think your God is eternal.
Okay, so how did a planet...
Wait, are you conceding that time is eternal?
Yes.
Fantastic, great. So then the only other conclusion is that God didn't create time, which means he also didn't create space, because space-time is a web, it's a continuum, and they're dependent upon each other. So space and time are eternal.
You
can't have time without space.
You're throwing a lot of facts in here, and I'm not understanding most of it. And I'm sorry for that.
It's okay.
I'm sure if I was a bit smart, I'd understand. But, okay, so in space, or whatever, when Earth was formed as a rock, so be it, how did a rock create life out of nothing? Like, I don't mean like human life or animal life. I mean
What do you think
the
life
sea.
is?
I mean plants.
I know. I know. Lou, I know what life is. What do you think life is?
What do I think life is? That is a very broad question. Life can be many things. Life...
Like when we
There's
say
the
that
life
something
of
is alive,
animals.
what does it mean?
That is life. I'm sorry.
It's 3 a.m, Lou. It's okay. The brain is not operating on full capacity at 3 a.m. Mine sure doesn't.
No, it's probably not. No, but
It's okay, Lulu. Knowledge is power. You're just learning. It's all right. Don't worry.
But like, okay, no, because I had so many points, but then I kind of got and I got so nervous. That is okay. So you said evidence. You want evidence, but when humanity was given evidence, they decided to kill it.
When did that happen?
with the birth of Jesus Christ.
How is Jesus evidence? Jesus is just another human being that claimed to be the Messiah that failed.
But he wasn't just another human being that claimed to be the Messiah that failed.
Cool. Then demonstrate that he was the Messiah. I would love to see it.
Okay, so he had so many people follow him.
So did Joseph
He was
Smith.
not. Okay, but what we're going to get onto is all his disciples were murdered, right? They were killed.
The Bible only records 2 of his disciples being executed. You've got the execution of Judas and also of one of the Jameses. Or was it a John? I thought it was one of the Jameses. Yeah. The only other disciple executions you have come from 4th and 5th century legendary texts, like the Acts of Philip.
Well, let's just go on. So, okay, let's take that part out. Okay, his disciples were persecuted, whether even if they weren't murdered.
Sure, I'll go with that.
They were hated on.
That's true.
They lived a life on the move. They did not have stable places to stay.
I agree.
They did not have stable food.
I agree.
They did have. Now, who would give up their life for that? Who would give up their life to constantly be on the move, to constantly be starving, to constantly be worrying whether they're going to be killed by Romans or whether they're going to die from... Who would do that?
People who are deceived by a religious leader, which happens every day. Do you know who David Koresh is?
No.
People moved all over the world to participate in David Koresh's religion in the 80s and 90s. He was an apocalyptic cult leader that claimed to be the reincarnated Jesus Christ. And then he taught his disciples that there was going to be like an end time showdown and that they were the chosen disciples of the resurrected Jesus, and that they needed to give their lives. And they did. In 1992, I believe, there was a siege at a Waco compound in which they were holding out, and 80 of them died in the siege. They were completely willing to give their lives for this cult leader, the same way 916 people gave their lives for Jim Jones in Guyana.
Jesus he did not preach anything bad. He did not teach bad. If anything, he went... Okay, when it was spoke about the Messiah coming to earth, people believed that means, okay, they would take out the Romans, that they will be free, which he didn't do that.
Why did they have that
didn't do
expectation?
Because I like to think that, yes, there are parts of the Bible that are, but then there are also parts that are...
Right, but why did they have that expectation?
Because it's the way it's perceived. It's the way a message is perceived. Everyone perceives messages in a different way.
Why did they have the expectation that the Messiah was going to rescue them? Sorry, I got a sneeze coming. Excuse me. The answer is because the Old Testament says so. The Old Testament prophet said that was the thing that was going to happen.
It said that the Messiah would be their savior.
Said they would be rescued and they would be restored to the land that God promised to their forefathers.
And that is heaven.
No.
They perceived it as on earth.
Wrong. It's Israel, the nation of Israel. I'm going to read you a passage real quick.
I'm just going to go back to how I did say to you that it was still written.
Let me read you what the prophet Ezekiel says about the Messiah. Says, thus saith the Lord God, I will take the people of Israel from the nations which they have gone into, they should say gone into, and will gather them from every quarter and bring them to their own land. I will make them one nation in the land on the mountains of Israel. One king will be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations. Never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never again defile themselves with their idols and detestable things, or with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all of the apostasies in which they have fallen and cleanse them, and they will be my people, and I will be their God. And here's the Messiah. My servant David will be king over them. And they shall have one shepherd. They will follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes, and and they shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. So it's very clear that it's talking about the ingathering of the exiles being brought back into the nation of Israel.
I think, well, I'll go back to what I said, that there are parts of the Bible that, of course, there are parts that everyone, like, not everyone, but like, you agree with and you know, but then that there are just other parts that do not quite make sense, if you get what I mean.
No, it makes sense to me.
No, but what I mean is, it's okay, so they believed he would come, and the Romans, yes, instead he came and preached of the land of his father in heaven.
Because the prophet said that was going to happen. The prophet said he was going to come and rescue them.
But he did. He came, and that was his rescue. That was the rescue.
That's not a rescue.
How is that not a rescue?
Because we literally just read it. Ezekiel says he's going to bring them into the land that was promised to their forefathers, which was the land of Israel. It's a geographical location. I don't know. It says, I will take the people of Israel from the nations which they have gone, and I will gather them from every quarter and bring them to their own land. That's a geographical reference. I will make them one nation in the land and on the mountains of Israel. That's a geographical location. These are all geography locations.
Go ahead and set a new goal.
I think a message is, like I said, everyone perceives things differently. When you are told something, it is perceived differently. Even Jesus' disciples didn't understand what he was telling them.
But I'm asking about the meaning of this prophecy. That's what I'm. How does this prophecy not mean that they're going to live in the actual land?
I think it's okay. It was humans who wrote the Bible, yeah, and they wrote it on the way they perceived it, on their perception, on what they were told.
Yes, and they were told that they would be rescued from the nations in which they were scattered. They would be brought back to the land that was promised to them before, and that there would be a king on the throne, and that there would be endless world peace.
But that peace is not on earth.
It is. Yep.
It's not on earth.
It is. Isaiah chapter 11 says so. Want to read Isaiah chapter 11?
No, because it goes back to my point of perception.
Because you don't want to hear what it says.
No, it goes back to my point of perception. If I were to say something to you in a metaphorical sense, you will take it in the way. You will take it. There's a lot of metaphors in the Bible.
This is not one of them.
You will take it in the way that you perceive it.
A prophecy can contain metaphorical statements, but saying that I'm going to rescue them from the nations in which they were scattered and bring them back to the land, a specific land, that's not a metaphor. It's just what it is.
Oh. Okay. Right. So he said from the scattered, right? Now the way I perceive that is all of humanity does not live in the same place, do they? They are scattered. And now, of course, if the person who wrote it was from Israel, will write that Israel is the promised land. Because it's the way they perceive it, you know? It's about perception.
Micah says, in the days to come, the mountain of the Lord's temple shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall be raised above the hills, and people will stream to it. Many nations will come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, and we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion will go forth instruction, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He will judge between many peoples, and arbitrate between strong nations far away. They will beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks, and nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. That's the messianic expectation. They're going to be restored to their land. They're going to live on the holy mountain where the temple of the God is going to be restored, and there will be world peace.
Okay. When Jesus came, he came for a reason. The way people were doing it was wrong. He questioned everything in the Old Testament because these people were following it. They were following the scripture, and by the way they were following it, they were doing it wrong.
What were they doing wrong?
That's why it's why the Pharisees.
No, what were they doing wrong?
Did not like Jesus. The way they would. Okay, what were they doing wrong? Oh, they were doing many wrong. They were putting oath, for example, on, I think it's Shabbat, where during a certain time you weren't allowed to eat, and they were starving people.
What?
And he was like, you should feed your people.
Where's that in the Bible?
This way. Let me finish my point. It's a holiday. It's a holiday. Back in that time, it was a time period. I don't know how long it lasted.
We're going to need you to quote the actual source so we can read it.
I cannot quote. Can I just ask you one thing? You have done so much research and you know so much about the Bible just to question it. Can I ask why? Why are you so filled to question something you don't believe in? Why are you so filled to convince other people that their belief is wrong or delusional?
For the same reason that you're here right now, Lulu. See, here's what happened. I opened up a live stream, and I have a claim that I can defend. And Christians are so hurt that their opinion of their God is being challenged that they're coming to my live stream to prove me wrong, which is what Christians do all the time. They show up at my door trying to get me to go to their church. You've never seen an atheist go door to door to convert you to atheism. It's also true that Christians go around causing harm to other people. They're causing harm to my friends who are gay. They're causing harm to my friends that are transgendered. They're causing harms to my friends that are apostates. They are sexist, they're misogynist, they're racist, and for a long time, Christianity was propping up the slave trade.
A relationship with God was never supposed to be a religion, and if you
That's not what I said at all. I'm saying the Bible the Bible itself is a source of horrors.
Please don't talk to her host.
She's getting excited. I think she means well. Sorry, Lulu, you got muted there, but we're listening. I promise.
I'm sorry. He preached to love the people who have done you wrong. To love.
Not every time.
So when Christians go around being like, oh yeah, I hate gay people, I don't like this, then at heart they are not true, because they are going against what Jesus taught. Jesus taught
Jesus
you
didn't
to
teach
love
to not hate
everyone.
gay people, and he didn't teach to love everyone. In fact, he says
Okay,
he came to bring a
not
sword.
specifically.
He said he came to bring a sword to turn father against son and mother against daughter. And he says friendship with this world is enmity with God. He says, unless you hate your father and mother, you're not worthy of following me.
Not specifically. He didn't specifically say don't hate gay people, but it was a broad message. It was you were made to love. You're supposed to love. So being like, yeah, you're gay, that goes against God. Didn't make you to be gay. It doesn't matter, because God still loves you. God still
in your
loves you the same.
worldview, God made
whether
everybody
you're gay, whether you're and he still loves you the same whether you're gay, trans.
No, he
It's the
doesn't.
thing. He does.
In Leviticus
That is-
18, he literally says that you should be stoned.
That is where I go back. This is where I'm going to go back to, where the Bible has been influenced by man so much.
Is it 20 or 18? I always forget. I think it's 20.
There is a sense of different,
Yeah.
like, just so you know,
It says here, if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be unalived, and their blood guilt is upon them. I think that's pretty clear that the God of the Bible doesn't like gay people. I love them. They're friends of mine. In fact, some of them are family of mine.
And they're friends of mine too.
Do you think they should be stoned?
Absolutely not.
Well, this God thinks they should be stoned. Why do you disagree with God?
He does not. Sorry. Why do we have the right to stone these people? We do not have the right.
But
we
God
should
said
not
you have
judge
to.
when we are. No. That is the whole point. I'm sorry. That is the whole point of Jesus coming to earth. He came to earth
Is Jesus
because
God?
it was wrong. It was wrong.
Yes, I know. I'm familiar with the scriptures. Is Jesus God?
So he said when
Lou,
he was praying a woman
just
who committed
stop
adultery.
spiraling. We all know the stories. Is Jesus God?
That's okay. But I'm also going to go back to how you were like,
Lou, my friend,
they come
is
into yours.
Jesus God? It's very simple. Is Jesus God?
Jesus is the Son of God.
Is he God?
Jesus is the Son of God.
The answer is yes, he's God, according to John 1:1. Do you want to read John 1:1?
God, I do not need to read that.
Okay. Do you know what it says?
The Son of God, and God works through him.
It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Jesus is the Word of God, and he also is God. So if Jesus is God, then Jesus agrees with God, obviously, when he gave this law, that if a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall be unalived. And Paul agreed too. In Romans chapter 1, Paul says that this is a debased behavior.
And I will go back to my argument that the Bible was written by people thousands of years ago. It has been changed so much to fit a certain way. No, I know you're laughing.
So it's not
but
trustworthy. It's bad evidence then.
I'm not, because when you put your trust and faith into God, you know what is right and you know what is not. And I want to go back to earlier how you said...
What do you mean you know what is right and what's wrong? Because I'm willing to bet that you don't think slavery is right. Is that a correct assessment?
Absolutely not.
Okay, but the Bible says that it's acceptable, and Christians for a long period of time thought it was acceptable too. So you don't just know right from wrong.
Okay, so I'm also going to go back to... So when Jesus came, the religious leaders were doing everything wrong, and he told them
He
told them that they were doing everything wrong. That the whole reason they were so angry at him, because they questioned everything they said.
Because he kept lying. That's the problem. Jesus kept uttering lies and blasphemies, and eventually he got called out for it and got what was coming to him.
He uttered the truth.
Can you read verse 44 through 46?
What, right now?
Yeah.
You want me to? It's kind of like zoomed in by the way I'm looking at it on my screen.
Zoomed in or zoomed out? Do I need to make the text bigger?
Like kind of zoom out, because parts of the words on the side are being...
I gotcha.
Like covered.
All right, give me a second. Is that better?
Where would you like me to read from?
45. I'm sorry, let's do 44, 45, and 46.
44, 45, and 46.
Yeah.
44 is going to be a little bit harder, as a bit of it is covered. But
I can move it.
As for the one male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may acquire them from among the... I feel as we're going really back and forth here, because my point is okay, so the earth, Satan has a lot of control over.
Why?
And he absolutely does. there is good and there is evil.
But why?
Evil
Lou,
is...
I need you to not gish gallop on the preaching. Why does
Oh,
Satan
sorry,
have control?
did you say why?
Yeah.
Why does Satan have control? Oh. Sorry. I'm a little ill
It's
right
okay.
now.
You're doing your best. It's 3 a.m. over there.
Okay. So why? Okay, so I'm just trying to form my sentence. So, of course, Satan... Okay, let's go for... Satan cannot harm God, right? He cannot. That is why he harms children.
Right.
Satan,
But why is he in charge?
He's not in charge. He's not...
You just said he was. He said he's in charge.
I wouldn't say he has a lot of control, because as much it's two sides. There's two sides.
Okay, so why is he
It's
in
basically
control?
one word against another.
Does Jesus say that Satan is the god of this world?
No, but it is to test you.
No. Did Jesus say that Satan is the god of this world?
I'm not saying he is the God. I'm saying he has a lot of control. Then I'm not saying that means he rules the world. I'm not saying that means he is the God of the world.
It's in
I'm saying
2 Corinthians 4:4, and I think it's also repeated in kind of quasi-repeated in the Gospels. Let me find it.
Satan does not rule the world.
Let's see. Yeah, so this could be interpreted of Satan. This is not the one I'm looking for, but this is an interesting one. It says, in their case, the God of this world has blinded the minds of the unbelievers to keep them from seeing clearly the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ, who is the image of God. So the God of this world, most people take to be Satan here, unless you think that God is causing people to not accept him.
Sorry, what did you just say?
But that's not the one I was looking for. The one I was looking for is actually in the Gospels. Let me grab that real quick. Is it John 12? The Bible says that Satan is the god of this world. That's what it says.
He has a lot of power over this world.
Yeah, for sure. So, but that's the question. Why? Why does he have this power?
To test you. It's like, okay, so I'll just give you like a...
Oh, this is interesting. Guys, I found the problem. Sorry. There might be some textual variants. Look at these 3 different translations. The NLT says Satan, who is the god of this world, whereas the Amplified doesn't say that. It has it in brackets. And then 2 Corinthians 4:4 omits it altogether in the King James Version. That's interesting. We'll have to take a look at that later, though. Anyways, listen, the problem is Satan is in charge. I'm asking you, why is Satan in charge of anything? He's obviously not a good leader.
He's not in charge. But okay, so I don't remember who was it. Job? I don't know, where God gave him everything, and Satan went to him and said, "He only follows you because you have given him everything. I will take everything away from him to prove to you that is the case." So God said, okay. He said, okay, do it. Take everything away from him.
Lula, I just want to inform you, everyone here in this live are either Christians or ex-Christians. We all know the stories. You do not have to tell us. Cameron, thank you for the Cameron, thank you for the Venmo. Cameron Venmo'd me so that she can tell everyone, or I keep forgetting if Cameron's a male or female, said that Lulu is a very brave guest, and I agree, Lulu, you're being a very brave guest.
I agree.
So but I'm trying to clear up a very easy issue here. I'm just trying to figure out why Satan has any authority and any control in this world whatsoever.
Why? Okay, so first of all, we are sinners. We're all sinners. We're sinners the moment from Eve ate the apple, right?
Right, but we're talking about Satan. Why does Satan have any power, authority, or control in this world?
Yes, any power. Okay, I'll forget that point. I'll move on to why Satan has. I'll move on to why. No, I was going to make a point, but I feel like you really want that answer to this question.
Yes, you can't just like start an argument for something and then not and then not finish it. We're trying
like my mother. Like I feel like if I had more sleep and was more awake, I could give you a better debate on this, and I could probably pull up my resources or where I am talking from. But honestly, it's to test you. It is to test you. It is to test your faith. It is to test. Right. Okay.
So is it your position then that God is not all knowing?
Oh, God is all knowing.
Then why does he need to test you? Because theoretically he would know ahead of time if you're going to pass the test.
It's not more. So the trials and tribulations, as they say, that we go through for life, it only makes us stronger. And you say, well, you don't say, but it's like when a lot of people will not go to heaven because you are not judged by your actions. You are not judged by, you are judged by literally what is inside your heart. And a lot of people do not have good inside of them.
But that's only half true. That's true if you ignore certain Bible passages. It's problematic if you, I thank you for the I love you. I appreciate that, Prism. And Ellie and Cheyenne, or Shayna, I appreciate that. Yeah, so it's only half true if you ignore certain texts because, what were we even talking about? Thank you, Melissa, by the way. What was your point? I apologize. I got sidetracked.
Oh, what was my point? That you are not judged by your words or your actions. You are judged by what is in your heart.
Oh, that's completely dead wrong. In fact, you're judged by your sins.
Your sins have been forgiven.
No, they haven't, actually. In fact, I'm going to grab you a Bible verse real quick. This is another major contradiction in the Bible that I think a lot of people overlook. We're going to go to a collection of passages real quick, and I think you're going to see the issue pretty quick. Okay, this is Hebrews. It says, furthermore, the former priests were many in number because they were prevented by death from continuing in office. But he who holds his priesthood permanently, that's Jesus, because he continues forever, consequently, he is able for all time to save those who approach God through him, since he always lives to make intercession for him. And so this is kind of what you're saying, like, well, Jesus came to forgive all of your sins for all time. And that would be also the claim made in Hebrews chapter 8, in Hebrews chapter 9, where it says, for then he would have to suffer again and again since the foundation of the world. But as it is, he has appeared once and for at the end of the ages to remove sin by the sacrifice of himself. Great. The problem is we have other passages like 1 Timothy where it says the sin of some people are conspicuous and precede them to judgment, while the sins of others follow them there. So also good works are conspicuous, and even when they are not, they can remain hidden. So your sins follow you to the judgment. And if you read the book of Revelation and the book of Corinthians chapter 6, Paul says in Corinthians and John says in Revelation that you will be judged and sent to hell if you commit certain sins. Christians.
Yeah, the unforgivable sin.
Yeah, certainly that could be one of them. Yeah, if you're a Christian and you commit the unforgivable sin, blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. But in the Bible, you don't even have to commit that. Paul just says in 1 Corinthians, I think 1 Corinthians 6 maybe. 6:9 says, do you not know that wrongdoers will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. And then he lists all these people that are presumably part of the Christian church and believers that won't be inheriting the kingdom of heaven based on their sins, whether they're thieves or greedy or drunkards. So if you could be a drunkard and miss out on heaven even though you believe in Christ, then he didn't die for all of your sins.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, if you're a Christian and you go to hell because you commit all of these sins that Paul says you can't commit, then the sin is the crucifixion of Jesus is a waste, it's worthless. Because at the end of the day, your sin sends you to hell, not your belief in Jesus.
And that is where I will go to my point that the Bible was still written by humans, and there are parts where
we agree, Lulu.
It says one thing and then it will say another, because that is the control of Satan.
Yes, I agree. This book was written by Satan if Satan exists. Thank you, Ellie, for the lipstick. Yes, if Satan's real, this is his book, and I agree with you on that one.
But
Lulu, it's late.
Sorry.
Get some sleep. You've been a great guest. We really appreciate your kindness.
I do want to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to you. I think you're extremely intelligent, and the fact that you can pull up so many verses to argue against it, I think you're very smart.
Appreciate
but
that.
you are using I don't mean no hate whatsoever, but I think you're using it for the wrong reasons. And I don't mean no hate by that, because of course I respect that you're an atheist.
So I'm dishonest. I'm a bad person.
No, you're not a bad person. You're not dishonest.
Oh, so I'm just not being honest about my reasons for hosting lives?
No, absolutely not.
What am I being dishonest about?
I just feel it's a lot of debate. It's a lot of debating against others' beliefs, but I know people do the same to you.
Take it there, Tom.
I just think your intelligence could be used for
Thank you, Melissa.
You're very good. I mean, you could be like a politician.
Yes, and
I'm sorry to say that.
Your genteel and demure attitude would be much appreciated on the dark side. Why don't you convert to atheism? Because this book is the book of Satan. We already agreed on that. And so, if anything, you should be admitting that Satan is more powerful than God, since God couldn't preserve his word.
I think a lot of things are done intentionally, but there's no such thing as coincidences. There's only God.
Yeah.
I shall leave now. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here, Lulu. Let's get some W's for Lulu. Listen, we gave her a lot of heat and she dealt with it super well. She really did. Thank you so much, Lou. We appreciate you.
Thank you for your time.
Cheers. She was a good sport.
She was very demure, very cutesy.
Oh, for sure. Very cutesy. Yes, I agree.
I wish her all the best.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Guys, thanks for being here. We had kind of a strange start. We've got people in the queue. We're going to keep going through them. We're getting some debates rolling. Got lots of time left still yet. We've got the YouTube channel still streaming, the Twitch channel still streaming, and we're going to keep on rolling through guests. Big Ass Pancake, thank you for the lipstick. Thank you, Bad Kitties. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you, AWOL. Appreciate that. Donald, you're echoing really bad. Can you get some better Wi-Fi? Or maybe get off your Bluetooth? Or yeah, Edom, thank you for the lipstick. Melissa, thank you for the lipstick. Donald, are you talking? I can hear I can see the orb blinking, but I couldn't hear anyone talking. Thank you, Felix.
I didn't request. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I don't know why I'm here. I didn't request.
No worries. No worries. We got you, Donald. Don't worry about it. We got you. All right, taken care of. Fixed.
All right, because it has been a minute and these likes are extremely low.
Thank you, Knowing.
Guys, come on, let's go ahead and get the live up to 200K likes. There are 604 viewers up in here. I know we can do it. Let's go ahead and keep tapping the screen, sharing it out. Remember, host does have gift goals. We need to keep this pushing on the algorithm so we can continue to have guests and actually have an enjoyable night with you guys, people who can actually hold conversation. Win Lulu, sweet summer child, by the way. And be sure to subscribe to the YouTube, to the actual live stream here on TikTok. It's only $2.99 a month here. You don't have to, but it is appreciated. We love each and every one of you. Thank you.
Yes, and W. Evan Patterson for the $20 over Venmo. Big W to Evan. He says, "Hail Satan." I agree. Hail Satan. Hail 666. And thank you for the lipstick, Ellie. I appreciate that. Is it Sigil? Or Sigil? Or Sigil? Or I'm asleep?
Sleepy
Oh
time.
no, we lost
Oh
her.
shit. Thank you, Evan, for the $20 on Venmo. Hail Satan.
Big W, Evan. Yes. Love you, Evan. Guys, if you're not following Hanji yet, I implore you as the host to do so, although I suspect most of you already are. Edom, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Do you want him to
Pretty
have his
good,
camera
man. Pretty
on, or do you want him to turn it
I
off?
think he's okay. He's an adult. It's the young kids
Okay.
that
Yeah, I'm an adult.
So we get young kids sometimes up here, and they want to show their unmentionables and get the live taken down. So you got to be a little bit careful. But you're a full-grown adult.
Right. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. All right. Do you want to hear a short version of my life? How I went from being Muslim to being atheist to being kind of Christian now?
Not at all. I don't think personal testimony
No?
is evidence for anything, because I have a friend when I was in seminary who was a Christian who converted to the Muslim faith, and he thought the Muslim faith was a more realistic religion. So, and he had a pretty steep experience himself. In fact, he quit alcoholism after he switched to the Muslim faith, which he couldn't do when he was still a Christian.
Right, right. Well, then I guess we can skip that part. And my question to you, honestly, is you said the time and space
Sure.
has basically no beginning or an end. It always existed.
That's my argument, yeah.
How so? How can space and time exist
Sure.
without something creating it?
Oh, it doesn't have to be created. It could be eternal for the same reason that your God, for the same reason that your God can be eternal, right? So you don't have an explanation for why God is eternal, and I don't actually have to have an explanation for why time is eternal.
That's true. I agree with that. I think people believe wrongly when it comes to word God or Allah, whatever religion you want to believe in. I don't think they understand what actually that means. They just slap the name on something that is all loving, all caring, created us, etc. Right?
Yeah, but why can matter, space, and time not be eternal?
Well, like I said, my argument is with people that actually, like I said, I was atheist for the longest time, and now I'm starting just because my girlfriend's mom passed away 2 weeks ago, and all suddenly we're seeing stuff boom around the house.
I know,
which I have never experienced in my life.
Yes, I've heard ghost stories
And I'm not
before.
joking. Like, so it brought both, religions back. Like, say, I was raised by my parents, to be Muslim, and I gave up on that during the
Right,
Islamian
but
war.
we don't do testimonies here. Your testimony is only as valid
Right.
as the
Okay,
Hindu.
sorry.
Because I worked with a guy
It's
who was
not
Hindu.
that.
Well, I'm just saying I worked with a guy who was Hindu who had testimonies too. So if your testimony is proof that
But
you're,
then it's like, what
but-
the hell, man?
but-
Like, no, I'm not like that. I was atheist to the point
No,
to
but-
this where
But
this
Eden, I'm
thing
just trying to
happened.
help you understand. If your personal testimony about mystical experiences is evidence of your belief system, then other
No, I'm
people's
questioning.
then
No,
other
now I'm questioning.
other people's
What?
experiences would be evidence of their deities or their particular explanation of that thing.
No, when I was atheist, like I said, as much as I dig deep down in my mind, what could be, what could do, what is all this thing? How did it all become? What, like, it can't be just God, because if I end up with just God, then what created God? You know?
Yes, God
So
is an
it-
infinite
it's-
regress.
But like I said, then is God the time and space itself that is not aware of its existence? Or, like I said, we could go back to Big Bang, expanding, contracting back, and this thing is being played over and over constantly. It's a never-ending loop, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's a never-ending loop. Yep, that's my position.
But like I said, something had to spark it to begin. Like,
Why?
where it either should have been always. I mean, where does it really start?
But why? Why does
So
it have to have a
speak.
start? That's what I keep getting at. Why are you insisting that it must have an origin point?
Well, I mean, our human minds, apparently we can't comprehend something like that always existed without any cause and effect.
I can. Is God an uncaused cause?
How? No, okay. Let's get rid of the God for a second. But I'm just saying in general, how? I mean, that shouldn't be possible to have
Why not?
something exist always.
Why?
But
I love how everyone is saying they're
could it?
seeing double
I
in
mean,
chat.
Thank you, Ellie.
how can, like I said, whatever the space and time is itself, if you remove everything, let's remove everything. What is there, right? Some kind of dark matter or something, some kind of space or something. I mean, why does it exist in the first place?
Well, nobody knows why there's something as opposed to nothing, but we know that nothing can't give rise to something, so there must have always been something. So the fact that there is something demonstrates that there was never nothing.
But nothingness is something, right?
No.
Is that where we go?
No, I don't think so at all. I think if there was actually nothing, then there would always be nothing.
But what do we talk about when we say nothing? Like nothing down to the what level of,
Every level, absolute nothing.
Absolute nothing can't exist, right?
That's my point. There's no reason to believe that absolute nothing exists or has ever existed.
But where did the absolute something exist? I mean, how did it come to existence itself? It makes no sense because
it didn't come into
it's
existence. I
something.
keep saying it. It didn't come into
Yeah,
existence.
you keep saying it.
It's
Right,
always
you keep
existed.
saying because you believe, right? You have no proven fact that something didn't create space and time, correct?
No, actually, I have logical arguments for that. Would you like to hear them?
Well, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, premise number 1, any act of creation is a change of states, yes or no?
Yes.
Great. Premise number 2, a change of states has a before state and an after state.
Correct.
Right. Premise number 3, anything that has a before state and an after state must be in time.
Correct. I agree.
Yeah, because you got a before and an after. Okay. So then time must exist for any act of creation.
Correct, but I have questions.
Okay, so what we can learn here is that time itself cannot be created.
I mean, I have to agree with you on that. Yes, logically, I have to. Yes, in my mind.
We finally got someone to be honest with this syllogism. Okay,
That's a first. Also, ladies and gentlemen, days and dems, welcome to Black Mirror TikTok edition, where Justin is apparently arguing with his twin.
Wait, what's happening right now? Oh, do we look
Chat
alike?
is going crazy. Yeah, they're just like,
No
wait,
way.
a twin?
I thought he was handsome.
Oh, thanks, man. You're handsome yourself, bro.
Oh my! I feel blessed to be a part of this conversation.
I think you find your twin, and also not just look wise, but maybe mind wise too.
Ironically, I actually have a twin brother.
No way.
We're triplets now. We're a trinity. We found the real trinity, guys.
Boom, guys!
Wow.
Not only is he the Mashiach, he is the Holy Trinity as well. We win.
That's crazy.
So what's the but in the argument? So you've accepted that according to the premises, time must be eternal. What's the but?
I can't grasp the idea that, like I said, just even for any, like I said, even for time and space, it has to be a cause for it to exist.
Why?
In the first place? Sorry, my English is just, I'm born in Croatia. So
No, your English is really good. If you hadn't have said it, I'd assume it was your first language.
No. So
Thank you, Mac.
You'll notice.
Oh, Mac, making it rain. Good to see you in here, Mac. She's back.
Wait,
she
English
came back.
isn't your first language? What's your first language?
Croatian. Yugoslavian, basically. I was born in former Yugoslavia, but
Oh wow!
Yeah, Mac, thank you so much for all the hats.
Europeans.
W Mac. Let's see some W's for Mac in the comments. Listen, your
them hats are coming in like hot.
your English is really good. It's better than a lot of Americans I know. Don't worry about your English.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
So I want to hear the but.
Yeah, like I said, to me, it's just like I'm stuck on the time and space itself. Like
The time or the space?
Well, I mean, you have to tie them together.
Yes, I agree.
Right? So, I mean, what do you think, honestly? But don't tell me just, can you try to go a little bit deeper? Like, don't tell me it just always existed. It's just, it's always been there.
All right, I'm going to give you another syllogism, okay? This is a short one, though, all right? Premise number one.
You with your premises.
Sorry,
okay, go ahead.
Premise number one. Listen, I'm an engineer. I think logically. Premise number one, something can't come from nothing.
Right.
Okay. Premise number two, something exists. Right? So our conclusion for these two premises then is that there was never nothing, because if nothing can't give rise to something and something exists, then there was never nothing.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I agree with you. I can't not agree with you.
So come to the dark side, Eden. It sounds like you're ready. Let's go.
Yeah, like I said, like I said, I've been atheist since I was 14. So, like I said, the stuff with like I said, I don't want to talk about it live anymore.
And Necro making the confetti rain. W Necro, thank you so much, Necro. W Necro, thank you. I think he just crushed the goal by himself.
Yep, time for another goal.
Chat's popping off right now. My goodness. Edom, let me.
That's got to be me.
They love you. That's what it is. They love Edom.
Obviously.
Okay, so let's.
But you can get somebody else. Like say, I'll mute myself, take myself off. But I'm going to stay in to listen.
Sure.
Maybe I can pop back in. We can talk a little more.
Yeah, coming back now that I know that you're a rational thinking adult, you'll be streamlined in my queue.
Thanks, man.
Because I cannot do the headaches with half of these believers.
Man.
W. Edom.
Be well, Edom.
I love it when you get honest people that are just trying to figure things out. Because I get it. A lot of people come up here kind of hot and they just want to prove me wrong. And that happens. I get it. But there's something to be said for someone who's just like, hey, I'm trying to figure stuff out. And this is the evidence I'm working with.
He was asking the right questions.
I was an agnostic for a long time too. Like I didn't go from Christianity straight to atheism.
Thank you, Tom.
Taylor Tom W making the money gun rain. We've got I'm going to call you Vin because I can't read your name. How you doing, Vin?
I'm good. It's Vel Vino, but you can call me Vel for short. Short for Chevelle.
Chevelle, I love that. Okay, good name. All right, Chevelle, are you a Christian?
I am not a Christian, but I was raised Southern Baptist.
Well, W. Chevelle, you're living in reality now. Are you a theist or an atheist?
I am not an atheist. Okay. I would say that.
So you're like an agnostic.
Not an agnostic. I believe that however you want to define it, I don't exactly agree with the definition upon the belief that I have, which is just a belief in a supreme being in a spiritualistic form of study. It would be more, I guess, polytheist if you would say anything.
So you're a polytheist. Okay.
In your definition, because I watch it live from time to time, and I can't disagree with the term and the definition based off of what I believe and what I've experienced.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so what's the evidence for these deities?
Brother.
My evidence is that there is power in all religion and forms of spirituality. Religion, to me, is pretty much just an occult following. It's worshiping an individual, deifying the individual, and that person is supposed to bestow blessings upon you for offering your dedication to following their laws. You're offering them your soul, by abiding by the obligatory rules, or obligatory, excuse me, as I shall say. So, from being born and raised as a Christian, I've always prayed.
Thank you, Mac. But what's the evidence of your faith system? Like, why do you believe in it, and why would others want to believe in it? Thank you, Mac, for all the cranes. W again, Mac. Mac's going off tonight. Mac's unreal tonight.
called it. New goal.
Thank you, Mac.
Also welcome in my pagan brother.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I actually like people that are of the individualistic mindset where they've kind of constructed a religion that makes sense to them. I mean, I don't believe in your gods whatsoever, and I doubt that you have any evidence for them. But I have a more important question, okay? Here's my question. Is your God or your gods, do they have a problem with slavery and gay people?
Plural, it would be gods.
Are they pro-slavery?
In biblical times, in ancient times, yes.
Oh,
okay, for slavery, of course. I mean, it's written in history, in every form of history.
I tried so hard.
No,
I wanted to like them so much.
That's where we
It's okay.
That's where we
It's all right.
disagree.
You don't have to like it, but in every form of history, religion, or culture, there has
Cheval.
been some form
Cheval.
of oppression. Hold on. There has been some
Hold
form
on, no,
of
wait,
oppression.
because I'm a polytheist myself. I am Kemetic and Hellenistic, and my deities did not condone slavery at all. They actually drowned civilizations for even doing it.
I believe in Kemetic spirituality. That is what I believe in. That is what I practice in my belief. And when I say slavery, is that the people who fell and the rulers who fell under the Kemetic spirituality, also those who worship those that you would say Marduk or Amun,
Hail
or
Marduk.
in such ways, those individuals oppress their invaders. They oppressed other nations for their own well-being. This is not necessarily saying that God says take these men and take these women and children, such as the Bible does, but their people and the people who follow their beliefs engage in some form of slavery.
Okay.
It's not written in law in Kemetic spirituality whatsoever.
So,
or written in a story that go take this land, take their, pillage and rape and
Vinny. Okay.
Careful with your words.
Okay. Why would you want to believe in gods that think that it's okay to enslave people?
I don't think it's okay to enslave people, but I think that sometimes people must be chastised for their actions.
It's okay to enslave people as long as God is mad at them.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying chastisement.
Is slavery
okay.
chastisement?
No, not slavery chastisement, but a form of chastisement.
Thank you, Parker.
Chastisement is okay.
Thank you, Pancake. Yeah, I'm asking you about slavery.
Okay, slavery.
Yes. Why do you believe in deities that were pro-slavery?
I don't believe in deities that were pro-slavery. I believe that
Okay,
in every
so the God of the Bible, do you believe in that God?
I believe he existed. Do I follow and worship him? No.
I'm asking you if you believe he existed. Do you believe that the God of the Bible existed?
Yes, most certainly.
Okay, do you believe that he was an asshole?
Asshole and a loving being. Yes, both.
All right, we're good then. We got no problem with you, Chevy. All right, keep your religion to yourself. We got no problem with your religion.
The fact that I'm sorry. I have a problem with him for lying on the Egyptian
Yeah, he was lying on that.
Rashati. Oh, Amun-Ra saved his soul by Zeus.
We're praying to Zeus for him. We're definitely praying to Zeus. Guys, send Hanji some love for that abuse that she has to take, constantly having her religion degraded by people who don't know anything about it. Dustin, welcome in. Dustin? He gone. All right. We're going to keep on moving. We got the 30th logo coming in.
Keep on keeping on. Whew. I'm switching on headphones, so I'm sorry if I have an echo right now.
30th. Welcome in.
Hello, sir. I've spoken to you before.
I thought I recognized your name. Can you get closer to your mic, though? All I can hear is your phone. Sounds like it's in your pocket.
Hi, can you hear me?
A little bit, yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty decent.
Great. So, what's your name? What should we call you?
Call me 30th logo, the 30th Christ.
I'm sorry. Are you a reincarnated Christ? Thank you, Bethers.
Anybody who can follow the form of giving light or information is a Christ, no matter what race.
You heard it here. I'm Christ, y'all. So
Yeah, you are.
you're a Christ
Sure.
and I'm a Christ. We're both Christs.
Yes.
I'm
And I
starting to like
wanted to
this religion. Is Hanji a Christ?
Who is Hanji?
Right there, Hanji. My co-host.
Hanji, yeah, she can be a Christ if she chooses to be.
No,
But I'm not
no,
here
no,
for
no, no. You said anyone that reveals truth and information. You didn't say anything about Jesus.
Jesus. That's what I wanted to
Mac's
put
a
out.
Christ as well. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about Jesus. I don't, whatever your fictitious religion is. What is the evidence that the biblical God is real?
I like how you coined the term fictitious because fictitious can also be equivalent to being equated to reality. So that's very intelligent. I like that. Proof that God is real, pure science.
Oh boy.
And I want to come off by first saying my proof that God is real. First, I have to dispel something that you said not only in this live, but a live previously. Me and you got into an argument last live, and you said something that kind of puzzled me.
Thank
May
you, Larry.
I state what? You said that the shirt you were wearing in your last live.
Oh yeah, I remember you now. Yeah, you said my shirt has a frequency.
no.
I can't believe this guy came back.
Yeah, I'm glad to. I just wanted to. All the people that called me an idiot in the last live, apparently they don't know basic science because
They do.
I've known it from the beginning.
No,
I'm
you
glad
don't.
can speak for it. All fabrics give off frequency.
No, they don't.
All fabric. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. Most fabrics, but
No, they don't.
yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Frequency of what?
We're not doing this again.
So, and this Egyptian knowledge
Frequency
over here,
of what? Thank you, AWOL.
that's a lie that the Egyptians did not believe in slavery. That's the one.
All right, we're gonna drop that
I
clown.
said the gods, not the Egyptians themselves. You dense Malakis, and I am a Greco-Egyptian. Yes, we always existed.
Your fabric does not have a frequency. Your fabric is just static particles.
Wait till they find out that my people have been trading with the Egyptians since before Alexandria was even a thought.
Yeah, it's crazy. These people, what they come up with, are insane. I know the myth that he's trying to cite. There was a study about clothing frequency done by somebody with a fake education. What was her name again? She
Is it Strava Kapulu? No.
No. It was a fake scholar. She was claiming that clothes have a healing frequency, and it's absolute nonsense. It's the most insane thing. Yeah, Dr. Courtney Kalla, I think was that her name? I'll double check. It might be her somebody else. The fact of the matter is, though, I looked into all of the research, and it was unbelievable what she published, and the fact that she's claiming to be an actual PhD holding professor who has a fake PhD from a fake school that doesn't actually exist. And she's published no PhD dissertation, no peer-reviewed research, no nothing. She's just insane. And people read her one, like, I wouldn't even call it an article. It's like a brochure, and they've been running crazy with it.
Book Synopsis knows who you're talking about in chat. Book, if you can comment the name, please.
Yeah. Anyways, is it Chris? Did I got the name right?
Yep, you got it right.
Welcome in, Chris. Are you a Christian?
You could say so.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Oh, yeah, I'm over 18.
Great. All right. What would be the best evidence or the best argument that you have for the existence of your God?
Okay, I just wanted to share with you a perspective about what you guys were talking about earlier, because you guys were talking about certain things.
About
what? So one of the perspectives I want to share with you, because you like to open stuff up, right? Like you like to cite stuff, right? So I want you to open Isaiah 45, verse 6, real quick.
45:6. You don't want to go to 7?
Nah, we can start at 6, and we can still go to 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the name Barbara O'Neill?
Maybe. Let me check.
All right. So I know you get, I know there's this perspective that So, because like the Bible is trying to tell its own story, and I know like a lot of people preach on it, but like a lot of people don't really understand that the Bible is trying to tell its own story. Hold on.
No, I'm not shaking my head at you. I'm saying to Hanji that it wasn't Barbara O'Neill.
Okay, so the way I look at the Bible is completely different from how a lot of people look at it. I look at it from the story it's trying to tell. So, like, for example, like you say, so it says, so that they may know, right, from the rising of the sun from the west, that there's no one besides me, right? I am the Lord and there's no other. I form light and I create darkness, right? So this guy is pretty much saying that I do both. I form light and I create darkness.
What's your actual thesis? What are you trying to explain here?
Okay, so I make will and I create woe.
Right. We all know the text. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing with the text.
Okay, so like what I'm trying to tell you is that like what is true power, right? What is true power, right? True power. Hold on. What is true? Okay, yeah. What is true power?
It's Heidi Yellen is the name of the fake doctor. Heidi Yellen.
Okay.
Listen, how is this evidence of your God?
Well, I'm trying to share with you a perspective, right?
I want to know evidence, not perspective.
Okay, evidence would be, if you want to know evidence, then we would have to, there's a ton of evidence, man. Like the Bible, for example. Okay, there's a ton of evidence. For example, if you look at the text, the Bible in itself, right? It is the only book, if you look at all historical books, it is the only book that has the most, texts that have been or texts that have been put together than any other historical book.
Bullshit.
No, look it up.
Look it up.
So quick.
Look it up. No, fact.
This book has more.
What book is that?
This is ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament. It's an anthology of Assyrian, Babylonian, and Egyptian texts.
How many? Because when we're talking about like evidence, right, in terms of text, right, like historical text,
yeah,
right,
that's
like,
what this is.
Right, like for example, like Socrates, right? Socrates did not write his own text, right?
So
like
what?
we all believe.
We know that.
Right, but Socrates was only written 1,000 years later.
We're not
right?
talking about Socrates.
Okay, hold on. But the Bible was
Socrates was also not claiming to be a deity, so land your plane.
The Bible is the only book in history that was compiled within 100 years.
No, it wasn't.
Of its.
No, it wasn't.
Huh?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
What's the oldest Hebrew manuscript that we have?
What are you talking about? What
is the oldest Hebrew manuscript we have?
Well, they were all written by 60 to 70 AD.
What is
right?
the oldest Hebrew manuscript, not Greek, that we have?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
It's from the 6th century BCE. It's a tiny little snippet from the Book of Numbers. That's the oldest manuscript in existence, and it's got like 10 or 15 words on each amulet. That's it. Theoretically, this is taken from the time of Moses, which according to the Bible would have been in the 1400s, which means there's about there's almost 1,000 years between the amulets and between Moses.
Okay, so which still proves that the Bible is still the most validated book on the earth.
Oh, not even close. I don't think you heard anything that I just said. So there are 2 silver amulets. I'm going to put them on the screen, called the Ketef Hinnim manuscripts or amulets. Here's one of them. These are the oldest witnesses we have, period, to anything in the Bible. They come from the 6th century, so the 500s, and they're actually written in Paleo Hebrew, which is awesome. But the problem is, this is still 1,000 years after the fact. So you just said that the Bible is the only book where the text was written within 100 years after the events that it's talking about, and these are from 1,000 years after. So do you want to retract your statement?
The New Testament.
Oh, now it's the New Testament. Fantastic.
Yeah, we're talking about the New Testament.
No, you said the Bible.
Okay, the New Testament.
Okay, So
Yes.
why do I care that some of the texts of the New Testament are roughly
No,
within
because
100 years?
Yes, because they are.
Chris, I don't know if you know how conversations work, but if you continue to cut me off before I actually ask the question, I'm going to have to mute you. So you can't answer my question until you hear it. So why should I care that the New Testament texts, at least some of them, came within 100 years of Jesus?
Well, because they're the most valid. Well, when it comes to validity of text, right? Like or scripts, right? Like most people talk about like the time that they were written matters, right? And within like the time frame of the events when they happened, right? So like to validate whether those events were truly real, right? So in terms of the New Testament, it makes the New Testament valid in the sense that like most of those texts were written within the first 100 years of like Jesus being on the earth. They didn't wait. Like for example, if you take the Quran, for example, it like if you take if you take the Quran, which is like, it was written I think 500 years. Some of it was written 500. Some of the stuff was written 500 years after Muhammad had gone, right? So like, and some of it kept changing.
I'm
but
not
the New
defending Islam. I don't know why you're talking about Islam.
No, I'm not. I'm just bringing it up to just say, like, as an example, but like also even other texts, right, in history, even historical records themselves, right, about like certain events, not talking just about religion, but like also historical events in themselves. Some of them took years to be written down, right?
Chris, the same can be said for the Iliad and the Odyssey. The same thing can be said for the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Just
But the New
because it
Testament-
has
but
fact
the-
within
but the New
fiction does
Test-
not mean that it is all true.
Yeah, we have got a lot of ancient texts that were written contemporaneous to the events. Tons of them.
But
In
it cannot
fact,
be said.
we've got tons of
Okay, go
texts
ahead.
that were written contemporaneously with the events. For example, the palace inscriptions of Ashurbanipal. Have you read those?
No, I have not read those.
They're actual hard rock inscriptions that he made in his palace.
Yes, but my point is just that like the New Testament is more valid than any other text.
Why?
In history, because
Why?
it's written with the time frame within it was written in history. There's no other text like that in history, so it's actually way more valid than any
It's
other
not
text.
valid. So I'll just say this again. We have ancient texts that are from the actual time period, like within the decade of the events. I'm going to show you one of them right now. This is from the library of Ashurbanipal. Within his temple, we have literally thousands of tablets that were uncovered of accounting, documentation for the military, documentation for rations, documentations of ancient kings that brought tribute to him in real time. The Bible is not unique in that people wrote anywhere close to the time of the events. This is very characteristic in the material culture of Mesopotamia.
Okay, let me tell you another event that actually proves that the Bible is actually way more authentic, right? Like the New Testament is actually
More
way more
authentic
authentic.
than
If you
what?
go to than any other text, go to Matthew chapter 24 real quick, because like scriptures are misinterpreted a lot, but you hear what Jesus said, right? And I'll show you an event that actually happened.
Matthew
that you
24
actually
is going to be painful because I don't think you've read all of it. What do you want to show?
No, just keep going. Keep going. So here, Jesus, so keep going down, right? So he says.
So what? Where do you want me to stop?
I should go to 23. Go to 23, because it starts in 23. Let me just grab something.
He picked one of the worst passages to turn to prove the authenticity of the Bible. This is going to be really painful.
No, it's not even going to be painful.
There are 70 people in the YouTube stream right now, and I bet all of them know what's about to happen. The YouTube crowd is, they've seen this shtick before. They know what's happened.
Mm-hmm. Keep tapping the screen, guys. We should get to 200K. 200K by now. Dyslexic all of a sudden.
I've posted on this a couple times over on YouTube. Hey, listen, what verse do you want to read?
Okay, so I'm just gonna say it, right? So he talks about he's talking to the scribes and Pharisees,
Bro, thank
right?
you,
And he's saying,
no. What do you want to read? You want me to go to Matthew 24? I don't want your synopsis. I want you to tell me what text we're reading.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Give me a sec, then. Let me look for the scripture.
I think I know what you want to read, but you don't know where it's at. Thank you, Gunslinger, for the lipstick. Appreciate that. I feel pretty.
Oh. You are pretty.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a painful laugh. Thank you, Gunslinger. That's a fun emoji, by the way. I don't know who thought of that. I don't know who thinks of these emojis. That's right, Gemini. I feel a little bit bonita.
Because you are bonita.
No muy. Solo poquito. Is he finding it? What's he looking for?
I have no idea.
23:36.
Thank you, Kim. 23. What now? 36.
36. Yeah.
But about the day and hour, no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. That's the thing that is evidence that the Bible's real?
No, are you in Matthew 23?
No, 24, you said. Cameron, thank you for the $1 donation. Cameron says that the guest is confused, and I agree, the guest is confused.
No,
but
Matthew 20.
since we're already here, let's read the conclusion of this passage where it says, "So also when you see all these things and you know that he is near at the very gates, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place." Interesting. What things is Jesus saying are going to take place? And it's wild that he says that, because he says the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from the heaven. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. He will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and he will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. And when was this going to happen? It says, truly I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all of these things have taken place. And those things didn't take place, and they all did. All right, let's go to chapter 23 now, since you're spiraling out.
What you mean I'm spiraling out? I haven't even said my point.
All right, what do you want to read in chapter 23?
Oh, come on. I haven't even said my point. You read that, and you've given me a chance to say my point.
Oh, you want to go back to 24? I thought you want to go to 23. No. Okay, we'll go to 24.
Okay, hold on.
You can crash out on 24.
Because you have the argument, that's why you're doing that. But hold on, watch this. So what he's saying, right?
Yep, I'm watching.
Okay, he said this generation will not pass away until all these things are fulfilled, right?
Yep.
And the generation is 40 years, and that generation did not pass, because what happened
they
was
all dead.
AD 70
oh,
happened.
Oh, there we go. All right,
right?
So let's read what it says. It says, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all of the tribes of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with great power and glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and he will gather his elect from the four winds from one end of heaven. This is referring to the end times, when he gathers all of the elect of the earth.
So
did this happen?
It's referring to the end of the...
Chris, it's a yes or no question. Did this stuff happen in these two verses?
Yes, it already happened.
When did he gather all of the elect from the earth?
So you have to understand, like, you're trying to prove scripture by like trying to place an argument that you don't even know how to argue.
Thank
the
you.
scripture
Yes,
itself.
I do. You're going to preterism. I'm very familiar with preterism.
No, it's not. I'm not even going there.
Yeah, you are.
Because like the Bible is written in allegory.
It's not an allegory.
So, like,
you can't just say whenever you don't like what it says, it's an allegory.
Hold on. The sun shall be darkened. Hold on. The sun shall be darkened and the moon. Hold on. Let me explain to you. The sun shall be darkened and the moon shall be turned into blood. Right?
That's not what it says here, does it?
Hold on.
Chris, does it say that here?
Hold on.
Chris, does it say
Hold
that
on.
here?
Hold on.
Chris,
Can I show you
no,
one scripture?
that's
Can I show you
Revelation.
what?
Chris, that's
Can I show
Revelation.
you one scripture?
Chris, that's
Hold on.
Revelation.
Hold on.
Chris, you're reading Revelation. I want to read Matthew 24. What does Matthew 24 say?
This is hilarious at this point. This guy went to J-Rob school for arguing Dex.
Let me look at the poll. I can't vote on my backup account because I'm a moderator on my backup account. Oh gosh, yes. Fantastic poll.
You're arguing the text out of context.
D is the answer.
All right, fantastic. So what's he referring to when he says that the Son of Man is going to appear in the heavens and all the tribes of the earth are the more? Does Jesus talk about this event elsewhere in the Gospels?
So this is actually depicted.
Does Jesus talk about this event anywhere else in the Gospels?
Yes, he talks
Where?
about all these events.
Where?
So where he talks about the destruction of the temple.
No, this doesn't say anything about a destruction of a temple.
Where he says, break it down.
We'll just try this again. The sign of the Son of
Where
Man
he
will
says,
appear in heaven, and then
Jesus
all the
says
tribes
himself,
of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great
it says in
glory.
the book of Revelation.
And then he will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Where else does Jesus talk about this event?
Revelations chapter 1.
He doesn't. I'll just read it. It's in the very next chapter. It's in chapter 25. I don't know why this was so difficult for you.
Does say it actually. It does say
No, it
it
doesn't.
actually.
All right, so we're going to go to the very next chapter. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all of the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate one from another as the shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And then there's the judgment. And he says the same thing in the very next chapter. If you go to Matthew 26, when he's talking to the high priest, he says pretty much the same exact thing. Let's find it real quick.
You know that
should be near the end of it.
To talk?
All right. He says to the high priest, you have said so, but I tell you, from now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven. Funny, it's almost like there's this theme about coming on the clouds of heaven being a reference to the second coming when he judges everybody and collects all of the elect and gathers them together.
Second coming when he judges everybody and collects all of the elect and gathers them together. Coming when he judges.
He's got a bad echo now.
Now he's getting a phone call.
All right, get it.
Go fix your app. You're echoing.
Go fix your app. You're echoing.
Swipe away from the app and come back. You're echoing.
Swipe away.
Oh, this guy's a waste.
I don't know why he keeps unmuting. Like, stop it. And Martina, last I checked, the host, this is his live. He runs it how he runs it. It is not our fault that believers don't want to listen to the word of their own book when they bring it up.
They hate it.
That sounds like a personal problem, not ours. So if you don't like how the host runs his live, pay up, shut up, or get out.
Yeah, thank you, Hanji. And thank you, Mac, for all the lipstick and all the gifts. Mac is literally on fire tonight. She's absolutely obliterating these goals. I dropped him. I'm going to see if he comes back. I'm hoping he comes back and he doesn't have an echo. If he doesn't come back in another couple of seconds, I'll have to take the next guest. But if you're not on the phone, if you're not getting a phone call, I want you to come on back and we can finish this conversation. And you can do your best to continue talking over me, which won't work because I'll just keep muting you every time.
All I'm going to say is I love that because it's like, oh, so much cum.
Yeah, it's wild to me that Jesus himself mentions this event many times. We have the actual words of Jesus about this event. We don't have to go to the book of Revelation. Jesus tells you what's going to happen, and he says he's going to gather the elect, and all the tribes of the earth are going to mourn. Funny that we have no writings from the Native Americans mourning when they saw Jesus coming back. We have no writings from the Aboriginals when they saw Jesus coming back. We have no writings from the Inuits when they saw Jesus come back on the clouds. This nonsense about 70 AD is embarrassing. All right, we're going to get Gemini in here because that guest isn't coming back. Apparently, he's not up for it. Welcome in, Gemini.
Hi, guys. How are you tonight? How are you, Hanji?
Hey, Gemini.
Good, how are
Hi.
you?
Doing well.
I just wanted to come on and talk about Justin's shirt some more. I feel like we haven't
Praise the shirt.
and its frequency. No, actually, let me think. What did I really want to ask about? Well, so I was in Blitz's live earlier. Some interesting discussion that was going on. And I guess my question would be, what happens when, like, the rare instances in which believers basically concede that the Bible is not historical, is not scientifically accurate, but that it contains truth? And I guess this is something that I'm curious about. I've never studied philosophy, but like, Justin, would you concede that there can be truth even in like that any form of writing, you know,
Yep. And there is
poetry?
Yeah. There are true things in the Bible as well. For example, I can go, in fact, I have this next to me. I can go into this anthology of Babylonian texts and I can read the siege of Jerusalem from 3 different Babylonian kings, and I can compare it to the Bible, and I can see that it's roughly similar. So there are definitely true things that are in the Bible, but I think that's where me and the Christians would disagree. Just because there are some true things doesn't mean that like the theological and the mythological stuff is also true.
Well, or again, that it's not true in the sense of, you know, factual. We've talked about this a little bit before, I think, like empirical truth, but that there are these greater human truths, subjective though they may be, but like that they're, you know, it's possible to glean something that is true without it necessarily being factual or empirical.
Yeah, so this was the position of one of my Old Testament professors, Dr. Eugene Carpenter, who is no longer with us, unfortunately. Peace be upon him. So Dr. Eugene Carpenter took kind of a metaphorical approach to the mythological parts of the Bible, with the tendency to interpret it as, well, God is revealing his divine truth in the narrative, even if the narrative itself isn't historically true. And there were parts that he did believe are true. For example, I've got his commentary on Exodus and some of his other commentaries, and he'll tell you when you get to Exodus 21, he literally believes that the Exodus really happened. He literally believes that God really gave the laws to Moses. So there are a lot of things he literally believes, but the things that science has like really poo-pooed on, he's willing to accept that as some sort of a metaphysical, theological truth that God is trying to convey through the Bible.
Well, and that's the thing, like, that I guess that I find is that the whole story, the whole narrative is that much more beautiful when you can, there's that much more truth to be found in it when you are not doing mental gymnastics, trying to defend its veracity, you know. So, you know, I mean, that makes me curious, just, you don't have to talk about specifics of your journey, but like, at what point did you feel that there was not value in that there wasn't, I mean, you know, at some point you came to atheism, you were talking about earlier that you were agnostic along the way.
Yeah. First of all, Gunslinger, thank you so much for all the paper cranes. I really appreciate that, Gunslinger. That being said, I think, so for me, I was very similar to some of my Old Testament professors where I was willing to accept, because it was smacking you in the face, that the Bible does get things wrong from time to time. And in fact, I wrote an article about it back in like 2015, basically laying out a good argument for why the Bible may not be the word of God, but it could contain some of the words of God. And same thing, it might not be...
Or, you know, divine inspiration, right? Because I don't believe that the Bible certainly has any monopoly on truth. But, you know, it's interesting too. So going back to like talking about energies and frequencies, I was thinking the other day about how interesting it is, and I'm sure this isn't exclusive to English, but
Gemini,
like,
can I answer your question first?
Yeah. Yes, sorry.
Okay, so the reason why I didn't stay in that camp is because we've got a couple issues, right? So for me, if Jesus is the Messiah in real life, not in figurative life, he needs to have completed the messianic prophecies, and he just didn't do it. The other problem is that the New Testament contradicts the Old Testament, which means one of them has to be right and one of them has to be wrong, or they both have to be wrong. They can't both be right. So the fact that I've got like so many contradictions between the theology of the New Testament and the theology of the Old Testament leads me to believe that there's a huge problem, because even if it was metaphorical and it was from God, I would still expect that the theological view is consistent between the two episodes, but they're not. So that's why I went from like liberal Christianity into agnosticism, where I still believed in like a theistic God, but maybe not necessarily the Christian God. And I did that for a while. For me, I still, though, when I started studying science, it was science for me that led me from agnosticism into atheism.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, this is something that I've wanted to talk about before, because I've heard you going through the prophecies and saying they'd have to be fulfilled. But again, I think that there's a lot of beauty in the arc and the story that this person who came to be the Messiah maybe represented the God more, this loving God, right? If we accept he was a loving God, more truthfully than what he was perceived to be in the Old Testament. So that he doesn't necessarily have to fulfill those prophecies word for word. That in fact the Son of God is something even more merciful, more beautiful, someone that they couldn't have expected, that was leading us to even greater truth.
So I think the problem with that, though, is if you accept that viewpoint, then you have to accept that the prophets of the Old Testament weren't actually dispensing the word of God, which is like that's the only job the prophet has, is to hear from God and to dispense the predictions. And Deuteronomy 18 says that a word is from God if it proves to be true, if it comes true. So the function of the prophet is to provide something that is testable.
Right. And what if I don't exactly accept that premise?
Well, yeah. But so once we get to a point where we're like, okay, well, the Bible says things that are like theologically important, even if it's not factually true. But at that point, you're saying, listen, I'm just going to make the Bible say what I want it to say. I'm going to take the good stuff and leave the bad stuff. And if you're going to do that with the Bible, why keep the Bible? Why not just say, listen, I believe in a God. This is what I believe about that God. I think I have good reasons to believe that about God. You don't have to carry the baggage of this book that condones unaliving people who work on the Sabbath.
Well, that's just it. I don't. I mean, my understanding too is like historically, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Tetragrammaton, YHWH, right? That deity was somewhat co-opted from neighboring religions, and that there's a lot of like some of the Old Testament, the early Psalms and things echo like what was written about a like storm deity, basically this storm deity who was not a nice fella. But that there's something beautiful and poetic about the idea that, there was these people that were basically chosen, right, to slowly but surely bring into clearer focus this one true supreme God, and that slowly but surely, into the when he's made flesh, if you believe in that. I don't necessarily believe that Jesus really even claimed to be God, but the Son of God. And that again, that we see a much more merciful figure in him than was attested to in the Old Testament. So there is something of an evolution.
But we can get all that without the Bible. For example, we've got in Assyrian and in Babylonian mythology, the deity that is typically at the top of the pantheon is a deity that rises to the top of the pantheon because they're the best among the deities. They defeated the evil chaos monster and allowed humanity to live in peace, things like that. So again, I think like you have a conception of God, and I just don't think you need the Bible to have that conception of God. Like if your conception of God doesn't actually match what the Bible is telling you, then just dump the book and go with your gut.
I think that's just it, though, is that I consider myself a follower of Christ in the sense that, like,
thank you, Gunslinger.
I think some of the things that he was saying were radically,
like what?
You know, for the time period in which he existed. So, for instance, yeah, I mean, the fact that he was willing to take on the power structures of the day the way that he was, right, and to be crucified for it was pretty radical. And it was also not radical in the way that, you know, it was prophesied that the Messiah would, you know, come and be this great military leader that was going to liberate them from the Roman occupation, right? But, like, you know, at that time, a lot of the things that he said was radical. The fact that he you know, did associate himself with, like, prostitutes and these people who were considered the outcasts by almost all, not just, you know, his religious community, but...
Right, but how did you come to the realization that that is the appropriate representation of God? Thank you, Gunslinger.
It's subjective, right?
I know, yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's the same, right? Right, but to me, that blows me away. Even to this day, when I see people, especially Christians, who will ally themselves with people who are downtrodden in our society, I'm like, there's somebody who's actually in tune with what I would imagine, like a loving, more supreme, higher being would be,
what
right?
I'm trying to tell you. You have a conception of God, and you're saying this Jesus character, thank you, Gunslinger, at least the parts that I like about him, it reinforces my belief about this God. But your starting point is your belief about the God, and then you're picking something that matches your expectation of that. But if I had the expectation that God was a jerk who wanted to make people suffer, how would you know that my conception of God was false and your conception of God was not false?
That's what's interesting about what you do, right? Is because I think there's cognitive dissonance when you come to most Christians with evidence and they'll say, oh, yes, I believe that all of this was revealed or actual, you know, literal truth. And you confront them with what their God,
thank you, Gunslinger, for the galaxy. But also, can we just do a quick win, Gunslinger? Because he just helped our host hit his goal of 20 mustache cowboy hats.
I didn't even see all
host,
those.
You know what to do.
Thank you so much, Gunslinger. Let's get some W's in for Gunslinger. My goodness.
W Gunslinger.
Making it rain. He's just shooting off those cowboy hats.
Galaxy. Pew, pew, pew.
So, but my point is, what I'm sense you're doing, Gemini, is you've got a conception of God, but I don't think your conception of God is necessarily rooted in the Bible. I think it's a conception of God that makes sense to you, and you're trying to confirm it by using the Bible. But you could probably confirm it using the Jewish Talmud. You can confirm it using any of the Hellenic deities. I mean, there's lots of ways. Like you.
I mean, to some extent, right? And I'm also, like I said, I don't think that the Bible or that Jesus, that they have some monopoly on truth, that they're the only people who can tap into this greater source and be divinely inspired. But I would imagine, I mean, could I do it with anything? But I'm not really I don't think it's confirmation bias, because I'm not an apologist, right? I'm not trying to make evidence fit. It's that, again, that all of us can read something and say that, and this is where I was going with the whole energy thing, that resonates with me, right? It strikes a chord. It's interesting that we talk about it that way, is something that resonates with us as truth, subjective though it may be. So, you know, in terms of what I would conceive of the Son of God to be, I read that and I read, you know, what's in the Gospels, and I think, wow, this really was a remarkable individual for that time. The things that he is saying are incredibly, still to this day, they're radical, right? About the rich, for instance.
But that's what I want to push back on. Hold on. So that's what it's radical to you, but it's not radical to me, because I've read the Jewish writings. So I'm familiar with the Jewish writings, and everything Jesus said I can find already in the Jewish writings. So here's one I just pulled up because is kind of sticking in my memory from recent. So this is from Pirkei Avot, which is about the law. It's a treatise on the law of Moses. And it says, all love which is contingent upon a passing thing, once the thing passes, the love passes. And all love that is not contingent upon passing things, like the love of Tzaddikim, and the sages never passes. So now he's setting up a dichotomy. There are some forms of love that are good and some forms of love that are fleeting. Like it says here, the level Amnon and Tamar, that was one of the sons of David that raped his sister Tamar. Amnon loving Tamar because of her beauty. And what is love? That is not contingent on passing things. The love of David and Jonathan to fulfill the will of the master. Jonathan said to David, so on and so forth. So he's saying that there's a brotherly love, love for your companion that is more powerful than the love that is based out of lust. Very similar to teachings we find in the New Testament. And I could do the same thing for Jesus. So every teaching that Jesus had, I can go back into the Jewish writings and find that it was already there somewhere.
Then why did the Jewish establishment of that time feel like his teachings were so heretical?
Oh, they weren't. His teachings weren't heretical, except for example, he kind of poo-pooed on the oral law. So he believed that you should uphold the law given to Moses, but he didn't care so much for the oral law. And that upset them because they felt like the oral law was actually given by God. In fact, I'm going to give you the passage as to why they thought that the oral law came from God. And I can do that because we already have the correct chapter pulled up in the Talmud. It's, if you go to the beginning of the same book that I've already got pulled up, there's a lesson. Why did this sidebar pop up? I don't know why my sidebar popped up. I can't go away, but is that it? There we go. So it says that we're getting to this is their reason why they made the oral law. It says Moses received Torah from Sinai. I say that because this tractate is not founded on any expectation of mitzvah, of the mitzvot of the Torah, as are the other tractates of the Mishnah, but this is entirely Musar and Medoth, and the sages of the Gentiles have also written books from the musings of their heart on the ways of Musar, how man should deport himself with his neighbor. Therefore, Tana begins this tractate. Moses received from Sinai to teach us what the Medoth and the Musar and this tractate were not conjured up. That this was not conjured up by the sages. So he's about to give a defense for this tractate, that it was not conjured up by the sages of the Mishnah. But these two were stated at Sinai, i.e. by he who revealed himself on Sinai. He gave it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, who lived after Joshua until the advent of the first prophets, Eli and the high priest and Samuel, and the elders to the prophets. So he's saying there was an oral law outside of the Torah that was handed down through Joshua and through the prophets. And this tractate is part of that oral law, which is why he goes on to say that it was commanded. It says, in the morning, sow your seed, and in the evening, let your hand not rest, and make a fence for the Torah. This is a command that they believe was given by God to make a fence around the Torah, and they believe that the oral law was that fence. Mac and Bertram, thank you so much for the I love you lipstick. I love you guys back. So
you hit your goal with Mac. She completed it.
Mac, you're killing all of these
Time
goals.
for another one.
So my point is, the oral law was near and dear to the heart of the Jewish people, and they had teachings from their elders that said it was legitimate. Jesus didn't think so. So that's why they didn't like Jesus's teachings against the oral law.
So is your contention, though, basically that what Jesus is alleged to have preached consistent with the Old Testament teachings or the Jewish teachings of the time? That anything that he said didn't ruffle some feathers?
So when it comes to the law, Jesus is a little bit mixed because he believes you should follow the law of Moses. He believes that the law of Moses is sacred, but he is holding on to a belief which is something Paul also believed in. You can find it elsewhere in the New Testament, which is that the law, that Moses had a hand in kind of deciding what some of the laws would be. For example, he says in the book of Matthew that Moses gave you the law of the divorce because of the hardness of your hearts. But that's not true. God gave that law. And thank you, Camran Kermy, for the $5 over Venmo. They say that their brain is smoking. Thank you, Cameron. So Jesus himself was a little bit mixed because part of his view on the law matched the Jewish people of his day, but it doesn't match what the Old Testament says. The Old Testament says that God gave all of those laws and that Moses didn't make any of them up.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I mean, no disagreement there. But, again, that's what I think is remarkable about this figure, or what's attributed to him, is the fact that he had this nuanced view and was social justice oriented, I would contend. And, again, I just find it to be, I find the way he's portrayed to be representative of of my own values. But I think, again, it's subjective. I don't believe in objective truth, but I also think that, what was taught seems to me remarkable for the time. I believe that if a person came and lived like that and preached like that today, that the very people who generally ascribe, they call themselves Christians anyway, would probably crucify him again. That's how radical his teachings were.
But people are teaching it right now and they're not getting crucified. I mean, people love the teachings of Jesus. Love your neighbor. We love this stuff.
How many of them? Well, right. But then when you get into like the nitty gritty of just, I just find that there's a lot of hypocrisy. I think that people, speaking of cherry picking, really pick and choose and they don't like the stuff that he talked about with regard to the rich and with regard to the true downtrodden, and the fact that he didn't preach regarding sexual morality or abortion, smushmortion, whatever I have to say on here on TikTok. None of that appears in the New Testament. And so it's just really interesting to me.
So, but there is a widespread view within Judaism already that people that are rich are not necessarily going to be blessed in the next life. If you read any of the texts on hell in the Jewish writings, they seem to indicate that a life of pious poverty is preferred. That's why we've got, during the Hasmonean period leading up to the New Testament period, we've got such a large rise in ascetic communities, like the community in Qumran, and you've got a large rise in Pharisees. The Pharisees weren't wealthy at all. In fact, they were pretty damn close to taking a vow of poverty. It was actually the Sadducees that had all the money. They didn't believe in any of that nonsense. Mm-hmm. They're like, no, we're gonna take the money. But there was a strain of Judaism already.
Preaching specifically that the rich faced a barrier there was going to be, they'd have to go through the eye of, however you want to translate that.
The eye of the needle.
It's easier for someone to go, eye of the needle, the camel. Yeah. I've heard that might have been misinterpreted, but it might have referred to a literal passing. But anyways, that teaching to me, I'm not aware of anything in the Old Testament that says anything like that stringent.
Oh, well, I mean, but that does exist elsewhere, actually. Hold on. I know exactly where that comes from. 1 second. So the eye of the needle is mentioned in Matthew 19, and there is a writing in the Talmud. This is fantastic. Okay, we're going to pull it up. I'm going to get it on the screen. Okay, so we've got a Talmudic passage. It says, Rabbah says, this is proved by the fact that a man is never shown in a dream a date palm of gold or an elephant going through the eye of the needle. And then we've got another parallel figure of speech. It says, are you from Pumbedita, where they make an elephant pass through the eye of the needle? And then we've also got one more, open a gate no wider than a needle's eye, and I will open for you a gate through which camps and fortifications pass. And then we've got something similar even in the Quran that was stolen from Jewish writings, because the Quran, I don't know if you know it, the Quran quotes secondary Jewish literature all over the place. And this one says the gates of heaven will not be opened for them, nor
I didn't mean the figure of speech.
Yeah,
I didn't mean that he came up with a figure of speech. Just specifically regarding, again, the stringency in terms of rich people being able to, the standards that they would be held to be able to get into heaven. I'm not aware of that kind of teaching, preaching. Anyways, I mean, I don't need to necessarily get into the weeds, but I guess my overall point being that I think that it's not most Christians, but I don't feel any need to defend the God of the Old Testament or the actions of the words that are attributed to him, because I don't believe that occurred. And I don't believe that those are the literal words of God, but I do see like an overall narrative arc that's poetic. It's not 100% unique, but that there's truth, that I think that you can still derive truth from that, see truth and beauty in it, and that it can inform people spiritually, morally, etc. That again, truth isn't just what we can experience through our senses, doesn't have to be testable. That's science, that's different. Again, I'm not going to conflate the two. That's it. That's my soapbox.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I just think that all of the stuff that you like or that you want to take out as like the good stuff of the Bible, I think you can find those things elsewhere. Like they already existed in other religions. They already existed in the teachings of the Jews. And I don't think you need the baggage of the Bible to believe in those things. I agree with you. I think that fundamentally, most people who die rich, regret dying rich. That's why so many people in like the last decade of their lives that have tons of money, they're constantly trying, how can I get rid of this? How can I use this money for something beneficial? You can't take it to the grave.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that you can find it here and there, that there's for sure I'm choosing my own adventure spiritually. But like I said, I'm a student of Hellenistic astrology, so I'm hardly like the most typical Christian. Hey girl, hey. And that's the other thing, is if you don't believe in any of this stuff, Justin, explain to me why Geminis are the way we are.
Listen, Geminis are the best.
Listen, he should know because he is one.
We're such colossal nerds.
As a fellow Gemini,
that's how it is.
It's true. Check out this passage from Perky, okay? It says, which is the just path that a man should choose for himself? All that is gratifying to its doer. I'm going to read the bigger text over here. Sorry, I can't actually read the screen. All that is gratifying to its doer, and that earns him the praise of man. And this will obtain when he walks into the Midoth character traits in the middle path, and does not incline to one of the two extremes. For if he is extremely stingy, this is gratifying to him, for he thereby amasses great wealth. But men do not praise him for this. And if he is vainly extravagant, the men who receive him from his praise, but this extravagance is not gratifying to its doer, for he thereby reduces himself to poverty. But the midah of generosity, which is the mean between stinginess and extravagance, is gratifying to its doer, for he thereby preserves his wealth, but is not overly extravagant. And so he's basically giving a treatise on like what you should do with your money. Should you be poverty? Should you be rich? He's just saying, listen, there's a middle ground. And we find a bunch of this commentary in the Torah, because they say, listen, having money is good, but you should have this money, for example, to pay alms for the poor. If God blesses you with money, he's blessing you so that you can do the work of the kingdom with it. And so
for sure, almsgiving is something that goes way back into the Old Testament, all of that. Again, if you look at the figure of Jesus, you look at this person, I mean, and maybe you can just state for the record if you feel this way or not, but was he not on the whole somewhat radical, somewhat contrarian, somewhat out there by most of the standards of his time?
I don't think
religious
so.
And otherwise.
No, because having read the amount of first century texts that I've read, I don't think his teachings are out there. And you can even find some of it in the Greek and Roman writings. If you read some of those, you'll find a lot of these same ideas. I think that by the time Jesus came along, society was just ready for a change. They had seen so much barbarism and so much terror and the turmoil was extreme. They were just ready for a massive change, and they got one because the known world basically collapsed on them.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I do disagree with you on that final point, but otherwise, you're doing good work.
Gemini, it's good to hear from you again. I appreciate you.
Good to hear from you guys. Take care. Bye.
Get some W's for Gemini.
You too, Gemini.
she's always kind and polite, and we both know we don't agree on the topics.
Oh yeah.
But she's a great example of how you can disagree with somebody and still be cordial and polite. I don't take any joy into yelling over top of guests.
I agree. That's my baby. Also, let's just make it clear in this room, the only sign that can tame a Gemini, in reality, make them relax, is a Sagittarius. Sagittarius. Speaking for myself.
And I don't know what any of these signs mean. I don't.
So you have the twins, which is ironic because you are a twin.
I'm a true Gemini.
Yes, I am a Sagittarius, which means I am the archer, also known as Artemisa or Artemis in the Greco area. Also Sekhmet, the goddess in Egyptian. So, hey, works out for me. I am a free spirit hunter.
Which reminds me, I did just get the 3 volumes in English of the Ovid and also the Aeneid, and there was one other book. 'Cause I wanted to do the deep dive on Asclepius, so we're going to be hearing some stuff about Asclepius on the live soon, because Asclepius, to me, really debunks Christianity. But Carl,
that would be beautiful. But hold on, before we get to Carl, oh gosh, Cameron, thank you for telling me I'm so cute for the $1 on Venmo.
Oh, Bertram, thank you for all the hats. I didn't see it because I get really sidetracked with conversations. But Bertram, thank you so much for all the cowboy hats. I really appreciate it. Same thing too for Spike Mike. I really appreciate it. Your support really does mean a lot to me. We got Carl in the box now. How are you, Carl?
All right.
Fantastic. Carl, are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Sure. What would be your best argument or your best evidence why the Christian God is real?
Because he created us.
How do you know that?
Who created you? Because it's written. Who created you?
How do you know that you were created by your God?
Because it's written.
Where?
Who created you?
Written where?
The first page of the Bible.
Okay, how do you know that the Bible is true when it says that God created you?
Because the Bible is nonfiction since the beginning of time.
Did you say it's nonfiction?
Exactly.
Why do you hold that view? What evidence do you have that the flood happened?
Because dinosaurs are under mud and rocks right now.
Yes, we've dug them up. I've seen them. I touched them with my own 2 hands.
Okay, how do you think they got under? Yeah, you can go to a museum.
Yeah, dinosaurs listed nowhere in the Bible. They lived millions of years ago, and yet we have their bones.
Hello, Moto.
Okay, you gotta get that fixed
Talk about
up
the
there.
throwback.
Yeah, was that a flip phone?
They was giving Nextel. Also, this is the Carl, the one with mental illness issues, the one that wrote that book with the Viking ships, you know.
I don't think I actually
just
wait, the guest?
I don't
think I know who that is.
Carl Mackenzie, he used to also go by Reggie.
Oh, this is Reggie?
Uh-huh.
No, this isn't Reggie. Okay, I thought Reggie had a southern accent.
Okay, now what were you saying about who created you?
It does sound roughly similar to Reggie, but I don't think it is. Okay, so I didn't say anyone created me. I'm asking you, what evidence do you have that there was ever a global flood?
Well, how'd you get here?
Are you going to answer my question or not?
I just told you dinosaurs is one.
Dinosaurs had nothing to do with the flood. I'm asking you, what evidence do you have that the global flood happened? Because I'm really confused about how the penguins...
I just told you.
I'm really confused about how the penguins waddled down Mount Ararat. Are you aware that scaling mountains are not something that penguins are inept at or adept at doing?
What?
Do you think penguins are good mountain climbers?
Are you just trying to deflect from the answer? Okay, so can I ask one of you ladies?
I don't know why this is so hard for you. This is some really easy line of questioning. So, to me, the flood is nonsense because I don't believe that penguins can climb down Mount Ararat. Do you think that penguins are good mountain climbers?
Okay, now, Hannah, who created you?
I don't know why you won't answer my question. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Would you like to have a conversation with me?
No penguins.
Okay, so you don't want to have a conversation.
That's his interpretation.
That's what I'm hearing.
I ask you, Hannah, who created you?
Okay, so you're not talking to the guest in an effort to run away from the conversation.
Okay, I just told you I don't know nothing about no Mount Ararat or whatever you talking about, or no penguin.
You should. So where did
we're talking about Jesus Christ right now?
Where did the ark come to rest?
So you believe in the ark?
I'm asking you, according to the Bible, where did the ark come to rest?
Do you believe in the ark? Evidently so.
No, I'm asking you, according to the Bible, where did it come to rest?
I think it was Mount Ararat.
It was Mount Ararat.
Ararat.
Okay. So, if it came to rest on Mount Ararat, how did the penguins climb down the mountain?
How did the penguins climb down the mountain? Okay. Well, I don't know. You tell me.
They didn't because the story's fiction.
Okay.
Penguins can't climb down mountains.
Okay, now who created you?
I wasn't created.
Okay, how did you get here?
I came about through a natural process whereby my father looked at my mother with desire and then did some things, most likely in a dark room, and then their genetic material mixed. And roughly 7 months later, I came out because I was like 3 months preemie.
Okay, so could you tell us how your mother and father created the kidney?
The kidney?
Yeah.
They didn't create their kidneys. So what happened was we've got something called
because don't you have a kidney?
So we've got something called stem cells. And the way stem cells work is that they produce like the individual body parts. So you've got like kidney stem cells and whatnot. So your body itself. So your body itself has the mechanisms within it to reproduce as needed. It's a natural process.
That's a good question, Shai. What about the kangaroos?
Yeah, how'd the kangaroos get to Australia?
Do you believe in talking jackasses?
No, but I think you do because according to the book of Numbers, donkeys do talk.
Yeah, and you a talking donkey.
Now he's getting in his feelings.
I ain't getting my
feelings. It was Reggie.
He's really showing that Christian love now.
How did your parents create the kidney?
I already told you, my parents did not create the kidney. I don't know why this is so difficult.
Okay, well, how did they create you?
I told you, I came about through the means of a natural process, just like the tree in my backyard came about through a natural process.
A natural process?
Yep.
Okay. What process is that?
Genetic material reproducing.
Okay, so where do your parents get the material?
You want me to fast forward to where the argument is supposed to be going since you're not good at providing it?
Where do your parents get the material?
I'll just fast forward to the end of the argument. So the end of the argument is that something can't come from nothing. What you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, well, your material came from your parents and their material came from their parents and so on and so forth. And you're going to go all the way back to abiogenesis. That's what you're trying to do. So I'll just cut to the chase and waste everybody's time, or not waste everybody's time. So what about the origin of life would you like to talk about?
Well, since your parents created you with the material,
They didn't.
Okay.
I don't know why we have to do this 10 times. They didn't create me. My father didn't.
How did you get here, man?
My father didn't sit up late at night and craft me. My father got an urge and stuck his Wuhong dilly in somebody's cha-cha.
Oh, so you're not a creation, that's what you're saying.
I don't know why you would think I'm a creationist. I'm an atheist. And thank you, Aisha, for the $6.66 over PayPal. Aisha says that God is fiction. W Aisha, W666.
Aisha.
Hail Satan.
Well, she should tell that. She should tell that to Ripples, believe it or not, or the Library of Congress, or the president that she getting ready to vote for, who swore in on the Bible.
I don't know what that has to do with anything. We're talking about the origin of apparently me.
That's something to do with everything.
So let's get back to the actual conversation. I'm trying to figure out what your line of questioning is getting at. Would you want to like state your thesis and then you can defend it?
No, we trying to. Yeah. Okay,
so what's your thesis?
So you saying God is imaginary, right?
That's my thesis. I'm asking you for your thesis.
Okay, so when you touch that money that said "In God We Trust," do you say, "Oh, that's imaginary"? I don't even want that money.
The money? Why would money be imaginary? This guy can't be real.
Do you say?
Why?
Do you say when you
why
touch
would
that
the money be imaginary?
When you touch that money, when you touch that money that say "In God We Trust" on it, do you say, "Oh, I don't want it; it's imaginary"? Do you say that?
No. Why would I say that money is imaginary?
Because that's what you're saying.
Why would I say that money is imaginary?
That's what you're saying right there.
No, I'm not.
God is imaginary. Yes, it is. Oh, well, I'm gonna ask you one more question then.
What does money have to do with
when
God?
When you eat that food, listen. When you eat that,
Carl, I need you to focus up here. Tighten up, okay? I'm asking you, what does money have to do with proving God is real?
Because it says "In God We Trust."
Fantastic.
Right there.
Okay, so I've got a piece of paper here. I got a piece of paper here that says "In Marduk We Trust." Is Marduk real?
Well, do we all touch that piece of paper that says Marduk?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you. I've got Marduk on a piece of paper. Does that mean he's real?
Well, we're talking about God now. We're talking about God. We don't know.
Carl, I need you to focus here. I need you to take all 5 brain cells that you have left that you didn't smoke away, and I need you to answer my questions.
I need you to know.
Is the God Marduk real?
You stand on that shit.
Is the God Marduk real because I wrote his name on a paper?
Okay, so write it a million times.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Is Marduk real because his name appears on paper?
Touch that dollar bill every.
I don't know why you can't answer a simple question, Carl. I can do this all night. I can meet you all night until you answer my question. So, is Marduk real because his name is on paper?
I told you, baby.
This can't be Reggie.
Okay, now.
Unfortunately, it is.
You got one believer. Now,
she's not an atheist,
Solo,
by the way.
What?
Carl, she's not an atheist.
Okay, well, atheists, y'all don't count because you don't even go to the grave if you're atheist. You go straight to hell.
No, I'm not going to hell. I'm gonna go to an urn. I'm gonna be cremated.
You're not going to the grave. You're not going to be cremated. You're going to hell.
I'm not afraid of your hell for the same reason you're not afraid of the Muslim hell.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to ask you this question.
All
You
my
did
time
say
with
you're atheist,
All right,
right?
so I'm still waiting for you to answer my question.
Okay.
Does Marduk's name being written on paper make him real? Does Marduk's name being written on paper make him real? Okay, fantastic.
Yes,
so now
he's
you're
real.
polytheistic.
Okay.
Just all right. So say that Marduk is Lord. Say that Marduk is Lord. I want to hear it.
No, yeah, Marduk, you're Lord.
No, Marduk is Lord. It's on a piece of paper. It must be true.
Yeah, that's your Lord. That's your Lord.
Okay, so
All right.
he's real, isn't he? In reality.
Yeah.
There you
He
go.
real.
We converted him.
Now, so
Praises be to the Lord Marduk.
so
We
what?
finally converted Reggie / Carl / whoever he is.
Okay, so now the God name on the paper, is he real?
No.
Okay, but Marduk is.
No, I'm clowning you. Just because your name is on paper doesn't make you real.
You clowning yourself. You clowning yourself, watermelon head motherfucker.
Oh, there it is. There it is. He gets so bent out of shape, Carl. Why can't you just bring a good argument? Carl, do you think your grandchildren are proud of you right now, getting on TikTok, acting like this?
Very proud.
Do you think you're making Jesus proud?
I'm not gonna teach.
You think you're making Jesus proud right
bet
now?
y'all won't teach.
You think Jesus is looking down right now and be like, "Oh man, that Carl, he's really doing my work." Is this what you want to be caught doing when Jesus comes back?
Oh yeah. Do you think the devil proud of you?
I don't believe in the devil.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I can do this all night. No, I don't, Carl. I'm an atheist, remember?
Gosh.
Okay, what do you think an atheist is? A person who believes the devil.
Nope.
No, Carl, that's not what an atheist
Atheist
is.
means without any gods. This guy can't be real. There's no way this is a real person.
He, unfortunately, he is.
He's scared of the fire. See, that's why you trying to make
Scared
your
of
own
what?
definition.
I've literally been asking you for the evidence.
You scared of the fire. You're not even a real atheist.
I'm an atheist.
A real atheist is not scared of that fire.
What fire? There's no fire. Prove it. Prove that hell exists.
Yeah. No, prove that you're not scared of that fire.
I don't need to. Hell doesn't exist.
Okay, you hoping it don't exist.
Why would I be out here talking to buffoons like you
Ask
if I thought that the Christian God was actually real and that hosting this live was going to send me to hell? Why would I do that when I can make much more money? I can make much more money as a Christian evangelist. Christian evangelists rake in money like nobody's business.
If it don't exist.
It's true. You don't know how to preach the Bible.
He's just
so
going
I
to
could
spiral
definitely
like
see that
crazy.
happen.
Mac, thank you for the hats.
He is.
W, Mac, making the hats
exist.
rain. We are in the Wild West tonight. Thank you, Mac. W, Mac.
You just hit your goal. Time for a new one.
Thank you so much, Mac. All right, are we done with Carl? We had enough of him tonight.
Yeah, we're done.
You done with yourself.
All right, Carl, go tuck yourself into bed.
Sleep it off.
And make sure to wash your dentures tonight.
Also, I love how he called you an ass. Like, I mean, he is a nice piece. I'll say that.
Carl's something else. That can't be Reggie.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. You know, he has a book on Amazon.
No, really?
I'm being so serious. Get with Spicy Jess. She still has the link to it. This was during Vigilantes days. Like, oh my God.
That's crazy.
It's so...
Well, you heard it here. I'm not a real atheist, guys. I don't know if that's Reggie. His accent is different.
Tiny. Rar. Well, you know, his daughter did come on TikTok on one of Vigilante's live saying that he is a veteran, so he's not mentally all there.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that's a story for a whole other day.
I don't think he's all put together.
Hello.
Yeah, how you doing,
I
Poo Poo?
didn't realize I would be called here.
Welcome in, Poo Poo. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am. 1 second, let me put on my headset because it's noisy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's my second language. 1 moment.
Are you guys picking any static from my mic right now?
I'm not.
Okay, just checking. I was
Is
curious.
that me?
I was curious if my computer fan was being going to be picked up in the mic. Poo Poo, your mic is fine. You said you're a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 24.
Fantastic. Okay, so what would be your best argument or your best evidence why the Christian God is real?
Well, I want to base it on what you believe in, so that we can start from there.
Well, I don't believe in any gods.
Okay, so why don't you believe
Because there's no evidence for them.
any god? Like any god, even like a supreme creator?
No gods. Felix, thank you for the hand. I appreciate that. You got a little bit of an echo too. Can you turn your phone down, your speakerphone down a little bit?
Is that me?
I think it's you. It's better right now. Okay, so what's the evidence for your God being real?
Okay. So what do you mean like evidence? Like an object?
You tell me, what's the evidence that your God is real? Do you think that your God is demonstrable?
There is archaeological, the archaeological evidences
Of what?
that are on the Bible where the names
So?
and the rulers are correct.
So?
Yeah, that's one.
Okay, so then does that mean that the gods of the Babylonian kings are real because we have archaeological evidence that the Babylonian kings existed?
No.
Oh, okay, so somebody existing in history doesn't mean that their religion is true.
Well, if it's awfully accurate,
it is.
Even the names and even the rulers.
It is. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So
we have
could be a
palace
really good
inscriptions
evidence.
from the siege of Lachish. We've got palace inscriptions from the siege of Judah, all from the decade in which these events happened.
Okay, so I do also believe in revelations that are that God calls prophets and give revelations to them.
Well, I don't believe that.
So, okay, so here's the reason why. Do you know that the Bible is collected in a different timeline other than the New Testament? Because the Bible are separate books, right? They are a collection of books where some of them are written hundreds of years before Christ was born.
You said a lot of words, but you didn't say anything. Can you say that better?
Oh, okay. So do you believe that the Bible and the New Testament were collected separately and they were just united and called the Bible?
Yeah, obviously.
And does it make sense?
Yes, the Bible wasn't sent down by an angel. Like Moroni didn't show up with golden tablets and just give us the Bible.
Okay. So if you believe that, so there was a prophecy, by Isaiah, the prophet, where he announces that Jesus will be born.
Oh, that's
Take
not
note
true
that-
at all.
That's not true?
Not even close. You're talking about Isaiah 7, verse 14?
No, Isaiah 54.
No, you got the wrong one. You're thinking Isaiah 53, but that's the wrong prophecy. Isaiah 53 is not about the birth of the Messiah. That's theoretically, according to Christians, Isaiah 7:14. That's your first time doing this?
Second, he was in Jaren's not too long ago.
Okay. So
Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young
yeah.
woman is with child and shall bear a son and name him Emmanuel. Is that the one?
Is that on Isaiah?
Yep, chapter 7.
Okay. There's also, can you check on 54? What version
53.
is that?
You want 53. You got the
If
wrong
I check
one.
it here, if I check it here on my phone, it will be put on pause, and you will not hear me.
Yeah, I know. What do you want? What do you want from 53? Have you read all of Isaiah, or have you only read this one chapter?
No, I did not read all the Bible, but I read per topic.
I said, have you
right?
read all of Isaiah?
All of Isaiah? No, most of it.
Okay.
Just most of it.
Have you read chapters 40 to 55?
40 to 55. I think so.
And what's the theme that the prophet is building in those chapters? It's a one theme throughout the entire pericope. What is it? Is he Googling?
1 second. Let me check. I'm sorry. I'm checking on my phone.
Well, it's
Is
15
that okay?
chapters. Checking in your phone's not going to help. You either know or you don't.
I'm I mean, I don't know every.
Thank you. Just say you don't
the
know. It's
actual
okay.
theme.
So the main theme of this
I mean, you have
particular
your sources
section
right
of
there,
text
but you don't.
is
I
that
don't
God
have
is
mine.
rescuing his people from the captivity in Babylon. They have been made captives by the nations to pay the penalty for their sins, and also so that God can display his majesty and might to the nations when he rescues them. And he mentions the servant. Whoever wrote Isaiah chapter 40 to 55, who clearly wasn't actually Isaiah because he lived 200 years after Isaiah, was quite clear about who the servant was. It says in verse 41, "But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you that you are my servant, I have chosen you and not cast you off." 43, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant, whom I have chosen." Same thing, 44. "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant Israel, whom I have chosen." 44:21. "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, you are my servant." 45:4. "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name." The last one says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it and send it forth to the ends of the earth and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when I get to chapter 53, I have no reason to believe that this is anything but something about Israel.
Why are you jumping from different verses then?
Because the prophet told you who the servant was. And if you read all of Isaiah, you would know that. You would know that the servant is Israel.
Okay.
So, what you're demonstrating right now is that you don't actually know what the prophets say. You found a prophecy in some list and you read it in isolation without reading any of the context, and you believed it because you don't know any better. But I do know better.
I mean, I read the entire chapters. I mean, I've read that, but it's not.
Then you would know
not
that the
recent.
servant is Israel.
Okay. Let me. Can I check?
Check what?
Check on my scriptures too.
Check whatever you need to.
Okay. But are you gonna kick me, or can I just check
Why would
for
I
a
kick
little
you?
bit?
Do you have them with you?
No, if I would go to a different tab, that I would be muted and I would pause.
Do you not have a Bible?
I don't. I only have it on my phone and my laptop.
These Christians never have Bibles. Why do you get on a Bible Live and not have a Bible with you?
Actually, my tangible Bible is at the province and I'm in the city. So I don't really have the tangible, because if I do have the same, the same Bible digitally, I mean, is it not?
Does the Holy Spirit lead you in all truth?
I'll try. I try to follow the Spirit. Yes.
All right, pray to the Spirit and see if you can find something that validates your claim.
Okay, I can do that. Yeah. I have a question about, you mentioned that in Isaiah 7, where it mentioned there that Emmanuel, right?
Yep.
Like that. So who do you think that is?
It's a child that was already conceived.
Like literally named Emmanuel?
It's most likely the child of the actual prophet himself. And it's not necessarily that that's his name of birth. But if you read the rest of 7 and 8, all of Isaiah's 3 sons have prophetic names. And one of those names is Emmanuel. And he's born in chapter 8. But listen to what it says. This to lay the background here. This is a prophecy to King Ahaz. King Ahaz is the king of Judah, and he's under attack. He's under attack by the king of Aram and the king of the north of Ephraim, which is Pekah and Rezin. That's what it says. In the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and Pekah, son of Remaliah, of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem. And so he's afraid that his kingdom's going to fall to these 2 kingdoms that have made an alliance against him. God sends the prophet to give him a message of hope 3 different times. It's that second time that has the word that you think is about the Messiah. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is about a child who's already conceived, and before that child is born, and he knows right from wrong. After he's born, but before he knows right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking Ahaz, their kingdoms are going to be laid waste.
So what's Emmanuel gonna do? Since that
nothing.
The prophecy it mentioned there, nothing.
Emmanuel doesn't do anything. So Emmanuel is a timeline. It doesn't say Emmanuel's doing anything. Listen to what it says about this child. It says, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. The Lord will bring on you and your people and all your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria, which is what happens if you keep reading and you read the parallel passages in 2 King and in 2 Chronicles. God does bring the king of Assyria, and the king of Assyria wipes out the Arameans, and he wipes out northern Israel.
Okay, so why is it relevant for Emmanuel to be mentioned there if it's not going to help with the war that's going on?
Easy, because the name Emmanuel is a prophetic name, just like the other names of Isaiah's children. And this name is important because it's reminding them that God is with them in the time of trouble.
Prophetic name. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yep. So if you read chapter 8, it becomes quite obvious. Well, first of all, even in chapter 7, the name of it, even in chapter 7, the name of his son is prophetic. So we've got another son. It says, the Lord says to Isaiah, go out to meet Ahaz, you and your son Shear Jashub, at the end of the conduit of the upper pool on the highway to Fuller's Field. Are you aware that this name has a meaning?
I'm sorry.
So the name of the son mentioned here, the first son of Isaiah, the prophet, means a remnant shall return, which is one of the primary prophecies that Isaiah makes. Mac and Bertram, thank you for all the caps. W, Mac, W, Bertram, thank you for that. So his first son has a prophetic name, and we'll find here that this child has a prophetic name as well. That prophetic name is Emmanuel. God is with us. Which is
what's the other one before?
Which is what God is saying to them. It says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you should not stand at all. So the first child was Shear Jashub.
It doesn't make sense. Like, why would a name help Ahaz?
It doesn't. The name doesn't help Ahaz. God helps Ahaz. The name of the child is prophetic. It's there to reveal truth. It doesn't help anybody. It's just saying that God is with you, which is why in chapter 8, as the prophecy starts to unfold, listen to what Isaiah says. As it's happening, therefore the Lord is bringing up against it. Let's start in 6. The Lord spoke to me again, because this people has refused the waters of Shiloah, that flow gently and melt in fear before Reason, the son of Remaliah. Therefore, the Lord is bringing up against it the mighty floodwaters of the river, the king of Assyria, and all of his glory. It will rise above its channels and overflow all of its banks. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, pouring over, will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. And then he says, O Emmanuel. And now if you read it in the Hebrew manuscripts, the Emmanuel is actually tied to the beginning of this, but it says, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, be dismayed, and listen, all you far-off countries. Gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, because or 4, God is with us. It says Emmanuel a second time, bracketing this paragraph. So the whole point of Emmanuel is that during the time of trouble, God is with his people. And Isaiah tells you that his name's children, the name of his children, were signs. It says, "Bind up the testimony, seal the teaching among my disciples. I will wait for the Lord, who is hiding his face from the house of Jacob, and I will hope in him. See, I and the children whom the Lord has given me are signs and portents in Israel from the Lord of hosts." His children are the prophetic signs here.
I do respect you, but to be honest, I don't understand what you're saying.
I believe that.
Because if you, of course, if you would understand, you would explain it to me very simply.
I don't know how I can dumb it down any further. Isaiah chapter 7 is about a child who is already conceived.
I still don't know why the
Says,
reason why it was
"Therefore,
mentioned.
the Lord himself will give you a sign." Who's you that's receiving the sign?
Is it King Ahaz or
It's King Ahaz.
Isaiah?
Okay, so it's assigned to King Ahaz, and it says, "Look, the young woman is with child." Is that present tense or future tense?
It's future.
Present tense. Is with child is present tense. She's already pregnant. Okay, so the woman's already pregnant, and it says she shall bear a son.
What verse? Where?
14.
14 in 7, right?
Yep. It says, "Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son." I don't know where you're going. It's on the screen, my man.
So the lady is currently pregnant.
She's already pregnant. So it's happening at the time of King Ahaz. It is a sign for King Ahaz. The woman is already pregnant. And it says, "Before this child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted." And it happens. That's actually what happens. If you read the historical books in 2 Kings, I think chapter 26, the whole thing comes true. So this sign, if it was a sign of anything, had nothing to do with the Messiah. It was a sign that God is with his people in their times of trouble.
Okay, I see that this is connected with First Matthew.
Yes, I know,
It says also
because
there
the New
about
Testament
Emmanuel.
authors didn't know how to read. So this goes back to what I've said
it
500
also,
times.
It's in the present
So
tense.
the New
it's also
Testament
in the present
authors
tense.
didn't know how to read Hebrew. They certainly didn't know how to read Greek much better than Hebrew. And so the New Testament had to justify Jesus somehow. So they went back to the Old Testament and they randomly quoted Old Testament passages out of context to try to conjure up some sort of justification for Jesus.
So it's also on the present tense on Matthew then. It says there that a child shall be born, name will be Emmanuel.
That's future.
So there's another Emmanuel there?
No, it's the same Emmanuel. The author, Matthew, doesn't know how to read. Matthew doesn't know how to read. Matthew thinks that this passage says something that it doesn't say.
How do you know that Matthew doesn't know how to read?
Because I can read the text and I can read it in the original Hebrew. And the original Hebrew doesn't say anything about a virgin giving birth.
And he doesn't. Like it's your assumption that he doesn't know how to read.
No, it's true because he's quoting it from Greek text. If you compare what he's saying, he's quoting it from a Greek translation, not from the Hebrew. And the Greek translation isn't a good translation, and he doesn't even understand the changes in Greek. At the time that this was translated into Greek, the word Parthenos didn't always refer to a woman who had never consummated her marriage. It quite literally referred to women that were married and unmarried. In fact, in Genesis, the same word in the Greek Old Testament is used to refer to Dinah after she was raped by Shechem.
Okay. I do understand that. we can agree to disagree on that. But there's a lot of revelations from the Old Testament that there will be a son conceived. Like
Where?
it mentions.
Show me.
Even in the time of Adam.
Show me.
When he was okay.
Don't say it. Show me.
Explain the story and we can go on there. But it says there that
where? It
an
says
angel
where?
appeared to Adam.
It says where?
Should know the story.
What story?
But I will check it here. Let's go to Genesis. I'm not sure what chapter it is, but it's I think it's on Genesis. Again, I'm not as bright as you.
Describe the story.
You know.
I'll tell you where it's at.
Okay. Okay. So an angel appeared to Adam.
There's no Adam. Adam is the name of a people group.
What do you like? Adam.
You mean Adam?
The first Adam, whatever.
Okay.
Adam, I guess.
Fantastic. Okay, so somebody appeared to Adam.
Okay, so is there a difference between Adam and Adam?
Yeah, Edom is the name of a people group. It's the offspring of Esau. They live near Mount Seir.
Okay. Okay, so an angel appeared to Adam.
Adam, and you've got the wrong person.
Adam.
It wasn't Adam.
Okay. Okay. So an angel appeared to Adam.
You're looking for Jacob.
And he asked.
There's no story about
sorry?
an angel appearing to Adam.
There was, and the angel asked him. The angel asked Adam, why is he sacrificing? You know, why is he
That's
commanded
Abraham,
to
and that's
sacrifice
Genesis
firstlings of the
22.
flock?
That's Genesis 22, and it's not Adam, it's Abraham.
No. It's
yes,
Adam.
it is. Yes. After these things, God tested Abraham, and he said to him,
No, I
Abraham,
know that story.
and he said, here I am. And he said, take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains that I will show you. And then he's tested. And then later in verse 12, he says, do not lay your hand on the boy. Do not do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, since you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me. Not Adam, it's Abraham.
No. There's no son involved. Like there was only a firstling of the flock. Like it's an animal sacrifice.
That's Abel.
And what?
Abel,
No.
Genesis 4.
It's Adam and Adam is asking. I mean, the angel is asking Adam why does he do what the Lord has commanded, and he mentioned that he doesn't know. Then the angel later explained that it was
that was God himself when he came down in Genesis chapter 3. That wasn't an angel.
What version is that?
This is the NRSV. It says, the Lord God said, see, humans have become like one of us. Actually, they catch him earlier.
My point is, okay, anyway, my point is
says,
that...
they heard the sound of the Lord God
Yeah.
walking in the garden at the time of the evening breeze, and the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called to the man. So it's the Lord God. It's not an angel.
No, that's after they got kicked out of the Garden
Nope,
of Eden.
this is before. This is in Genesis chapter 3 when they get caught.
No, it happened after. The one I'm talking about. It happened after.
No angel appears to Adam.
Can I check?
You can check anything you want to. You're going to be wrong.
I want to make sure that I'm wrong.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
In the meantime, let's go ahead and get these likes up. There should be no reason why we're still sitting at 237K. Let's get up to 275K. Please continue to share, like, subscribe, not just on the TikTok platform, but also on YouTube. If you do not want to gift on the TikTok app, you are more than welcome to go to the links in our bios where we have our Cash Apps, Venmos, and Amazon wishlist linked. We do this every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday from 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until, well, whenever our host feels like it, because it's his life. He runs it how he runs it. I'm just the adorable, cute, little, spicy Greek co-host that likes to have fun with the guests. Sometimes I overplay with my food, but that's okay. Thank you all so much for being here and showing support.
I don't think he's going to find the passage he's looking for because it doesn't exist.
Mm-mm. And I agree with Thinker. He was going through every A name. It was Abel. No, it was Adam. No, it was like, sweetie, know your book, my darling.
I mean, he talked about multiple stories and he conflated them. One about offering up. He started talking about children, something about offering up his children, and then he said no about offering like a sacrifice of the field, which again is not Adam. Adam didn't offer a sacrifice of the field. I think he's confused. I think his brain is mixing up multiple scriptures. I don't think he knows what he's looking for.
I just remember the actual angel going to Jacob. That's the one with the donkey, yes?
Oh, no, that's in the book of Numbers. That was Balaam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when
Balaam.
Yeah, the angel of the Lord appears before the Balaam's donkey, and the donkey starts talking.
Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. Goku said it was Achilles. Also, thank you, Joshua, for the heart pew pew.
Guys, thanks for being here. It's been a wild night. We've had a crazy mix of guests and restarts and technology failures tonight. Thanks for being here and sticking it out with us. Thanks for all the gifts and the likes and the shares. It really means a lot. We really appreciate you guys here being up with us and supporting us. Thinker says she just woke up. Yeah, I believe that.
Oh my God.
I don't understand her schedule because I thought she lived in the States, which means she's basically sleeping during the daytime and awake at night while we're all sleeping.
She's a vampire.
She must be. Poo Poo, did you find what you're looking for? I don't think you're going to find it. But while we're waiting, Debbie, thank you for the $10 over PayPal. Debbie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Debbie.
Win, Debbie.
Big W, Debbie. So this guest is never going to find the passage. So this is what we're going to do, Poo Poo. We're going to count down from 10. If you haven't found it, we're just going to consider it lost, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Find it?
Okay.
No, he's got nothing. All right.
No.
Poo Poo, go find it. Coming back. We're going to get somebody else up here in the meantime. And let's see who's been in here. I think we got Sasha might be in the queue next, and then maybe Jonathan.
Sounds good.
Oh, and maybe not. I must have clicked the wrong person. How you doing, Arbor Heavy?
Hey, how's it going, champ?
Not too bad. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Great. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, of course.
Fantastic. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
I'll be listening to you for a bit. I'll just say purely for me, it'll be say faith and belief. Not only that, like scientific evidence of the scriptures, and not only that, prophecy.
Okay, so the prophecies, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, so I believe prophecies, the Bible's the most accurate and on-point book on earth.
Fantastic. Okay, so what prophecies in the Bible demonstrate that the Christian God is real?
Just so I believe the word of God is, so the Bible's inspired.
I know you believe it. I'm asking you for the evidence. What's the evidence that the...
Yeah. So the Bible is basically the breath of God. And
yes, I know that's what you believe. I'm asking for the evidence of what you believe.
So you got the book of Daniel.
What about it?
All the prophecies come to life from...
No, they didn't.
Basically from Nebuchadnezzar.
I don't think you even know what Daniel's about.
I don't think you know what Daniel's about.
I actually know it quite well. What prophecy from Daniel would you like to go to?
That's already been prophesied, but it's already happened.
I'm asking you, what in Daniel would you like to read to prove that it's true?
So you start from Nebuchadnezzar, you start from Babylon.
Well, we got a couple problems with Nebuchadnezzar already, because Nebuchadnezzar is listed as the father of Belshazzar, and the father of Belshazzar was not Nebuchadnezzar, it was Nabonidus.
Who took over the Babylonians?
All right, so I don't know if you heard me. We got a historical error already in the book of Daniel. The first problem is it wasn't written.
So you got Babylon.
It wasn't written
right?
at the time Daniel actually existed. It was written hundreds of years later in a language that wasn't even active at the time period that Daniel would have been there. The other thing,
prophecy.
The other thing is that it's clearly not about the Messiah, so it certainly has nothing to do with Jesus.
It does. It has to do with Jesus' return.
Sure, then show me. Show me where.
So obviously you start with Babylon.
We'll start with Daniel chapter 9. That's where he wants to go.
So who took over the
Also,
Babylonians? The Persians, right?
Responded, and he said, I believe I'm talking. So Popopo responded, and he said, it's on the pearl of great price, Moses 5. Shut the fuck up. Moses 5:4-8.
Give me evidence of
That's from the Book of Mormon, though. That's not from the Bible.
We don't believe in the Book of Mormon.
We're not talking to you. Maybe if you learned to be quiet, you would know we were talking to someone else who was just up here.
Why would we talk to someone who believes in...
Because we had him do homework, child.
Have him do homework. Where's your evidence?
Apparently he wasn't listening. Okay, so what part of Daniel did Jesus fulfill?
Listen, let me finish talking and then you can go, all right?
I'm asking you a simple question. You said Daniel is evidence
you asked me prophecy.
that
you asked me about prophecy. I'm trying to tell
that your
you
God is real. I'm asking you what part of Daniel
Babylon,
proves it.
From Babylon, it goes to Persians, and Persians.
He has no idea what he's talking about. So what part of Daniel? What part of Daniel is? What part of Daniel? What part of Daniel would you like to read?
What about the prophecy in Genesis?
What part of? There's no prophecy in Genesis chapter 3. Genesis chapter 3 is about snakes.
Yeah, you don't understand prophecy then. That's what I mean.
I do. This guy is really embarrassing. So
you see, either that or he is completely sloshed.
He must be.
The Bible, so you don't,
he's definitely been partaking in some adult beverages. So it says,
Genesis
the Lord
chapter 3,
said,
verse 15 was...
the Lord said to the serpent, in Hebrew it just says nakash, which means a snake. The Lord said to the snake, because you have done this, cursed are you among all of the animals and among all of the wild creatures. Is a snake a wild animal?
Verse 15.
Is a snake an animal?
Brother, the old
is a
serpent,
snake an animal?
Satan.
I'm going to keep asking you until you say it. Is the snake an animal?
That's right, because you don't know. You don't know.
I will ask the question until you answer the question. Is a snake among the animals?
The old serpent is referred to Satan.
You can shout dumb things all you want. I'm going to keep asking you.
You can say dumb things.
Are snakes part of the animal kingdom?
The old serpent is... The old serpent... Listen. The old
He's just shouting Revelation. I know what Revelation says.
It's in Genesis you find the old...
This is so funny to me.
It's funny you believe in Zeus.
Aw, cry about it, baby.
Why should I cry?
It's not my fault that my deities came before yours. It's okay, though. You guys have nothing original. You just like to copy and proselytize on others.
Can you imagine getting on somebody's live just to shout periodically between the mutes rather than having a rational adult conversation? Can you imagine being a grown-ass man and behaving like this? Arbor, did you want to have an adult conversation, or did you just want to shout random Bible verses at us?
I'll stay blessed, brothers. See you later.
So the answer is no. Okay. Well, I was hoping to read the prophecy that Jesus fulfilled, but apparently you couldn't lead me to one.
Not a single one.
I start Sunday again working on the book I'm hoping to have it done here in the coming months. I'm about a third of the way through it, maybe a little more than a third of the way through it. So hopefully before Christmas, I'm going to shop it around for a publisher, maybe HarperCollins or InterVarsity. So keep your fingers crossed, but it's going to be good. I think you're going to like it.
I can't wait to read it.
It's going to be awesome. I go through all of the textual evidence for all of the Old Testament texts through the Aramaic Targums and the various Greek texts, the various Hebrew texts, the Dead Sea Scrolls. And we do a full breakdown of all of the prophecies listed in the Gospels about the Messiah. How you doing, Victorious? Victorious?
We're going on an adventure.
Yeah, hello.
Do you know how phones work? You got to take it out of your pocket to use it. Okay, well, he's stuck in traffic or underneath a car or fell off a mountain. I don't know what's happening with him, but apparently his phone's not functioning properly.
Was it Mount Sinai?
Could have been. I didn't think that guest that came up here previously was going to be Mormon. He was quoting from the Book of Mormon. The Pearl of Great Price is a Mormon text. Now I wish I brought my Book of Mormon with me. It's downstairs.
Oh, so that's why he was talking to Jaren that day.
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Or was it Cyber? I think it was Cyber.
You know what? I really do. Here in the future, I'm going to do a live on Mormonism. Mormonism's ridiculous. Like if you think Christianity's ridiculous, Mormonism's wild.
Oh man, I've heard the stories.
Sasha, we're trying to get you connected, but we got no connection. We're gonna have to move on to the next one. Sorry, Sasha. We're gonna get Jonathan up next.
And it was Cyber. That's where I heard it from Popo.
Right. Welcome in, John.
Hello.
John, are you a Christian?
Sorry. I am not. I'm an agnostic.
Oh, well, all right. Well, John, isn't it wrong being agnostic?
Okay, so I just have one question.
Sure.
If, let's say, hypothetically, just purely hypothetical, what proof would you need if, I know the Bible isn't a good enough example for proof or evidence for an existence of a God, but what would be good enough evidence for you?
Of a God or a specific God?
A God, many gods. What would be good enough proof for you?
Yeah, I would say proof that any God is real is hard to tell because I don't know what kind of a proof a God would give because it depends on the attributes of that God. So what are the attributes of the God you're envisioning?
Let's say Christianity.
Oh, well, that's just not true at all. So if Christianity were true, if that God existed, then I would expect that the prophecies that are laid out in the Christian Bible would have come true, and they clearly didn't come true.
You're not wrong.
But listen, you're agnostic. You're not even a Christian, so I appreciate you being up here, but we're going to keep the debate rolling, okay, Jonathan?
Yes, sir.
All right, cheers, mate. All right, guys, remember, we are here debating Christians. I think we've got Josh coming up next after this guest, RTX, and then Josh, and then Forrest. Welcome in, RTX.
Hello.
You're a little quiet. Can you speak closer to your mic?
What's up?
There you go. So this is a little bit better. Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Fantastic. What would be your best argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
The 2 billion believers in the world.
Oh, so a lot of people believe it, so it must be true?
No, but their testimony.
So that's not a good argument then, is it?
For you, maybe not, but for me, yeah.
Okay, so what about the billions of Muslims?
They're deceived.
Oh, how do you know? How do you know that you're not deceived?
Scriptures. Because the actions of the people talk by themselves.
Well, the Christians did horrible things in history.
Yeah, and I condemn it, but they
Oh.
don't represent Jesus Christ's teachings. The
Okay,
Muslims
well then
instead.
the atrocities of Muhammad don't represent Islam.
No, but if you know Islam, then Islam is mentioning something, the things that they do. So it's totally different from Jesus Christ's teachings.
It's
you need to
not.
accept
So
that if you know
Jesus
Islam.
Christ's teachings led to exactly what you saw in the Christian world: slavery, abusing people, torturing people, raping women. The Bible endorses slavery. Have you actually read it?
Yeah, of course. I know which are
Sure.
your
So
arguments.
tell me about how great your God is, the God who endorses slavery.
First of all, it's not what's slavery. It was
It is.
servants.
Oh no, it says
No, it's
slave.
not. The word Greek and Hebrew for that is a slave or servant.
It's
The most
it's actually
normal
both.
Incorrect.
It's actually both. So the Hebrew word eved means servant and slave. It's the context of the passage that lets you know if it's a permanent servant or a temporary servant. A permanent servant is a slave.
It's curious that you mentioned like this kind of like slaves, like their heritage. You know, like I know your point. You're going to like the family of the people that bought these slaves or servants are gonna heritage, but that's what's normal in that moment.
I don't know
What do
what
you- what-
heritage means, so this you need to use
when-
an actual English word.
Sorry, my bad. Heritage is for me like when they, you know, when someone's died, and you take that thing about him.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Let's just read the passage. It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the
He's
nations
saying
around you.
heritage.
Oh, heritage, yeah. As for the
Yeah,
male and
heritage.
female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you and who have been born in your land. They may
Hey,
be your
Justin, I know all
property.
that. I
You may
know all
keep
that.
them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. So this is just slavery. Owning another human being as property for life is slavery.
Okay, I will explain you something if you let me speak.
Can't wait.
In that moment of time, which year is supposed that is that? Can you explain me? I just want to know that you know that.
I need to know that you know English. What's a jury?
Year, which is the year?
You mean year?
Yeah, that passage is representing which year?
It's not a year. This happened when Moses was on the foot of Mount Sinai. Have you read all of Leviticus?
Yeah.
Okay,
Which year
and
it's
where
supposed that
was
it be
Moses?
historically?
And where was Moses when this law was given?
Where he was?
Yep.
In the desert.
Yes, at Mount
What's that?
Sinai. Yep. Fantastic. Yep. And then he
but my
gives all
question is,
and he gives all the laws.
which year,
And he
Justin?
gives
Which
all the
year
laws.
is?
There are no years. They didn't have years. They traced the number of days and years between kings. They didn't have a timeline. They didn't say in 2000 BCE.
Yeah, that's my point, Justin. In that moment of time, in Aztecs, Greeks, China, there's a rule for all that empires. There's all one king, and all the people are servants.
No, that's
Wrong.
not true at all.
That's true.
That's bullshit.
true.
It's not.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it to me.
That's bullshit. Oh, I know who this guy is. Now I recognize
You know
this.
who I
Now I
am. You know
recognize
who I
his voice.
am.
It took me a minute for it to come out.
Of course, you know.
Oh,
you
this is a
know.
guy that brings nothing to the table except for nuh-uh, nuh-uh and
You're
pivots.
gonna kick me, yeah, people.
Nuh-uh and pivots. All right, so
People, just look how Justin is gonna
justify
kick me
the
because
claim.
he's scared.
Justify the claim that everybody in the ancient world were slaves.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Justify it.
I will. Yeah, just let me speak, please, Justin.
Do
and
it.
Don't get scared. In
No
all,
one's
in
scared
that
of you,
time of
child.
time, all the people were servants
Prove
of
it.
someone. Just the king
Prove it.
and his family
Prove it.
were the only. Prove it. Just go to the history, my bro.
Prove it.
China.
What history? What do you want to read? I'll pull it up.
China. It has emperors. Aztecs. They have
Pull it.
emperors.
What text do you want to read?
Greeks. They have kings.
Pull it. What text do
We
you want
know
to read?
they had emperors and kings. Where is the slavery? Where is the rules for slavery within these nations that you are mentioning?
Which are the rules?
Prove
You're the one with the claim.
Prove your
Prove
claim that everybody was a servant in the ancient world.
My bro,
This is going
it's
to
so
be
easy. Like I
embarrassing.
told you.
So
No, it's not Justin. You know
It's
who I
giving
am, and you're
colonizer
scared of me. You are gonna kill me. I
anyways.
know. But
I'm not
listen,
scared of
listen.
you. You're just an immature
like a
child.
Spaniard.
So these are popular jobs at the time period in which Moses lived. Cupbearer, carpenter, baker, metalworker, smelters, perfumers, potters, fishermen, shepherds, carters, brickmakers. A lot of these are actually mentioned in the Bible. This column that I assembled on the left are all jobs listed within the Bible that various people held, both Jew and non-Jew. These are jobs that are popular in the ancient Near East. And
Justin, when I say
and
all they were
the source is from
enslaved, let me speak. When I
from
say
an actual history source. The World Encyclopedia actually has an article on the daily life in ancient Mesopotamia. And there were people, and they did get paid. In fact, not only did these people get paid, but in ancient Mesopotamia, they gave grain rations for free to the people.
Oh, would you look at that? Greece was on that list.
people, when I say a slave, is my point of my the thing that I wanna say was that all the people were servants.
They weren't.
They were carpenters, but they work for someone.
Wrong.
That's my point. That's true,
Wrong.
dude.
That's
China-
called working. That's called work. The fuck?
What is a servant?
Cite the source.
A worker.
Cite the
That's what
source.
that's.
Cite the source that says no people in the ancient world got paid. They were all slaves.
Because
you're just making
you are a servant or
you're
slave,
just
you
making
don't
dumb
get
claims.
paid.
Is what you're doing.
Justin, all
You're
these
just making
slaves
dumb
or
claims.
Let me speak, Justin.
I'm not
don't
going
start
to
waffling,
until
don't
you.
start scared.
I'm not going to do anything except for make you answer my question. I want you to provide the source that backs up your claim.
It's in the Jewish.
Show me. Give me the text
in the Bible.
We'll look it up
all
together.
These people listen, but let me speak, dude. Don't start scared, bro.
I'm not scared. So I'm going to read you the
You're the
Bible
one
since
scared
you
here
haven't
is
read
you.
it. So it says, if
Yes,
any
you
of your
are.
kin
You are
fall
muting me.
in,
You don't let me speak.
if any of your kin fall into difficulty and become dependent upon you, you shall support them. They shall live with you as though resident aliens. Do not take interest in advance or otherwise make profit from them, but fear your God. Let them live with you. You shall not lend them your money at interest taken in advance or provide food for a profit. And then he goes on to say, let me get the right, there we go. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Now, this word here, shakir, in Hebrew for a hired laborer, means a laborer who is quite literally paid. And these were common in the ancient world. You can go to ancient texts and find day laborers and long-term craftsmen all throughout the ancient world. Now, I'm asking you something very simple. I want you to provide me with one resource in the Bible or elsewhere that says that all people in the ancient world were slaves.
It's history, dude. If you don't know that,
Okay, so it's just a
you
trust
are-
me, bro. So I literally quoted
to see the
from,
history, dude.
So I literally quoted from an article that was written on worldhistory.org by Joshua J. Mark. And you know where he gets his information from? He gets his information, I can guarantee you, from Leo Oppenheim. Do you know who Leo Oppenheim is?
No, I don't know.
Leo Oppenheim was the premier scholar from the Chicago University that wrote about what it was like in ancient Mesopotamia. In fact, I have his book in the other room. Would you like me to go get it and quote it for you?
Mesopotamia has a king?
Yes, it did. Had many kings.
He has a king.
How do you know that Mesopotamia didn't have
how
kings?
How would work a monarchy? How would work a
How
monarchy,
did you not
Justin?
know that Mesopotamia had kings?
I was playing with you because I want to answer me.
This guy's a clown.
How
so
is a
I'm
monarchy?
still waiting for your source.
You don't want to explain how works a monarchy,
So
right?
I'm still waiting for your source.
There's a king
that demonstrates that the ancient people in the
He's
world
so
were all
scared,
slaves.
Justin. He's so scared to give us a source for his claims. The only scared one here is him.
There's a family
How
of the
pathetic. Such a pathetic little
and the
man.
servants.
So sad. So the resources
Yes, you are.
used in this article.
China,
So I got to pop
emperor,
up. So
the
the
family of the
resources used
emperor.
in this article are the Handbook to Life in Ancient Mesopotamia, Oxford University, Everyday Life in Ancient Mesopotamia by John Hopkins University, History Begins at Sumer by the University of Penn, Babylon, Mesopotamia, Birth and Civilizations by Thomas Dune Books, and so on and so forth. So he's listing books from actual reputable universities that engage in good archaeological research of the ancient world, and you have absolutely zero resources. So I want to know, what is your source that says everybody in the ancient world were slaves?
Okay, Justin. How
You don't
a
have one.
monarchy? How a monarchy work? Can I explain you? Just easy.
You didn't explain shit, but the bullshit coming out of your mouth, child.
I
Be
asked
gone.
for a source, not your baseless claims. I don't know why I do know why he's got 100 profiles. Chris is asking, what's Leo Oppenheim? Leo Oppenheim is a scholar, although some of his work is a little bit updated now. Leo Oppenheim is a scholar from ancient Mesopotamia. I think I've got his book back here. Hold on.
No one ran, child. You're just a little infant who doesn't know how to back up the claims based on your fifis. So you got schooled with actual historians. Now, get the fuck off of my channel. And don't come back. Hello, Jason. Give host just a second.
Yeah.
So Leo Oppenheim was a scholar, was employed at the University of Chicago, who wrote Ancient Mesopotamia, a portrait of a dead civilization, and this was basically required reading for a lot of people studying the ancient Near East. I was encouraged to read it when I was in seminary, and I still use it. It's a great reference. In fact, there's a whole section on it. Here's a section on ancient craftsmen and artists. You can read about what people did for jobs in ancient Mesopotamia, where they got paid to be laborers. They made stuff. They made idols. They made shovels and hoes. And they made implements and sold them in the marketplaces, just like anybody else would. All right, let's get Jason in here. How you doing, Jason? Jason, I can't hear
Thank you so
anything.
much for your patience.
Can you hear me now?
Not really, no.
Oh, what? Okay. How about now?
I can hear you better now, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, like, where do you get your information? Did you go to school or something?
Yeah. Yeah, I went to school. I've got a dual degree in engineering and Bible studies, and I've got a master's degree in biblical studies.
So you learned the Bible, but you're saying the Bible, the God in the Bible doesn't exist?
Yep, and I know that because I studied the Bible, and the Bible is full of garbage. It's trash.
Okay. Can you give me a few reasons why?
Yeah, because it makes predictions for the future that are untrue. It says things about the world that are definitely not true. For example, I think the global flood, it's a kind of a whipping boy, the global flood is, but it's such a good whipping boy because there's just no evidence that there was ever a global flood. And if there was a global flood and that boat came to rest on Mount Ararat, I want to know how the penguins climb down the mountains. Do you know any mountain climbing penguins?
No,
Yeah.
no.
Do you think they
honestly.
slid down the mountain?
Honestly, dude, maybe they had wings.
Right.
Maybe they had wings.
Yes. So the flood is a huge problem. We don't know how the kangaroos could have got to Australia. We don't know how the penguins could have got down the mountains. We certainly don't know what the lions were eating. When the lions got off that ark, they had to eat something. Same thing with the tigers. Same thing with panthers. Same thing with bobcats. Every carnivorous animal that exited the ark, every time it ate its next meal, it eliminated an entire species of animal. That's ridiculous.
Okay, yeah. Then what is your true belief?
Oh, I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist?
Yeah.
So how do you believe space-time matter exists?
It does exist, and we have no evidence that it didn't exist. In fact, if...
No, I'm not saying that it didn't exist. I'm saying how did it exist?
That's what I'm saying. It's always existed.
But, I mean, you're saying it came from nothing?
Nope, wrong again. If it always existed, it didn't come from anything. It's always existed. The same way your God in your worldview always existed.
Okay.
Things that always exist don't have to come from nothing.
Okay, that's a fair point. I wanted to ask Hanji what was like her point of view. What was her perspective of everything in the world? What was her beliefs?
Oh, I'm not an atheist, darling. I'm a Hellenic Kemetic. I believe in the Greek and Egyptian gods.
The Greek Egyptian gods?
The Greek and Egyptian gods, yes.
Okay, so you believe that this world had a beginning, like way before the world existed?
Oh, the world always existed. Chaos is a primordial being. Time, space, and matter always existed. It's even taught in my mythos.
Yeah, and in the Babylonian and Assyrian and Ugaritic mythology as well, yeah.
So I wanted to learn a little more about like the Greek gods because
So I love learning about the Greek gods as well, but this is a debate live. So I would encourage you to join our Discord and talk to Hanji, or you can DM Hanji and she can give you some great resources for that.
All right.
Yep, sure can.
I was gonna play some Kodak Black, but I don't think that's
No, don't do that. You'll get us taken off of YouTube.
No. All right. My bad.
All right, Jason, thanks for being here. We're going to get a Christian up in here that wants to debate, okay?
All right. Switch like a pussy little bitch.
Bars.
He let it rip.
Hey, Josh is a vibe. Josh is a vibe.
You know what? I do like him. I did a live like a month or two ago, and at the beginning of the live, for some reason, there was like the tiny 2-second snippet of music that got snuck in somehow. I don't even know where it came from. It must have come from my browser. I must have a tab open, and it got caught on the recording that was being streamed to YouTube, and YouTube flagged my video for like 2 seconds of a song. It's crazy.
That's hilarious.
So like I can't even my sound effects, I can't have anything that is even related to a movie. Or not movie, I mean music. I don't think they care about movie sound effects. Like I've heard a lot of videos on YouTube that have like quotes and movie snippets and whatnot. I think it's the music that people are watching out for.
Or like the roadblocks?
Yeah.
Roadblocks, whatever it is. Whatever. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
What the kids are up to, you know? How you doing, schoolboy?
Good. How's it going, man?
Good. Are you a Christian?
I am.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
I am.
Even better. What would be your best argument or your best evidence for why the Christian God is real?
I mean, I'm just going to run tag on you.
Oh, boy. Do you think that this is my first time with the transcendental argument?
No, that's why I said it right up front.
Okay, I can't wait. So give me your version of it.
So God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, knowledge therefore God.
I disagree. Prove that he's a necessary for anything.
So it really comes down to a paradigmatic argument where we can look at all other worldviews and philosophies, philosophical schools of thought, and if they do not have a grounded epistemology, or there is contradiction within that system, as far as theological or philosophical contradictions, then we can negate the system as a whole.
Oh, cool. So we'll just negate the Bible then. Does the Bible have any contradictions?
Well, no, because that brings into question your epistemology before you even have the right
It's
to
a yes or no question.
Scripture.
Does the Bible contain any contradictions?
This is, so we're
Okay, yes or
skipping
no.
around the
So you
argument.
said that the worldview can't contain
you're-
contradictions.
You are derailing, and this is
I'm not derailing. I'm quite literally diving into the claim that you made that because something has a contradiction in the worldview or in the theology that it can't be true.
Are you using knowledge to interpret the Bible?
I'm using my brain, the same thing you have. You would be using your brain. So if we can't evaluate something for contradictions, then you can't say that something is true because it doesn't have contradictions. So your power
what are you using?
So your power of evaluation is not superior to anybody else's. Yes, this is a Darth Dawkins wannabe, I know.
Oh, 1,000%, Nico.
No, Darth Dawkins is a Protestant. I'm an Orthodox Christian.
I know. So you're even worse then. All right. So I want you to actually defend your claim. Why is your worldview necessary and true?
You haven't justified.
Why is your worldview necessary or true?
Do you understand that tag is a two-part argument?
Why is your worldview necessary or true?
Why are you running from?
I'm asking you to demonstrate the claim that I'm asking you to demonstrate the claim that you made. You claimed that your worldview is both necessary and true. So I want you to demonstrate it.
I told you it's a paradigmatic level.
Prove it.
Okay, so we have a historical account for the incarnation of Christ. We can ground our epistemology in the fact that knowledge itself is revelatory.
Prove that Christ incarnated and that he's God.
It is literally the whole Orthodox paradigm.
Yes, I know, and I don't believe it to be true. So it's your burden of proof to prove that Jesus is the incarnated Jesus. Prove it.
I mean, the Orthodox paradigm is out there. I want you to understand.
Don't care. I want you to demonstrate it.
This is a paradigmatic.
So I don't know if you know how this works, but the way claims work is that if you make a claim, it's my job to either accept the claim or deny the claim or ask for evidence of the claim. I'm asking I'm asking you for evidence of the claim that Jesus was the incarnated God.
Are you using logic right now?
I'm asking you to validate the claim that Jesus is the incarnated God.
Are you using logic right now?
I'm asking you to validate the claim and you're running from it. So this is what all you tag guys do. You make claims and then you absolutely refuse to engage in any sort of validation for your claims. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. You said that
trying to hold your feet to the fire.
You said that Jesus is the incarnated presence of God. I want you to demonstrate that to be true. And I will not let you wiggle out of it. So you can either give me the evidence or you can run away crying. So I want the evidence. What proves that he's God incarnate?
You're running from grounding your epistemology.
And now he's just crying. I don't need to ground anything. I'm asking you for the evidence of your claims. You made the claim.
You're making claims right now. Are you making truth claims?
If the next thing out of your mouth is not evidence to back up your claim, I'll move on to somebody who's serious. So, do you have evidence? Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence to support your claims? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, then present it. What's the evidence?
Okay, we have the historical church. We have.
What does that prove?
I'm listing a number of things.
Yes, I know that churches exist. I'm asking you what that has to do with presenting evidence to back up your claim that Jesus was incarnate, because as it turns out, we have churches in other religions, and those churches aren't evidence.
Do you believe?
We have churches. Churches. I don't know why you won't let me finish. We have churches in every religion. The fact that their churches exist doesn't mean that their mythology is true. So do you have evidence to back up your claim, or do you just want me to accept it?
Do you believe that Jesus Christ is a historical figure?
I do agree that he was likely a historical figure, and I don't have a problem admitting that he probably was a human being. But I want you to demonstrate that he was God incarnate.
Okay, that comes down to a paradigmatic level, and it comes down to
I want the evidence. I don't want your silly philosophical argument. I want the evidence that God incarnated in Jesus Christ.
Dude, you just ran from my whole argument. Why should I engage
No,
with yours?
you're running because you can't support your own thesis. Your thesis is that Christ is the incarnated God, and you can't support it. I don't have to support my epistemology. You don't even know what my epistemology is. So you're the
Okay,
one
then
here
justify it.
making
Let's
claims,
get into-
and
let's
I'm
get into it
asking
then.
you. No, you're not
Let's get into
running.
it.
You're not running from the claims that you made.
Did
So
I not challenge your?
I want you to present
Did I
me.
not challenge your?
I want you to present me.
Did I not?
I want you to present me with the evidence that Jesus is the incarnated God. What is it? Oh, he ran. There we go. That was expected. They will do anything other than provide evidence for their worldview. The entire argument that they have to run is, as long as I can make you question your own worldview, I can just insert mine without any question. But that's not how this works here. If you make a claim, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah, it didn't go out the way he thought it would.
Yeah, I know. I'm really familiar with the tag argument, and I'm familiar with the one that Darth Dawkins runs, because he's not the first one who ran it. He stole that entire script from Matt Slick. Matt Slick has been running that script for literally decades. I remember reading it when I was in high school.
I know, I was just telling someone in chat that it is a very old practice.
The whole argument that he's trying to present is that I'm not allowed to use logic unless I can justify my worldview, and then he will refuse at all costs to have to defend his worldview. His only goal is to ignore any of the claims that he's making and try to make me give some sort of epistemological justification for my worldview, but I don't have to, because my worldview is irrelevant. He's the one that made the claim that his God exists. The burden of proof is that his God must be demonstrated. And Pafu, I see you shouting 500 witnesses in the comments. If you're so confident that 500 witnesses demonstrate that Jesus is the incarnated God, by all means, get in the guest box. I would love to talk about what 1 Corinthians chapter 15 actually says, because I've read it and I can guarantee that you haven't read it. All right, we're going to try the next one. We've got Karen coming in. It should be fun.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Welcome in, Karen. Karen?
Hello. Hello.
Yes. Are you with us, Karen?
Stage. Hello.
Spanish is my main language. English is my second. I'm trying to understand everything you are speaking about. And you recently asked someone to give proofs to you that Jesus is the incarnation of God.
That's what I'm asking, yes. What is the evidence that demonstrates that claim to be true?
But what is the idea of God that you have in your mind?
I don't believe in God. You do.
But when you are asking why Jesus is the incarnation of God, it's because you have an idea of God.
Nope, I don't. I'm an atheist. He does.
Yes,
He's the one. He's the one. Shh. He's the one that believes in God. It's up to him to demonstrate that God is real. You're the one that believes in God. Whatever version of God you believe in, it's up to you to demonstrate that God is real.
Yeah, but who's saying that you can have all these people answering your question when about something that you don't believe that exists? It doesn't have any sense.
I don't have to believe it.
What you are doing.
I don't have to believe anything.
It doesn't have any sense.
I don't have to believe in your God for you to provide a rational justification for your God's existence.
Yeah, but you are earning
This is
money
embarrassing.
with that God.
All right.
Using
So we'll
Christians.
just start this from the beginning, Karen. I knew this was going to go this way. Karen, are you a Christian? Yes or no?
For sure.
Right.
I am a
Okay.
Christian.
Now, can you provide
Why? I
a
don't
rational?
like that people like you.
Can you provide a rational justification for why your God is real?
You are earning money with Christians.
Karen, can you provide a rational justification for why your God is real? Don't just come up in here and cry.
Why you are using
Don't just come up here and cry that people are paying me money
why
to
are
debunk
you using God?
your sad religion. I'm not dissing
want
God.
to use
I'm
God.
demonstrating that there's no
For your
reason to
convenience.
believe in your God. So
Yes,
I'm asking you quite clearly, what is the rational justification for your God existing?
Told you. It's going to be fun.
If you know Jesus,
I
if you
don't
believe
know
in Jesus,
Jesus.
you will understand. But if
Karen,
you don't believe, it's your
Karen, I'm asking you, what is the evidence that your God is real? I don't care about your preaching. If I wanted preaching, I could turn on TBN, or I can go to church, or I can read a book.
you are earning money with God now.
I'm not. I'm earning money with atheism, demonstrating that your God is silly. There's no justification for believing in your God.
You're using God.
And you have no evidence that your God is real. So do you have evidence for your God, yes or no?
It doesn't matter because
It
you
does
don't
matter.
care about
That's
it.
the
You
whole...
only want people here to get more coins. No, that
Very
is you.
fitting.
You know, the Bible says that one day we'll cry. You will cry if you don't believe in Jesus. The one that will cry is you. You must repent
Karen,
now.
are you done
If
with
you
your
don't
nonsense
repent, you
yet?
will not inherit
Karen, are you done with your
eternal
nonsense
life.
yet, or do you want to actually talk about facts?
You know the truth.
She's totally unhinged.
She's spiraling.
Karen,
You say that you have
Karen, would you like to have a rational conversation about
You
the
could not-
facts, or do you want to crash out and preach?
read the Bible.
All right, so I'm asking you for the last
know anything
time.
about the Bible.
I won't ask you again. Do you want to have a rational
don't want-
conversation about the facts, yes or no?
Look at the mirror.
Okay, it's no. All right, so we'll move on to the next one. Victorious Believers came back. Didn't we talk to Victorious Believers not that long ago?
Yeah, we were in their pocket.
What happened with that conversation? I forget.
We never had it because we were in their pocket.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sorry, it took me a second. Yeah, you're right. We got to get them back in here. Welcome in, Dead Guy.
Hey, how are you doing? Am I coming in clear? Hope there's no echo.
No, I think you're good. Yeah. Are you a Christian?
I've been listening to you, and I've been I was raised half Catholic and half Jewish, and
okay.
At a certain point, I was questioning my belief, and somebody told me, go out in the world and talk to somebody representing every religion before you decide what religion you want to go with. And so I went out and I talked to pretty much everybody I could find, from a priest, if you would, of every different religion. And I
right. So are you a Christian now?
I'm not a Christian.
Okay,
now,
well, we're up
but
here debating Christians, my man.
I agree with you.
Okay.
I totally agree with you, and I wanted to share something that I wanted to share a theory that I wonder if you also agree with, and it might actually help shut down a lot. It might help with your debate.
Sure, go for it.
All right. So, talking about the Bible as and Jesus and everything historically, factually speaking, that we know from history that back in Roman times, when everybody was believing in the pantheon of different gods, that there was a new religion that sprouted out, that was Christianity, that was really looked down upon, and I believe illegal, for the fact that the early Christians had to meet in secrecy, or else if they were found out, they would literally be thrown to the lions in the games. You know about this, right?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with atheism or Christianity?
All right. So the thing is that Christianity.
Let's start over.
All right, yeah, let's start over.
Just state your thesis and then defend it. What's your thesis?
Okay, so that Christianity is a made-up religion. It was
Are you
created,
a mythicist?
What?
Are you a mythicist?
I don't know that word.
Do you believe Jesus was a real person?
I believe he was a human being, and that he was a mascot for the he was a figurehead for the people that created Christianity and the Bible.
I'm sure you believe that. Yes, it's a partial mythicist position. I don't hold that position. I understand why you hold that position. I would disagree with that position because I don't believe that the Roman government had a hand in creating the New Testament documents.
It wasn't the Roman government. It definitely wasn't them. It was a group of smarter, more enlightened people that knew they needed to create a way to control the uneducated masses.
Why?
I mean, people were more. What?
Why? There was already literally hundreds of religions already doing that. Why would they invent a new one to do the same thing?
Because instead of having a multitude of gods, they needed to create an all-in-one system that they could spread out across the known world.
Why? Why does that come down to one God? Because the polytheistic system worked in doing exactly what you're suggesting.
Right. So somebody came up with some group of people came up with a new system, which
I don't
was
think so.
Apparently very popular.
I don't think so. I disagree.
Popular.
I understand why you would think that, but I don't agree with you. I agree with the historians. I think Christianity came naturally. I think people actually believed the text. I think that Paul likely was a real person. I think he probably did write letters to certain churches. I don't believe that it was all completely fabricated. I think there was a guy named Jesus who walked around in Palestine believing that he was God incarnate, believing that he was going to resurrect and then usher in the end times, that he was the guy that Daniel chapter 7 said was coming, and that he was just wrong. He was insane. He thought crazy things about himself that just weren't true. And then when he died, his followers couldn't accept the fact that their Messiah was dead. And they wrote these gospels in an effort to prop up the religion. And the same thing with Paul. Paul bumped his head on the road to Damascus, had a vision about the Christian deity, and then he ended up converting. And all of that's perfectly rational. I can believe all of that's true without believing that any of the gods in the New Testament are true. These are all explainable by just naturalistic facts. I don't have to go to any conspiracy theories.
Well, the problem I have with the all right,
dead guy.
Bible,
listen, I'm here debating Christians.
Right.
I don't want to debate
All right.
mythicists.
Okay.
All right. You don't believe in
Okay,
God.
sorry.
I don't believe in God. There's no point in us having a showdown on why your disbelief in this God is better than my disbelief in this God. I'm not a mythicist. You can't convert me to mythicism. I don't think you have a strong enough position for that.
All right.
All right. Cheers, man.
I'm not going to argue it. Have fun.
Have a good one.
And that's the gospel truth.
Yeah, mythicism is not necessary to debunk the Bible. I understand why it's why people like it, because rather than arguing about what Christianity means, rather arguing about what Jesus said, you can just say, well, it's all made up. And that's a great position to argue from. But the problem with that is you have to ignore a lot of history to make that argument. And there are Christians on this app that know enough history that they will put your feet to the fire. And I agree with some of them. I think there's some history to be had in the New Testament. I don't think it's all just made up, although I think a lot of it is made up. Victorious Believer, welcome back. Have you figured out how to work your phone?
Yeah, can you hear me now, please?
Say what?
I hope you can hear me now.
Bro, are you shaving?
Yes.
I hope you can hear me now.
I can hear you. Just try not to move.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I heard you saying that people should prove that God exists, especially God of Christians. Okay,
So are you a Christian?
No, I don't have a question.
You're not a Christian.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking to Christians, all right? I don't know why. Why?
He hurled his thunderbolt. He zapped like those suckers in a vault.
I don't know that song. What is that?
That's the gospel truth from Hercules.
Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know why I didn't recognize that that part of it.
Young Herc was mortal now.
That guest didn't connect. We'll try Alexa. Let's see if we can get Alexa in here. There we go. We got a guest now.
Hi. Sorry. I'm driving and I'm just want to tell you something because last time I didn't, and now before yesterday I found a thing on internet, and it's very funny because there is saying that the God separated the light of the darkness. How can those?
Okay. Thank you, Ricey Time, for the hat. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you for all the likes and the shares and the gifts. It's been a weird night. Just it's going to be one of those nights. We got some wild guests. How you doing, War? War? Hello?
Yeah, okay, good morning.
There you are. Fantastic. Welcome in, War. War, are you a Christian?
Do you hear me? Yes.
Fantastic. Are you at least 18?
I didn't understand. What did you say?
Are you an adult?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Joe, let me say that I am not, my language is not mother language English. So you have to little bit...
Why are you out here debating people in a language that's not your first language? This is what I don't understand about people like that are like not great at English and they want to go debate English speakers. You know how painful it is to have that debate with people when English is their second language and they're not good at it? We spend half the time just arguing about what words are coming out of your mouth because I can't understand what word it is.
Okay, now you tell me, what is your idea about God? Can you tell me?
I don't believe in any God. I don't think that gods exist.
But to God, what does it mean, God, for you?
It means nothing to me. Gods don't exist. So do you have evidence that your God is real?
Where did you hear this word from?
Do you have evidence that your God is real?
Where did you hear this word from?
Everybody has heard. Everybody has heard the word God 4,000 times.
Okay.
Everybody has an idea of what they think God is. It's usually stemmed in the religion that is closest to their upbringing. It's irrelevant. I'm asking you whether or not you have evidence of this God. My conception of God is irrelevant because I don't believe in God.
Okay. You write here, Christian God is imaginary.
Yes, the Christian God, yeah. The God that is described in the Bible is not real. He exists in your imagination, but he doesn't exist in real life. So I'm out here asking Christians if they have evidence that this God exists in real life.
In real life, all those people who are religious, they think that there is somebody who controls all this whole universe.
I'm not asking you to straw man my idea of God. I'm asking you to provide a rational argument for why your God is real.
The idea of God is not a physical, it is a spiritual. It is
I
religious.
never made a claim about what I think God is. I'm asking you, do you have evidence for your God, yes or no?
For the spiritual things, there are no evidence. You just have to...
Okay, you don't. Just say it. Just say that you don't. Why do you waste everybody's time? I don't understand these people. If you're going to get on a live and just say, no, I don't have evidence, what it literally says, prove me wrong. What do you think you're here for?
Yeah, I don't. Stephen Adams, the pronunciation is Heracles. Like Hera, the goddess, Cles, Heracles.
Yeah, Saint Wolf, I do make a claim on the background, and I can defend this claim. If you think that you're wrong, that you're right and I'm wrong, you're welcome to get in the guest box and show me wrong.
You want to know what these guests are giving me tonight, Justin?
A headache?
Aside from that?
No, what?
No man is worth the aggravation. That's ancient history. Been there, done that.
That really is one of the best Disney movies ever.
It really, oh my God, the numbers.
It's hot.
Best music.
Welcome in, Pafu.
Yeah, you are. Oh, my bad.
Hello?
Pafu, welcome in. Are you a Christian?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Great.
I'm also 18.
Are you fantastic?
I was
Even
wondering-
better. What would be your best evidence or your best argument for why the Christian God is real?
So you were discussing with the previous guy, and my argument is that there's 500 eyewitnesses. And
Oh, there we
you were
go.
saying that name one of the witnesses.
Yep.
Right. And there was the 12 apostles. There's Mary.
Nope.
there's
Name one of the
James,
500.
right? The 500? I don't know.
Oh,
But
so then
yeah,
how do you know there were
to say-
500?
Hold on. Just say
I think
that
you
there
missed the
wasn't-
whole point of the argument.
But to
So
say
Paul
that-
says,
to
I
say that there
handed on
wasn't,
to
that
you
means
as a
that,
first important what I in turn had received, that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures, and that he was buried and was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12. Funny, Mary Magdalene got cut out. Then he appeared
that
to
is
more than
implying that
500
Paul is
brothers
a
and
liar.
sisters.
You think
Not
Paul's a
one
liar?
of the 500 was ever named. So the fact that Paul said there were 500 witnesses is irrelevant. If you can't tell me what the names of any of them are, or any of the writings that they left behind, or any of the testimonies that they had, just claiming there was 500 witnesses because somebody else said that there were 500 witnesses is meaningless.
But you think Paul's a liar?
I think he is a liar. Yeah, I think he's
And
insane
you think-
too.
wait, hold
I
on.
also
You
think
think- you
that
think
the
the
writings
apostles
we have
existed?
from Paul are heavily edited too. Do you believe that Joseph Smith got the tablets from the angel Moroni?
That's a Mormon. That's a heresy.
I know.
It's not even
I
real.
asked you. It's a yes or no question. Do you believe
It's a no.
that Paul got the tablet, or not Paul? Sorry, that the angel Moroni
I
gave
believe,
the tablets
yes,
to
he
Joseph
did-
Smith?
He did see a demon, yes.
All right. Do you know there were 11 witnesses?
Okay.
So we have 11 witnesses that testify that the angel Moroni gave the plates. So why don't you believe it?
I believe that he probably saw some sort of demon or something.
I'm not asking you about what you think Gabriel was. I'm asking you about the 11 witnesses. Do you think
Okay.
they were just lying?
No, I don't think they're lying.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, so as it turns out, just having witnesses making claims is not the greatest evidence, although it's better than no evidence. I'm going to give you that. It's better than no evidence. But what we don't
But you're-
have
you're
is any
claiming-
credible
you're
evidence
claiming that Paul's lying for what reason?
the
For what
God of
reason?
the Bible.
Also,
So
isn't
I'll
the
ask
12
you, what is the best evidence that the God of the Bible is real? Emotional regulation is not on the menu for Christians tonight.
Hello?
And he's back. So what's the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
What about Watergate?
I don't care
Basically
about Watergate.
proving that
What's
Paul
the
says it's
evidence that the
impossible for
Christian
them to
God is
lie.
real?
And the fact that you won't take Paul's witness.
Apafu,
doesn't make
I'm
any sense.
asking you, what is the best evidence that the Christian God is real?
Shroud of Turin.
Really, the Shroud of Turin, the medieval forgery from the 1400s?
I mean, you're not taking Paul's witness, right?
Why?
So,
why?
yeah, sure,
Why
that's
should
the
I?
Shroud
Do
of
you
Turin.
believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man?
I don't know.
Why not?
I'm not that learned.
But we've got
I don't even
witnesses.
know
In
what-
fact, there's a multitude of witnesses. Are you aware of this?
Okay.
I'll read it for you.
Also, your argument, it doesn't.
I'll just read it for you. I know, like, the logic is hard for some people, so we'll just read it. So this is the healing miracle of Vespasian. The text might be kind of small. Sorry for the small text. Maybe I can zoom in. All right, so it's recorded in Tacitus and Suetonius. It says, a poor man who was blind and another who was lame came both together before him when he was seated on the tribunal, imploring him to heal, and saying that they were admonished in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with spittle, and give strength to the leg of the other if he vouchsafed but to touch it with his heel. At first, he could scarcely believe that the thing would anyhow succeed, and therefore hesitated to venture on making the experiment. At length, however, by the advice of his friends, he made an attempt publicly in the presence of the assembled multitudes, and it was crowned with success in both cases. So here we have, according to this text, a multitude of witnesses. Who knows, maybe 500 witnesses. Did this actually happen?
I don't know.
Okay, so just because some ancient text says something
I don't know what
happens,
this is.
well, not
I don't know
exactly,
what's going on.
not exactly great evidence. So why do you believe the witness of the Apostle
Because I don't
Paul, but
believe
you
that
don't
the
believe the
apostle would lie
witness
ever. It
of
doesn't make sense.
Suetonius or Tacitus?
Why do you think he would lie?
So I don't know why you weren't listening to my question. Why do you believe the testimony of Paul, but you don't believe the testimony of Tacitus and Suetonius?
Because I don't know what this is.
And you know what
does
is?
this have to
They're
do with
Roman
anything?
historians.
Okay.
Have you not read
And
the
that-
life of the
that
12
disproves
Caesars?
that the- do you think? Wait,
You
do you
haven't.
think
These guys
people are
never read
devout- as
any
devout as the
history.
apostles?
So I'm asking
These
you
random,
quite easily, why would I accept the testimony of Paul but not accept the testimony of
Because they were-
Tacitus
do you
and
know how they were
Suetonius?
brutally murdered?
Pupu, listen. You can't answer my question if you're talking over me while I'm asking the question. So I'm going to ask you for the 15th time. Why should I accept the witness of Paul but not accept the witness of Tacitus and Suetonius?
Because one walks with God and the other doesn't.
Prove it.
They were look at how they were slaughtered.
Who?
And look at their
Who was
acts.
slaughtered?
By their fruits.
Who?
Well, look at all the apostles.
Who was slaughtered?
They were slaughtered.
Where? Show me in the
They
Bible
took
where
it
all the
to-
apostles
to
were
death.
slaughtered, because
They
in
took
the
it unto
Bible, the
death.
only apostles that were ever slaughtered was James. James was the only
All of
one,
them.
and Stephen
All of
wasn't
them
even an
brutally murdered.
apostle. Well, Poo-poo, I don't know why. I do not know why you lack emotional regulation and won't let me respond to anything you say. So the death of disciples are not recorded in the Bible. You've got the death of James that's recorded and the death of Stephen. Stephen wasn't even a disciple. You've also got the death of Judas, which was an exiled disciple technically because he betrayed Jesus. The only other disciple deaths that we have come from 4th century and 5th century texts hundreds of years later.
All right.
So why would I accept the claim of texts that came hundreds of years later that are full of fanciful fiction? For example, in the Acts of Paul and Thecla, Peter levitates and flies when he's having a wizard's duel with Simon Magus. Do you think that Peter had a wizard's duel with Simon Magus and flew?
You say hundreds, but it was at the time, and it was recorded. And
No,
it was
they
50
weren't.
years after. Yes, it was.
Give me the name of the text that describes the disciples' death.
I don't know.
I know you don't know,
All
so
I know is I
don't
read it
make claims
somewhere.
about things you don't know then.
All right. And
The
what
Ragon, I
about
don't
the remaining artifacts?
What artifacts?
The Shroud of Turin.
What about it? It was a medieval forgery. It's been replicated using medieval
It's a forgery,
techniques
so all of
by
them
a
are forgeries,
modern...
And the Spear of Longinus.
I'm just going to mute you since you won't let me respond to anything. It's a medieval forgery. It was remade by an Italian man not that long ago using medieval techniques. There's no evidence that it's ancient. It's been carbon dated. We know that it's not ancient. I have no reason to believe that it's ancient. It also contradicts the Bible. The Bible doesn't say he was wrapped up in one large seamless sheet. It says that he was wrapped in strips of linen, which is in both two of the Gospels that recount Peter running to the tomb. It's also true that if you look on the bloodstains on the shroud, the bloodstains drip down vertically. Vertically. Which means they didn't lay.
So everything is fake.
They didn't
Everything
lay
is
him
fake
on
too,
the. They didn't lay him on the
except
sheet.
Your cherry-picked witnesses.
They didn't lay him on the sheet that was already on the bed and then cover him with it. whoever made this sheet didn't know how physics works. And there's no pooling of blood either. That's the other problem. You would expect it to be huge pools of blood in certain places, but there's not pools of blood. You've got blood specks and blood spots, but I've actually seen bloody bodies. And in fact, I've been a bloody body before. And when you bleed out your side because someone puts a spear inside of you, you bleed for a long time.
It's just a mess.
It's just a mess.
10 out of 10 don't recommend.
There's no history recorded where people were laid down flat on a sheet and then had that sheet folded over top of their head, and then that was the only way they were buried. They were wrapped in strips of linen, as the Bible says. Thank you, Benjamin, for the $20 over PayPal. Benjamin says, keep up the good fight. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Ben.
So the Shroud of Turin is just a medieval forgery. There's no reason to believe it. It's not even in accordance with the biblical account. Do you have anything else? You want to talk about Jesus' sandals, the crown of thorns?
So you believe that just disregard all of the texts, all of the religious artifacts, all of basically everyone's writings, all of what everyone's created, all of civilization under Christ, right?
Yeah, I would say that what we have about Jesus is
It's all just
spurious.
forgery.
What we have about Jesus is spurious at best.
But you believe his existence.
Why didn't any of his disciples write anything?
Why do you believe his existence?
Why didn't any of his disciples write a testimony?
To spread the word of God?
No, why didn't they? Why did not all 12 of his disciples leave written testimonies?
I don't know.
Does
Maybe
God
they weren't learning.
not know the future? Does he not have foresight?
Yeah, he does.
Then why didn't he know this was going to be a problem? If the basis of the faith is to believe in Jesus, then it would be incumbent on an all-knowing God to make the evidence for that Jesus like rock solid, undeniable. But what we don't have is any rock solid evidence.
You don't need all the 12 apostles.
We don't have any of the apostles leaving testimonies. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John weren't written by the apostles. Mark was an apostle. Luke was not an apostle. John tells you, the authors of the gospel tell you that it's not written by John. And Matthew, we have no reason wrote Matthew because Matthew was copying primarily from the book of Mark. And he copied his own conversion story word for word from Mark. If Matthew is the tax collector that gets converted by Jesus, why did he copy his own conversion story, telling it in third person, word for word, the way Mark said it?
I don't know. Let me ask you, do you believe in God?
No.
You don't believe in God at all?
No.
So all of life, right? When you look at everything in life, you just think it's just random. It's all just random.
No, not everything. Most things, though.
And okay, let me ask you.
Most things are random.
So everything you believe is just chemicals in your brain, right?
Yep.
All of like love and emotion. Okay.
Yep.
Is the love that you feel for your mother just chemicals in your brain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you
great.
demonstrate otherwise?
You don't believe there?
Because we have studies to demonstrate that the love that we experience is a chemical reaction. Not only that,
So
we
you would
we
look
can
at your mom
modify.
into-
Poo-poo, I don't
you
know
would look
why
into
you
her-
make me have to keep muting you. I don't know why this is so hard for you. I need you to practice at least an ounce of emotional regulation and stop over talking me. So all the science we have demonstrates that the love we experience is a product of the chemicals in our brain, which is why some people don't even experience it. Some people have a very different experience. We also know that we can modify those chemicals using pills and other substitutes. And so people who couldn't feel love when they take the right medication do feel those chemicals of love.
Yeah, medication is just artificial. It's not. It's nothing.
It's chemicals. I know. Chemicals,
Yeah, it's chemicals.
is what your brain
That has nothing to do
needs.
with humans. Has nothing to do with humans.
Yes, your body is made of chemicals.
But hold on. Let me ask you. When you look at nature, and you examine the Fibonacci sequence, and literally every single thing, every single creation that proves there's intelligent design.
Fibonacci has
and you
nothing to
choose
do with that.
You choose to just ignore that, right?
Fibonacci
That
has nothing to do.
Every single creation curves, and you think, oh no.
Fibonacci, see, this is why I have to keep muting you. When you ask me questions, you have to let me answer the question. The Fibonacci sequence has nothing to do with creation. In fact, it's a very easily explainable mathematical sequence. It's not hard at all. So the question is, you're moving now to the fine-tuning argument. Is that the argument you want to go to?
Sure.
Great. Yeah. Do you think that the Earth is finely tuned?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Well, you're the one that brought up the argument. Do you think that the Earth is
finely tuned?
Do you think that the
design,
the Earth is a sign that it was created by something that was loving and intelligent?
Absolutely.
Okay, then why does the Earth unalive 100,000 people a year in natural disasters?
You think that's the Earth doing it?
Yeah, the Earth literally does that. The Earth unalives over 100,000 people a year in natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis. Why?
And you think it's the Earth that is doing that, not humans?
The Earth does that, yes. We have evidence that these natural phenomenon existed before humans. They existed during the dinosaurs. We have evidence of bone cancer in dinosaurs. We have geological evidence that volcanoes existed, that meteors hit the atmosphere, that the continental drift and earthquakes were a real thing.
Can you prove that they were dinosaurs?
Yeah, we have their bones.
Oh, you have their bones? You reconstructed a T-Rex from one small femur?
No, that's not true.
Great. And they're all like...
We actually have dinosaurs that are nearly all complete.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Reconstructed from one small bone?
Yeah.
The whole
No,
T-Rex?
wrong again.
That's
I don't know why you keep saying that.
Because it's true.
This is bad
Haven't you seen
talking
this?
points. So let's talk about the Hadrosaurus.
Wait, hold on.
So
Hold on.
no, you asked me a question. You can't cry when I try to answer it. So we've got dinosaurs that we've discovered that are mostly complete. The one that's most famous is a Triceratops. That's what we call it in our common vernacular. And we've also got the Hadrosaurus. Let's see what percentage of the Hadrosaurus they actually found.
And how come they got a DLC? Dinosaurs got a DLC. They went from lizards to now overgrown chickens.
Neither. Dinosaurs are a combination of both, and I don't think you understand that a chicken and a lizard are different classifications of animals.
But
Do you know that a
20 years ago,
lizard?
they were lizards.
Do you know that a lizard is not a specific animal, and a chicken is?
Okay, 20 years
That
ago,
was a
they were
yes or no
reptiles.
question. Do you know that
You like-
lizards and chickens are not the same classification of animal?
Do you want to argue semantics? Okay, reptiles. You want to go with reptiles? Lock
Okay,
it in.
yes. Were the dinosaurs
20 years
reptiles?
ago, they were only reptiles, and now they're chickens.
Yeah,
Now they
were
have
the
feathers and
dinosaurs
shit.
reptiles?
Apparently.
Yes. Is it possible that some of the dinosaurs had feathers and were also related to the birds?
But that wasn't around 20 years ago.
It
They just
was.
added that. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was. All right. So now you're just running around on dinosaur nonsense as if dinosaurs
Well, no,
prove
you were
anything
talking
about your worldview.
I feel he's just wasting time.
Yeah,
to be
he's just
honest.
buying time. What was the last question that we were actually talking about on topic? I already forgot.
Both of you to assume he had a topic to go based on. He was just gish galloping all over the place.
He was gish galloping a bit. Yeah, I forget. I thought we were talking about something actually important before dinosaurs came up. Hey, oh yeah, natural disasters. Right? Yeah. Listen. I still want you to address natural disasters. Okay. Why, if the earth was created for mankind by an all-knowing and all-loving deity, do natural disasters unalive human beings in mass? Human beings didn't create volcanoes. Human beings didn't create earthquakes.
I can't answer that question.
Oh, why? Because it debunks your position?
No, because it's not for me to answer.
Okay, so you don't have an answer
I'm not
because you
qualified for
know
that
that I
question.
raised a good point and it debunks your position. Okay, so
No.
the fine-tuning argument
go
is
with-
dead
no, you
on
can go with the
arrival.
argument that you would
Fantastic.
not
Okay,
know.
so what's your next argument?
Pardon me?
What's your next argument? Because the fine-tuning argument is dead on arrival.
So you're saying that you're atheist, right?
I think that's clear by now.
And why is it that you're only going against? Yeah. Why is it that you're only going against the Christian God and not any other gods?
Because I live in a country where 70% of the people are Christians, and they want to make sure that I'm a Christian and everyone in my family's Christian, and they come knocking on my doors and they want to force their religion on everybody else in society. And because I have a background in this religion, I was a Christian for 20 years, and I have a formal education in the Bible. So I'm uniquely qualified to talk about it.
So you understand all of everything, right?
I didn't
And
say
you
that at
understand the
all.
firmament?
I understand that the Bible's nonsense, though.
But if you've been 20 years, you've been studying, right? I'm pretty new at this, right? But you understand what the firmament is.
Yeah, the rakia is a hard dome over top of the earth. Please tell me you're not a flat earther.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, these fucking guys.
Everything, absolutely. It speaks of the four corners of the earth. Yeah,
Can I do
absolutely.
it? Can I zap him?
No. Tell me how GPS satellite works.
GPS?
Yeah.
Oh, it's what is it? It's balloons.
No.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Absolutely, it's balloons.
Wrong.
Why are
I'm
they
asking.
crashing all
I'm
over?
not asking
Why are
about
they crashing
how
all
they're in
over?
orbit. I'm asking you mathematically. How does GPS positioning work?
Orbit around what?
So I'll
In the
just
air?
I'll just explain it to you
100,000
since you don't know. So GPS positioning
Not in
uses
orbit.
something called trilateralization. You want me to search it up for you and give you an example, or do you want me to explain it verbally?
Okay, let me answer your question. All of the Earth's Wi-Fi is done through underground sea cables
No, it's
and
not.
cell towers. Why do you, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
99% of it, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And the remaining like 5% is done through.
These people are wild.
That is give me strength.
These flat earthers are the bottom of the barrel. Okay. This is how GPS trilateralization works. You can use triangulation if you're just talking about the trigonometry. So in order for this to work, you create a bubble around each individual satellite, and then you can calculate where there's a connection point spherically of those individual bubbles. Now, as it turns out, in order to make that true for a position on the Earth, that Earth needs to be a globe, because the map that it's reading from is a globe map. It has curvature to it. It's also true that the measurements wouldn't work on a flat Earth. The distance from the satellite to the Earth would be different if the Earth was flat. I've actually had to look at the code and program some of the code for GPS satellites, and I know that the algorithm used is only working if the Earth is curved. If the Earth is not curved, then you will not get an accurate position.
All right, that's great. Can you talk about? You should Google all the helium balloons that are crashing, and also why does NASA own like what is it? They're spending like
You mean weather balloons?
billions on helium. Why do you think that is?
You mean weather balloons?
Yeah, weather balloons.
Yeah, what's wrong with
Quote,
weather
unquote,
balloons?
Yeah, for sure, weather.
What's
They're
wrong
definitely not
with weather
sending-
balloons, poo-poo?
It's not weather balloons. but
It
you should Google it. You
is.
should
Yes,
look into
weather
this.
balloons are
It
real.
isn't.
Do you know what they do?
Yes, there are weather balloons, but that are also,
Okay,
they put
do you know that
satellites on the helium
satellites
balloon.
are real too?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so weather
They're
balloons are
real.
not satellites.
Within the firmament. Within the firmament.
No, incorrect.
But
There's no
hold on, hold on.
firmament.
Why do you think?
Prove it.
Hold on.
Prove
Why do you
it.
think
Prove it.
NASA's
Prove
buying
it.
billions of helium?
Prove it. Prove it.
Prove that NASA's buying billions of
Prove it,
billions of dollars of
poo-poo.
helium. You can Google it right now.
Prove that the firmament exists.
Look at if you want to see proof, go on Google or go on Twitter and look at Elon Musk firing straight into the firmament, and it like dissipates.
No, it
And
doesn't.
you can see it gliding along.
Not only that,
no.
not only that, we can literally just watch the guy from the Red Bull jump from like 8 years ago, jump straight from
Yeah,
the
using a fisheye
stratosphere
lens. Yeah, that's great.
down to the Earth,
Fisheye lens.
and you can watch the Earth in that one. Let's just do the Red Bull space jump. Tell me how gravity works since we're at it.
Let's watch the fisheye lens.
It's not a
That
fisheye
gravity doesn't
lens.
exist. It is a fisheye lens.
It's not. I'll prove
That's
it
a
to
fact.
you.
Everyone agrees. He even agrees that it's a fisheye.
It's not. I'll prove it to you. Okay, I'm going to pause it for a second and put
You
it
can
on the
easily find
screen.
on Twitter.
Okay, so I actually owned fisheye lenses, and I assume that you don't. Because if this was a fisheye lens, The Earth wouldn't be the only thing curving in this picture. Everything in the picture would be curved. Fisheye lenses do not differentiate between far and near. If you look up an image from a fisheye lens, everything in the picture except for the very middle of it is going to be curved. Just like this one, and just like that one. That one's artificial, but you get the picture. A fisheye lens curves everything that's in it. What we find in the space jump is not that. Everything in this lens looks like it came from a straight lens. The object in the background is curved because it is curved.
Because it's a fisheye lens. But why is all
Wrong.
of Earth New Mexico?
It's not
Why
a
is all
fisheye
of Earth New
lens.
Mexico? Look at that.
So I want you to address the point that I just made. Why is the space shuttle? Why is the space shuttle not curved?
It's a wide angle fisheye
Why
lens. That's
is
why.
the space shuttle not curved?
Wide angle. It's a
Why
wide angle.
is
Do you
the
not understand
space
there's
shuttle
multiple-
not curved?
There's multiple fisheye lenses.
There's not.
And why?
You
hold on, can
can't
answer
you
my
can't
question?
view
Why is all of
multiple
Earth New
fisheye
Mexico?
lenses you cannot view through multiple fisheyes at once.
Why is all of Earth New Mexico?
It's not.
Then why is it? That's what it showcases in your fisheye lens.
It's not.
Okay, that's great. And
If you think Christians are dumb, wait till you find the Christian flat earthers. They're unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm getting a first-hand witness to that right now.
Should we go to the live ISS feed?
No, go on. Go to
Oh,
the,
that would be
the
fun.
Check out the
rocket.
live. Let's see if it's live right now. I suspect it's live. There we go. Live feed from the International Space Station over the curved Earth. You know what? You can watch this during the hurricanes.
Look at all that real CGI right there.
I used to watch the IS feed during the storms and during the hurricanes and whatnot, and you can actually watch in real time weather that's happening on the planet through the ISS feed. It's unbelievable.
Wow, look at that beautiful Earth.
It's hard to believe that these clowns are real.
He's never gonna get it, never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I gotta be honest. So when flat Earth theory first became a thing, what was it, like 2015 or 16 or something like that? When it really started to pop off, I was convinced. I was convinced that it would die in the womb. I did not think that anything would come of it. I thought people are smarter than that. And I was so wrong. I cannot believe in 2024 people are still holding on to flat Earth theory. It's wild. Frieza, welcome in.
Hi.
Yeah, are you a Christian?
Nice to. Well, technically, I don't know if it counts as still being Christian, but I was baptized when I was born.
So are you a Christian?
So I would argue I am a Christian whether or not I would like to be. It's just like getting a circumcision.
Okay.
What the fuck? Oh, is there a full moon? What's the moon phase
It's gotta
tonight?
be. It's gotta be a
Please
full
tell
moon.
me.
There's no way there's not a full moon. Welcome in, Jono.
Is Mercury in the microwave again? Please tell me.
The planets are all aligned. The gravitational pull is throwing everybody off. Which is real, by the way. I don't know if people know that, but when the planets do align, there is a very slight differential in the gravitational pull. It's
1,000%.
Yeah, I mean, it's not enough to cause these nitwits to go crazy, but it's pretty interesting.
But you know, the moon does tempt the waters of our oceans, and we are 70% water. So take with that information what
Fair
you
enough.
will.
Fair enough. Fair enough. John, are you with us? I don't think John's actually with us. I think John was in the guest box too long. All right, we're going to try one more. Try to get our last guest here tonight. How you doing, Solitude? Welcome in.
Hi there. What is your name?
My name's Justin. What's your name?
What is? My name is Viola. I just want to say, firstly, I'm not here to argue with you or prove anything. So,
Viola,
but I
your
just wanna
connection is
speak about some
really,
things.
really spotty.
And
Can you get to the
also,
Wi-Fi?
yes, I can. Just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been trying to prevent Wi-Fi from getting.
And we just completely lost her. It went silent on my end.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It's a waning crescent. Thank you, guys.
Oh boy.
So half the neck cases.
She gone already. Okay, we'll try the last. We'll try again. Try again. We'll get somebody. Thank you, Thinker. Good to see you, Thinker. Are you going live tonight, Thinker?
Please let me fall asleep in your butt. Love you, Tinker.
Thinker's the best. I love Thinker's live. I really appreciate. Listen, I don't know how you're up so late or so early or whatever it is, but I really appreciate that you're on while I'm at work because when I'm able to, I'm always tuned in at work. I think we got the guest in here. TK27, how you doing?
Fine. How are you guys?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Are you a Christian?
I'm in the borderline. I don't know where I'm standing right now because I was a Christian. I was baptized at 10 by the SDAs. Then I went to a Catholic school. Then after college, I don't know whether I stopped being a Christian. I don't still believe in God anymore. I don't know. I just don't know.
Okay, well, we've got a Discord community. If you go to my profile, there's a link tree in my profile to our Discord community. We do a lot of deconstruction in the Discord. Some people are atheists, some people are agnostic, some people are like different forms of Christian, like Celtic Christian, whatnot. But it's a good community. I would encourage you to join it, and anyone else here. If you're not already in our Discord, I've got a permalink in my profile, in my link tree. So I would invite you to join it. Come to the Discord community. It's a lot of fun, and that would be a good place to do some more deconstruction if that's what you're looking to do. But right now, we're debating people, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thanks. Then I can go offline. You guys are doing a great job. I started watching you from like 4 because I'm in Zambia, Africa. Yeah. So I started watching. Then I slept. Then when I came back online, I discover that you're still around and you're still deconstructing these myths. So you're doing a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that, TK. Let's get some W's for TK. TK, I hope to see you in the Discord, okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right, cheers.
You can,
No problem.
W.
Also, TK, if you're still in here, follow Thinker right there. Her and Ria, they do fantastic lives, and Christina Carroll. They are my fellow women of color, babies, sexy ladies, and they are a plethora of knowledge, and they definitely can help you with a lot of questions, especially when Thinker does her Freeform Fridays or her open panels after the discussion space is over.
Yeah, for sure. Gunslinger, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, all right. I wanted to ask you, not ask you, but remember you had a guest who was talking about the great flooding and how it all happened. Do you know anything about Armenians? Mount Ararat?
Not much, but I know that Mount Ararat is in Armenia.
It used to be Armenia, but nowadays it's Turkey.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And our religion with Hanji pretty much used to be the same. We had, of course, had different names, but it's like 99% was the same until Christianity came, and half half the Armenians killed the other half for accepting the religion, and then they killed each other for not accepting. Well,
That's about right.
you know, it's our past. But what I wanted to know, what I wanted to let you know, if you actually read a book by Thomas Paine called Age of Reason.
I've actually not read that, but I know who Thomas Paine is. I'm kind of sad I haven't read it yet.
If you have time, try to read it. And also, there's a book, I forgot who wrote it, but it says Jesus Christ as the historical figure.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few books on the historical Jesus. I've actually got them. They're pretty good. I don't know if I've got that one though.
It's a very different perspective that gives you, and I mean, there's no point of anyone, I think, on TikTok platform to come and argue with you on the Bible, because I don't think anyone has as much knowledge about Bible as you do.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try.
Yeah, but it's pointless. It's like breaking a wall with your head.
I know.
So
I feel like doing that sometimes. The Age of Reason is on internetarchive.org for free for anyone who wants to pick it up. It's been on my hit list for a while. I'm glad you reminded me of it, Gun. I'm going to go ahead and I've already got it downloaded. I've got it on my e-reader, but I'm going to try to get it read this year.
okay, but let me tell you the scribes. Not, I don't know what to call it. The scribes. English is my seventh language, so it's the writings that we have. What actually we think as Armenian people call the how the people came to Mount Ararat and with all the animals in the world and all that stuff. And basically, what it says. The two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris, they start from the from the river Arax, which is by the Mount of Ararat. And back then, it was like a trading route through the rivers where a lot of people that would trade with the Iraq region, Mesopotamia, and they would have these, not ships, but... I don't know what they call it in English, but they would put like the wood sticks together and it would create like a floating board. And they would travel like that. So when the rains happened, a lot of these floating boards, whoever had anything like of value, it could be animals, it could be houseware, whatever they had, they got on him and they kind of went up the river towards the river Araxi, where the Mount Ararat is, and that was the kind of writing that we have, that has nothing to do with the Bible. This is pre-Bible. We didn't have Bible then, and that's how we welcomed all the people that had to suffer from the floods, and they came and lived with us, among us.
Oh wow.
That's pretty much like the historical, what we have, historical.
Is there a tradition on this or a text that I can look up and read?
I can get you the text on it.
Please do. I'd love to have it.
Not right now. I mean,
yeah, DM me. Yeah, DM me when you get time.
Yeah, I'll see if I can take the pictures and send it to you, or I'll send you a proof, so you'll have it in front of you, so you'll see what it is.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. So.
All right, Gunslinger, I really appreciate that. I hope to hear from you soon.
Yes, I will try my best. Whenever I get a chance, I will send it to you. So, I mean, if people want to go down to mythology, that's actually what we think, what Armenians people think, when all these people came with this floating boards. And they settled there, and then that's how life started again, supposedly. But I'll send you the writings.
All right, please do. Thank you so much, Gunslinger.
All right. I wish you the best. Good luck with what you're trying to do.
Cheers.
I'm still a Christian.
That's all right. I don't mind.
Yeah.
Be well, my Balkan brother.
Good to hear from you, man.
Yeah. All right. Have fun. Be healthy. That's the most important thing.
Hey, you too. Have a great one.
You too.
Let's get some W's for
care.
Gunslinger.
Bye, Angie.
I thought he was
Bye.
still a believer. Listen, guys, it's midnight now. Or sorry, it's not midnight. It's 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. I'm getting bedtime chilies. Thank you for being here, guys. It's 2 in the morning. I appreciate you staying up late with me, despite the fact that we have multiple restarts and we had some insane guests, like insane in the membrane. I've got, I think, the YouTube and the Twitch streaming at the same time now. I'm going to attempt Sunday to get the other platforms working, like Twitter and whatnot. When I tried to go live on those platforms, it didn't quite pan out the way I thought it would. There was some problems, so I got to work on that. But thanks for being here, guys. We're going to try to continue to grow the community. As always, if you're not in the Discord, please go to my link tree, join my YouTube and my Discord. Actually, it's Benny's Discord. He made it. Benny and Seth did, and I'm just participating in it. But I want to grow the community. I think it's awesome. So thank you guys for all the gifts, all the likes, all the support. It really does mean the world to me. And as always, if you have any questions or concerns, my DMs are open. Make sure you're following Hanji. Please thank your moderators, and we will see you on Sunday.
Yep. See you soon.
See you guys.